Control board certificates were actually submitted by Christo in the tender document.
So Christo was actually the one submitting the bids?
There was a reference of Christo in some of the local documents that the bidder had to submit.
I want to refer you to volume 8A of the Assembly's document, page 18 of 19. Are you there, sir?
Yes, I am.
What is the title of that letter?
This is appointment as local agent for Duranet LLIN in Kenya.
This Duranet, is it the mosquito net that was being procured? Or is it a different one?
Duranet was a company that initially used to do that which changed to Shobika. And I think in this letter, it is Shobika writing to confirm that they have appointed Christo as their sole local agent in the country.
What does it say in the second paragraph?
We are pleased to appoint Christo Kenya Limited at State House Avenue, Liason House, 3rd floor, of PO Box given in Nairobi, Kenya, as our exclusive agents in Kenya for promotion, marketing, and sales of Duranet long-lasting insecticide nets manufactured by Shobika Impex.
Page 17 of that document, what does the second paragraph say?
There was a change of ownership for Duranet LL9.
Read it loud.
And there is change of ownership for Duranet LLIN, which is alpha cypermethrin 0.55%, WW registration number PCB CR0189.
I'm referring to volume 8A, page 17. What does the second paragraph of that letter say? Can you read it in full?
We have taken note of the change in ownership of Duranet LN9 from Clark Mosquito Control of USA to Shobika Impex Private Limited, India, and appointment of new agent, Christo Kenya Limited.
The documents we have so far read in volume 8A, sir, do they show a link between Shobika and Christo Limited?
Yes.
Is Christo Limited, to the best of your knowledge, connected to the Deputy President?
From my affidavit, I did not know initially that there was a connection.
Yes.
But through a phone call from His Excellency, the Deputy President, and conversations between myself and his son.
We'll come to those phone calls and conversations, but for now,
I was able to establish that there is a connection.
There is a connection. Let's go to page 10 of 19 of volume 8A. Who has authored that letter? Page 10 of 19.
Page 10 of 19 is a letter from Ethics and Corruption Commission to myself as the acting CEO, dated 21st of August 2023.
Is this a body that would authoritatively speak to matters of corruption in public procurement?
Yes, it is.
Is it authorized to investigate such matters?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
Now, this letter, what was the letter asking you to do at page 10 of 19?
The letter was giving recommendations for administrative action against procurement officers Cosmas Rotich, Anton Chege, and Caroline Mugo, who are officers working in KEMSA and participated in the procurement of the mosquito nets.
Towards the bottom of that letter, Roman 1, what does the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission tell you?
It says, and I read, Mr. Speaker, sir, the Technical Evaluation Committee, here abbreviated TEC, recommended the award of tender to Shobika Impex Private Limited, yet their bid was paginated in pencil and what was not sequentially paginated contrary to instructions to tenderers clause 20.3, which provided documents to be paginated using indelible ink and marked sequentially.
Does that paragraph you just read show there was corruption or wrongdoing of any type in processing this tender?
It does, Honorable Speaker.
And who was benefiting from this manipulation of the tender?
Shobika.
Is that the same company that the Deputy President's company, Christo, is the local agent?
Yes.
Given those series of events, would it be fair for anyone to suggest the Deputy President did not have a hand in the procurement irregularities for this tender?
I think I would say Shobika,
yes,
was irregularly being recommended for award of a tender without meeting the set criteria.
Would you say it's just coincidental, sir, that a company connected to the Deputy President was awarded a 3.7 billion tender?
I was not in KEMSA at the time, and I would imagine that KEMSA being a procurement entity whose core function is to procure,
yes,
the technical teams would have a proper understanding of procurement procedures and therefore would not make such, would not recommend award of a tender to a company where they are glaring failure to meet the criteria.
Given the contents of your affidavit and the phone calls will come to from the Deputy President at this sense, would it be fair for anyone to suggest this matter in page 10 was just another coincidence that the company irregularly awarded the tender was one connected to the Deputy President?
I don't think it would be.
You don't think it would be fair?
Don't think it would be a coincidence.
It is not a coincidence. In your estimation, say, would a fair-minded person faced with the facts you have so far taken us through think it was a coincidence that a company linked to the Deputy President of the Republic was irregularly awarded a tender for 3.7 billion?
The Speaker, Honorable Senators, I think having had the advantage of interacting with the documents that are before us, I think I would say from the record, the bid bond that is being referred here was delivered as a mail and not as part of the tender document.
Page 8 of 19 of still volume 8A, towards the bottom, Roman 1 again, does it show yet another irregularity involving this Shobika Impex, the company linked to the Deputy President?
Which page, Counsel?
That would be page 8 of 19, Roman 1 towards the bottom. Does it disclose another procurement irregularity besides the one we saw on the other page?
Here it says, and this is the letter from Ethics and Corruption Commission, that the Director Procurement interacted with the bid security for Shobika Impex Private Limited on the 24th of February 2023, prior to the tender opening date, which was on the 10th of March 2023, contrary to tender instructions for tenderers number 21.3.
Please confirm whether the Deputy President in his public address on the 7th confirmed to the Republic that he placed phone calls to you with regard to this tender.
Yes, he did, and in my affidavit, I've as well alluded to the same, that he called me to follow up on the release of the bid board.
Do the duties of the Deputy President of the Republic extend to placing calls on junior government officers about tenders?
To the best of my knowledge, no.
But did the Deputy President also admit in that public address that his son equally called you?
Yes, he did.
Are those the phone calls alluded to in paragraph 4 of your affidavit?
Yes.
You have also said, besides the phone calls, the son of the Deputy President sent you WhatsApp messages. Have you annexed any of those WhatsApp messages?
Yes, I have, in my affidavit, page 70 of 85.
In those affidavits, in that page 70, who is the person indicated as sending you the message?
Dr. Ikinu Rigathi.
Who does he say he is contacting you on behalf of?
He tells me that he's contacting me. He asked me to contact him when possible. There is a document for His Excellency that he's trying to collect.
Was this document in your possession?
Which was investigating the anomalies of the procurement of the Alliance.
So the Deputy President and his son are pressuring you to surrender a procurement document under active investigation by the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission.
Yes, Your Honor.
Would that be interfering with active criminal investigations?
From where I sat as acting CEO, I felt pressured because the documents were not within our custody, and had to actually make effort to follow up with the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission for the documents to be released back.
Have you placed any evidence before the Senate to confirm these documents the Deputy President and his sons who are harassing you to surrender were actually under the custody of the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission?
Yes, I have submitted my letter to the CEO, Ethics and Corruption Commission, asking for the bid board documents for Shobika.
We are
at page 73 of 85.
Page 73 of 85.
Yes.
Can you read the relevant part, which I believe it's 72 of 85, Mr. Speaker, of volume 1, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, 72.
Can you read that paragraph? What does it say?
This one that I wrote to Ethics and Corruption is actually 73.
Okay.
72 I had written to Shobika.
Yes.
Telling
Let's
them,
begin with 72. What did you tell Shobika?
Paragraph 2, we would like to inform you that the subject tender is currently under investigations, and all the documents related to this tender are not under our custody. We have, however, written to the Ethics and Corruption Commission to release the original bid bond to facilitate your request. They had requested for release of the bid bond.
And the one in...
Through a letter dated 12th June 2023.
And the one in 73, in summary, what were you trying to do?
I was requesting the CEO, the Ethics and Corruption Commission, for the bid bond for Shobika Impex Private Limited for the malaria net tender, which I had requested, that I had informed him of the letter that we had received from Shobika, requesting for the bid bond.
Sir, given the magnitude of this tender and the national crisis it stoked, would anyone expect the Deputy President, when he was harassing you, to know that the matter was under investigation and active investigation for that matter?
I want to believe so.
Lastly, sir, claims have been made on this floor that the allegations against the deputy president transcend the force to the ridiculous to the embarrassing. This material you have taken us, is it consistent with the narrative that ground 11 of this motion is false, ridiculous, and embarrassing?
Through the Speaker, honorable senators, what I've presented before this House is the truth, nothing but the truth, and verifiable by document presented.
I want you lastly to read from your paragraph what you told the National Assembly bringing us here. Can you read paragraph 6 of your affidavit, sir? That is page 69 of 85 of volume 1, Mr. Speaker.
It says, given the status, power, threat, and influence of the people involved in the interference with the investigations and cover of irregularities surrounding the procurement of treated mosquito nets, I was constrained to surrender the original bid bond to Ogora Wilson Okulo, and in short, I was caught in a tricky situation. Being a junior, there was nothing I could do as a junior government officer against a sitting deputy president for the Republic of Kenya.
That's all for purposes of the examination in chief of this witness, Mr. Speaker.
Counsel for the deputy president.
Good evening, Mr. Mulwa.
Good evening.
My name is Dewanjiro. I will be asking you several questions in respect to the testimony that you have just delivered. When did you join the KEMSA?
I joined KEMSA on the 17th of March 2023.
Before that, who was the CEO of the organization?
Terry Ramadan.
Terry. Were you there as and when the alleged tender processes were taking place?
No.
Who was in charge of that process as at then?
Terry Ramadan.
Terry Ramadan. Therefore, the issues that you are testifying before this assembly, are they issues that you saw, perceived, or they are issues that you are told?
One, there are issues that my appointment.
Were you told or you saw? It's a simple question.
I was not told.
Yes.
Neither did I see.
At what process you are not told and neither you never saw?
I was involved.
You were involved
in
at the time you joined the organization, what stage of the tendering process was it?
The tender had just been terminated. There were investigations.
The tender had been terminated?
Yes.
You therefore never participated in that particular process whatsoever for whatever purpose, yes?
I participated in a very big way.
All right.
In the
Would
sense,
you then lead this assembly to understanding your participation in that tender?
This matter was a matter that, one,
what exactly did you do that relates to this tender?
I participated in the investigations on this tender.
So
by
you participated,
EACC,
excuse me?
by PPRA, by the Senate, by the National Assembly.
But at the time when the bids were alive, the bidding was alive, you had not joined.
I was not in KEMSA.
And therefore the issues you're testifying before this assembly are not issues that you witnessed.
Not issues that I executed.
Thank you. Now, what was the status of the tender at the time you came or you joined?
I actually joined KEMSA as a result of this tender.
No, I'm not asking why you joined. What was the status?
The tender had been terminated.
The tender had been terminated. Do you know of any company that is associated with the deputy president that succeeded in this particular tendering process?
For purposes of...
You know or you do not
yes,
know?
Yes, Shobika had been recommended for award, but since it was cancelled, did not proceed.
Was the award granted to Shobika?
No.
Do you know why the award was not granted?
Yes, I know.
Yes?
Because Global Fund do a pre-award review of every evaluation of Global Fund funded tenders. And after doing a pre-award review, they did not agree with the technical evaluation committee that had evaluated the tender and recommended for cancellation of the tender.
Thank you. You've answered. So it's as a result of the review of all the bids that culminated into the cancellation of the tender, correct?
Yes.
And how many companies had bidded in that particular process?
I cannot remember, but maybe 9 or 7, I cannot remember.
You cannot remember because you never participated, yes? Yes or no, Mr. Witness?
If I get the record, I would remember.
And so show him the records.
Okay.
He has it. Show him his affidavit in volume 1. In that volume 1, that is at page, Honorable Senators, the National Assembly volume 1 at page 67 and 68. Did you indicate the companies that participated in that process?
I did not indicate the companies that...
You chose to conveniently refuse to indicate them, correct? Correct or not correct? I don't need an explanation.
Not correct.
Why didn't you indicate the companies that participated in that particular process?
My affidavit...
Your affidavit has explained it.
My affidavit is premised on...
Okay, I know your affidavit.
Yes.
I have read it several times, but my question is very specific. Why did you leave out the other companies that participated in the process?
For purposes of my affidavit, I did not find it necessary to
Never thought it necessary. Now, confirm that Shobika company was never ever awarded the tender.
The tender was cancelled.
Tender was cancelled. Did the Republic of Kenya lose any money as a result of the award not being granted to Shobika?
Yes, it did.
Did the Deputy President have anything to do with it?
Did
the Deputy President have anything to do with it?
I wouldn't say the Deputy President.
I'm asking, you know, we are here because of the Deputy President. Did he have anything to do with it?
A company related to
I'm asking, did he have anything to do with it? It's a simple question. Yes or no?
I already have...
Yes, and you'll furnish me with an answer.
I've said yes, because the company that is associated with him had been irregularly awarded.
Had been irregularly awarded. Do you know that this matter was subject of investigation by Parliament?
Yes, I am.
Did you participate in that investigation?
Yes.
Honorable Senators, refer with me to page 183, volume 3 of the Deputy President's bundle. Volume 3, Honorable Senators. That is the report. Will go with me to page 220. At page 220, Mr. Witness.
Can I get the document?
Give him something. Give him the copy. You can get volume 3 for him. Volume 3. Page 220. Can you see, confirm that those were the companies that participated?
Absolutely. Those were the proceedings yesterday at the floor of the Senate during the impeachment proceedings of the Deputy President, Honorable Geoffrey Rigathi Gachagua, who has his date with fate today, as yesterday was the day for the prosecution, that is the, if you could call it, the side of the National Assembly to make their case, and also the witnesses were presented, and there was cross-examination of the witnesses as well, a scenario that has caused quite some, interesting reactions, especially from Kenyans regarding the impeachment, because it is the first that even the Senate, through their social media, said it is the first of its kind, since it is the first under the 2010 Constitution. Good morning and welcome to Morning Cafe. My name is George Maringa, and on State of the Nation this morning, we'll be having a discussion especially regarding issues affecting the country, and I'm joined by two guests. That is, to my immediate right, Wilson Sosion, former Secretary General of NAT and former Member of Parliament. Welcome, Mheshimiwa. Yeah, and also joining us is Makali Mulu, MP for Kitui Central. Welcome, gentlemen.
Yeah, good morning.
I'll begin with you, Mheshimiwa Sosion. When you look at what we saw yesterday, whereas it was the first of its kind, type of impeachment, what did you make of it?
Yeah, as I said here last week, and I've said elsewhere, impeachment has matured in the Constitution, and Kenyans are appreciating the value of impeachment within our governance architecture, which, of course, was placed in the Constitution so that rogue state officers who engage in impunity, violation of the Constitution and the law, and gross misconduct in the conduct of their duties in those offices can be removed from office. And 14 years down the line, many aspects of the Constitution have not been optimally utilized. One of them is impeachment. And we saw last year optimization of public participation in the finance bill. It was very strong in 2023 and 2024, more than ever before. And so for me, I am seeing the Constitution working. And the National Assembly concluded its part of dealing with this segment of the impeachment. And the matter will be dispensed of by the Senate today. And either way, there will be an outcome on the basis of 11 charges leveled against the Deputy President. If the senators vote even in one, then the Deputy President stands impeached and he leaves office. To me, there are no sacred cows in governance in Kenya. Leadership position is not a right. It is a privilege given to you by the people. And the people can take it back. And they've been given that civilized avenue to do it through impeachment. So we might see the first time that a Deputy President is removed from office via impeachment very successfully. And we've seen governors, at least now 3 governors are on record, having been removed via impeachment. And I dare say Kenyans use this clause. The chicks have come home to roost. And anybody implicated and brought out for impeachment should be ready to carry his own cross, or you defend yourself successfully. We've seen some who have defended themselves successfully. I said here last week that the Kericho impeachment was defective. Why? There was a court order, but I think the Senate has taken a decision on that. And then number 2, there was the technicality on the threshold, because there are no fraction of human beings. They ought to have been 32, and that is what the Senate ultimately found. The beauty about impeachment process is that the rights of the individual under question are also protected, and you are given an opportunity to defend yourself. So to me, this is good for the country in addressing matters to do with governance. And remember, we've talked about this country having the biggest problem of incompetency in leadership, conflict of interest, and corruption. And one way of addressing is utilizing the provision of impeachment in the Constitution. To me, I am seeing the Constitution working and rolling and pushing the process. The rest, let's wait for the products.
Okay.
Yeah. There will be a product by the end of today.
By the end of today. I could see Mheshimiwa Makalimulu pondering and reflecting on what you were saying. What did you make of the proceedings yesterday?
Yeah, thank you very much for hosting us. I, some extent, agree with him, but also the areas I don't agree with him. What I agree with him is impeachment is a constitutional provision. So Kenyans, in their own wisdom, decided that there would be need for impeachment as a way of ensuring that there's accountability when it comes to public service. But you also realize that the thresholds for somebody to be impeached were also put at a very high level in terms of what you need to have done to be impeached. And that's why the reason I'm saying, as you use these particular articles in the Constitution in terms of impeachment, you must use them as the last resort. It should not be just a day-to-day issue. Because impeachment has serious consequences to an individual's career, whether you are a public servant or you are a politician. In the past, we have seen Governor Songo being impeached. And as a result of that, now you see that you cannot even contest for political office. That is also applicable to Governor Waititu. And what it means is basically once you are impeached, then your career is totally messed up. And that's why we are saying for somebody to be impeached, then, and impeachment being a very weighty matter, then you need to have very strong grounds for impeachment. Because at the end of the day, you'll have done to one of your own something which you personally you may not want to be done to you. What am I saying? I'm saying that when you look at the grounds for impeachment, the current impeachment of the DP, as Kenyans, we need to ask ourselves, if I were in the shoes of the DP, forget about the party issues or the political issues. If you are in his shoes, would you want to be subject to what is being subjected? And are those grounds good enough for him to be subject to what is being subjected? So I'll agree with the association that it's a constitutional provision. It is just something you don't use day to day. And what we are seeing is a tendency where now Kenyans are coming to a level where they just want to use impeachment as a way of even warning individuals. That's why the Governor Kericho, the Kericho governor issue was that petty. You see, people assume that by just voting and not getting the threshold in terms of numbers, because the Constitution is very clear, you must get 2/3. So in a technicality of where you just miss one senator or one counter assembly member, the thing was thrown out. Meaning it's a very serious process. So even as we think about using impeachment, I think those who are always think that we need to initiate this process must be very convinced, beyond reasonable doubt, that we have strong ground. And that's what you saw yesterday when the lawyers were trying to subject the witnesses through derogation. You could see they were taking it very seriously because it's a matter of life and death for the person who is at that point on the dock, you see. So, and that's why I want to look at it that way, that while Susion says it's good that we are seeing this particular article maturing, but it must mature in a very reasonable and realistic way, other than a situation where we want to use our political issues just to push impeachments through. And that's why I was warning the House. If you remember when we were discussing this matter,
yes,
I was telling the National Assembly, ladies and gentlemen, let's not forget that we are only starting a process. We are not the final people. That what we are going to do as a House will be subject to different stages from here. I was telling me it will go to the Senate, it will go, possibly it might end up in the courts. And I would say, imagine now like what you saw in the Senate, and when you look at what we did in the National Assembly, assuming the Senate says, the National Assembly, you did rubbish, you didn't even take time to think through issues, will have been thrown under the bus. And now you know where we are as an assembly. Hussein will tell you out there, even you guys as Kenyans, you are saying we are our lowest. I've been a member of parliament for now, this is my third term, and I can tell you, I can confirm that. What I'm seeing in the 13th parliament, I've never seen it in another parliament.
Okay.
Where when it comes to very important national issues, issues which are weighty, issues which are gravy, very grave, you realize that as members of parliament at times we want just to brush them through and pass them. And these are the issues we should be discussing. Really, this is a part of our law, but we just apply it casually. That's my concern, whether we should apply that particular law casually.
Okay. Mheshimiwa Sosion, there has been some conversation about the sobriety of the Senate. It showed more, quote-unquote, maturity and, you know, trying to interrogate the issues as they were. What view do you hold about that indictment on the National Assembly in comparison to the Senate by especially Kenyans?
Well, I've said in principle, generally,
okay.
Yeah, the impeachment clause is being properly utilized. And now trying to look at the Senate as sober and mature, are we saying the National Assembly is not sober and mature, or even the county assemblies are not? I think we must develop confidence in our institutions as Kenyans. The county assemblies are now very critical in oversighting governance at the county and also moving impeachment motions, because it must be moved by the county assembly for one to be impeached by the Senate as a governor. And the National Assembly must move the impeachment of the president or deputy president or minister and conduct public participation and file their findings and prosecute the matter at the Senate. The trial court is the Senate, not the National Assembly. And so, according to me, all these institutions must work in harmony and we must work on the basis of facts, of law and the Constitution. And I persuade my brother here, my great friend, that it has reached a time we don't need to extend sympathy to anybody who is mentioned. Even if we talk of the last resort, this is how we have killed Kenya, by saying, oh, let us manage corruption, that we are massaging. Now, Kenyans, in their commitment, negotiated the 2010 Constitution. And the 2010 Constitution was not brought as a window dressing to be watched and as a statue or a memento for the country. It was meant to work. One of it is this impeachment. To me, I'll be very happy. I was yesterday in a talk show with somebody from Isiolo, and they're saying the Senate Speaker has ordered the IG to arrest the governor of Isiolo to appear in Parliament. That one doesn't need an arrest. He needs to be impeached. If you can't deliver in an office, and if there are doubts, and there are reasons to believe, and anybody believes that there are substantial facts to have you impeached, let that impeachment motion be filed procedurally at all levels. So to me, I laud the county assemblies because they have been bold. We have seen attempts. I laud the National Assembly, where Makali sits. You may have heard reservation. You see, you will have your say, but let the majority have their way. That's democracy. And we saw how it was prosecuted at the Senate. We saw how Muthuze did a lot of detailed homework to prosecute 11 grounds and to argue. And you can see he had data at his fingertips. Even the rest of the members of parliament, they were alive to the matter before them. And they applied their mind. You see, look at it. Even signing a loan to approve. You know, it's not very easy to lobby and convince a member of parliament to sign for an impeachment. But how many signatures were availed? 291. That is near unanimity by the members of parliament. And you know, members of parliament exercise sovereign power of the people delegated to them. So it is the people of Kenya. Those 291 signatures are signatures of the people of Kenya by extension. And then when it came to prosecuting the matter and voting, they voted at 281. You can see the consistency. And then Now it is at the Senate. We cannot prejudice a process that is underway. We don't come to the talk show to prejudice.
Yes.
I agree with Makale Muli. It's purely facts of law and facts of the Constitution. Because we do not want to develop a culture where we weaponize impeachment to remove people from office unfairly. Let your own crimes remove you from office. And when you are impeached as Makale Muli, you are not being impeached with your wife and your family members and your clan and your tribe. That is wrong. So the moment anybody walks to the dock of impeachment, you are going there alone. And if you are found guilty, carry your own cross and you will move out of office. And when you move out of office, you will not occupy any public office. So I don't think I'm a Labour leader. And I think there are positions that are not human rights, like being a state officer. It's a privileged position. Very few people can get to those positions. And therefore, if you are barred from occupying such an office for the rest of your life, so be it. In some economies and in some jurisdictions, the punishment to actions of corruption, because this is also an action of corruption, and we are approaching it in a soft way, in a democratic way. In some jurisdiction, it is treated as high treason and a crime. And if you are presented in court at 9, by 3 p.m. you are hanged and you are forgotten, and that chapter is closed. And that's how the Asian tigers have managed even to deal with corruption. So we cannot talk here, Makale Muli forever, of transforming Kenya, and we are timid to take very bold action. So to me, any impeachment like the impeachment you have today, which is going on at the Senate, if the senators, the way the members of parliament they are listening, and we can see the lawyers are doing a good job. We are now seeing the value of the Constitution. If by the end of the day, because the prosecution of this matter is not at the courts, it is at the National Assembly, and the judgment will be delivered via a vote. And once that judgment is delivered, then Rigathi Gachagua ceases to be a deputy president. And I believe there will be another deputy president. As guided by the Constitution, the president will propose a name and forward to Parliament for voting. So Makale should also prepare psychologically to vote, to take a vote once a name comes to Parliament. And once a vote is taken, that person will be sworn in as the new deputy president. Kenya will go on, life will go on. Rigathi Gachagua as a person is on trial.
But I think without this,
on 11 counts as a person. So it is up to him to discharge himself from the 11 judges. It's up to him to discharge himself.
But I think, Sosian, the question was very simple. I don't know why you are going rounds. The question was, has the Senate conducted themselves in a better way than the National Assembly? The answer is yes. You know, Kenyans are watching. This is everywhere Kenyans are. I can tell you, yesterday, a lot of Kenyans took almost the whole day watching on telly what was happening in the Senate. And I can tell you what is happening is, if you remember what happened in the National Assembly, some of us who are opposing this motion could not talk. There was a lot of shouting. People trying to interrupt you through points of order so that you don't prosecute your case. Look at the Senate. Everybody was given time. You could say what you want to say without anybody shouting. And this is what I'm saying. The issue of confidence, you earn it, you don't buy it. So if the National Assembly wants Kenyans to have confidence in them, they must conduct themselves in a way that you earn that respect, the way the Senate is trying to earn their respect now. Because what you realize is, forget about the signing. So Sian has been a member of parliament. We are with him in the 12th parliament. And he knows what happens in this signing, on a serious note. So the issue is, when you listen to what has been prosecuted by different groups, in the National Assembly, it was very clear that those of us who had indicated we would be opposing this motion were not given any chance to talk. I was the first one to be given, and if you look at what happened, after about 10 people had been given a chance to talk in support of. Because what we did when we go to the House is that we submitted lists. I remember myself handing over a list of those who are opposing to the Speaker and asking the Speaker possibly, we would want you to give us chance also to, these are the people who are opposing. A list of 10 names. And I can confirm that. The other side had also submitted their names. But you realize the other side were given about 7 people to talk before the first name from those who were opposing was given a chance. And when I was given the chance to talk, if you are watching, I had about 4 to 5 interruptions. I was only given 5 minutes to prosecute my case. 4 to 5 people were trying to interrupt me so that I don't. And what happens, because I've been in the house for long,
Yes.
if people don't support what you are saying, they would either shout as you speak, or they would raise point of interruption that you don't prosecute your case in the way you had planned. Look at the Senate. Even those who are opposing were given time to just say what they want to say up to the end. And this is what I'm saying, Socio, you might want it or you might not want it. As time goes now, it was obvious that Kenyans are saying they see a lot of maturity in the Senate as opposed to what they see in the National Assembly. And that's why I was challenging my friends, telling them our credibility is so low when you ask Kenyans how they are compared to the Senate. Can we start redeeming it? I was challenging them. Can we start redeeming our credibility so that people can start now appreciating that the National Assembly is also people who care about Kenya? But you see, it's the mobilization, you know, they are mobilized in a way that those who are opposing, and then when it comes to voting, you know, the reason why we debate, and Susiano will agree with this, the reason why we debate is to be able to convince people who are not decided that I'll be able to prosecute my case. And on the basis of my prosecution of my case and the objectivity of the issues, you can say, I wanted to vote this way, now I will switch on that basis. So in a situation where debate becomes just like it's for the sake of debate, it doesn't inform voting, I have challenges with that as a person. And I think as we move to the future,
Yes.
we need, as people who have been elected by people, we should be able to say, I represent Kitui Central in the National Assembly. So when I go out there, I would want a situation where I listen to the voice of Kitui Central people, what they are saying, and carry that voice to the House. You will be surprised, most of the people who voted yes that day are not able to go home today. Because they voted against the voice of the people who voted. You have seen over the weekend, a number of them being chased from bars, others being chased from public meetings, because the people are telling you, we didn't tell you to vote the way you voted. This thing called public participation, which was claimed to have been done, look at it in terms of, was it scientific? You go to a place, I went to my Kitui Central constituency. I didn't even go to the site because I wanted people to do independently.
Yes.
But when I'm seated somewhere here, somebody has come with 400 forms, an individual who has filled them somewhere in a room, hotel room somewhere because he's been given money, and he's trying to push those forms to be given that. So when you look at the Kitui Central, you find the genuine ones were about 700. Somebody has pushed 400, marked by individual in a hotel. Is that fair? And then you come and use those figures. You know, I was just looking at my colleague, Emilio Viambo, when she was presenting that report. And I said, we have gone to school. My PhD is in economics. Statistics are things I appreciate. Can we even say, how scientific is this thing we present? And say this is rubbish and shelve it. Now you want to cheat Kenyans, we did public participation. In a situation where MPs sat in Nairobi, because they could not, MPs could not visit their constituencies, majority of them. So what they did, you send money to your manager, you tell the manager, sit somewhere, mark 1,000 forms, and take them to the clerks of the National Assembly. Can we say that is fairness? So if we want to say public participation, currently we don't have a clear framework of how to conduct public participation. But I think as we move to the future,
yes,
it's important we start building some genuineness into the issue of public participation.
Okay.
So that we get fair representation of the people. And then members of parliament must listen to the voice of the people who elected them. If you are ready to remain in politics. Otherwise,
yes. Indeed. Let's take a short break, and then we come back. We'll be taking a closer and in-depth look on these specific issues, especially making headlines, the impeachment of the Deputy President, the first of its kind. You're watching Morning Cafe. We're back in a few minutes. Please stay with us.
Hey there, friends. Welcome to Kids on the Block, where fun and imagination come alive. We dive into magical world filled with exciting adventures and awesome friends.
What position were you in?
I was number 2.
What position were you?
Number 1.
He decided to cross the bridge by his house and look for food on the other side.
We're going to do half cup of chocolate chips, and the other one, we're going to do half cup of the blueberries.
So, grab your imagination hats and get ready to explore with us. Join us every Saturday at 9 a.m. for new friends, amazing stories, and tons of laughter.
Join us as we explore the journeys of those who defy the odds and break barriers. We dive deep into the stories of triumph.
Sometimes when parenting a child with a special need or whatever disability, family life becomes a bit complicated and you may end up raising the child on your own.
Here, we inspire.
I have a farm which one we showcase with other dyslexic youths and autism, how to farm.
Motivate.
It's never easy, but what we do, the best thing is to work with another parent who has an elder child than yours.
And break through the barriers one story at a time. Push your boundaries beyond the limit. Saturdays at 8 p.m. The Grind, where business meets brilliance. It's not just about the ideas.
I was working as a shampoo boy. I used to wash clients' hair on the sink.
It's about making them happen. From big wins.
In primary school, when we would be asked what people want to be, I was categorical that I want to be a nurse.
To hard lessons.
The consoles change, the gaming equipment keep changing.
We cover it all. Tune in to The Grind.
Welcome back. The discussion has been getting heated well offline. You're watching State of the Nation right here on TV 47, the home of untold stories, right here on Morning Cafe. I'm George Maringa. Joining us now on set is Geoffrey Ruku, the Member of Parliament for Mbeere North. Still on set with us is Makali Mulu, MP for Kitui Central, and Wilson Sosion, former SG NAT and former MP as well. Mheshimiwa Geoffrey Ruku, before you came in, there was this conversation, these two heated, debate between these two gentlemen on the credibility of the National Assembly, as it were. The Senate seems to have, raised its profile and credibility, much to the chagrin of the National Assembly, and Kenyans are saying, that's how the National Assembly ought to have been, conducted itself. What did you make of the proceedings yesterday in the manner of the conduct juxtaposed with what you guys did at the National Assembly?
We fall on the Constitution of the Republic of Kenya and the standing orders of the National Assembly.
Okay.
The standing orders of the National Assembly are completely different than the standing orders of the Senate. Mm-hmm. And as far as our standing orders are concerned, we did what the provisions of the standing orders requires. Mm-hmm. A National Assembly is not a trial chamber. The trial chamber is the Senate. And that's why Kenyans are witnessing lawyers going through the accusations, or what we may call the
charges.
The charges, mm-hmm. One by one, up to the 11th charge, which all of them, 282 members of the National Assembly, agreed that Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua has a case to answer. Mm-hmm. So it's upon the Senate to conduct a trial, and they take a vote. Remember, the verdict is a political process. It's a vote of the senators, and we expect that to be done this evening, today. So, as far as I'm concerned, the National Assembly took a stand. All these chances are, gross violation of the Constitution, insubordination of the President and the Cabinet, as far as Article 10 of our Constitution, which talks about the principles, our national values and the principles of governance.
Yes.
The contravention of that very critical and important article of the Constitution, where even we talk about the protection of the marginalized communities. We can't have a deputy president who wakes up every morning, every day, to pronounce one region more than he pronounces the Republic of Kenya. It's outrageous. And we have tried to talk to him again and again, many times.
At a personal level, have you tried?
Yes, at a personal level. Not once, not twice.
How was your experience?
He could not be able to reason. He could not be able to understand what we are saying. So I think we have a constitution to protect. We have a nation to protect. We have a state to protect. We can fail to have a government today. All ministers can go home. The president can go home. All of us can go home, even the members of parliament. But the state will remain. Schools will open. Businesses will be conducted. Banks will operate. Who will be doing that? Who will be taking charge of that? There will be a certain the custodian of state is the military. And we don't want to go that direction. So we can't have someone who is not respecting the Constitution of the Republic holding a very senior office, a very senior constitutional office. So that's why 282 members of Parliament, members of National Assembly, agreed with the Honorable Mutuse that these 11 chances, Honorable Gachagua is guilty of those chances. And we executed our mandate. So it's upon the Senate to carry out its mandate. Today it's a trial chamber. Let them go through one by one. I know today Honorable Gachagua will be on the dock. The cross-examination will be done today. And then they'll take a vote in the evening. And we are waiting to know what direction will be taken. And so far, I want to really, thank, I don't want to say thanking our courts, but the court have respected the separation of powers as outlined in the Constitution to allow the Parliament of the Republic, which is the National Assembly and the Senate, to conduct its mandate as per Article 145 and Article 150 of our Constitution.
Okay. So, Mheshimiwa Sosion, when you look at the burden of proof and, how the process has been ongoing, do you think that there is a clear understanding about addressing the charges by evidence, because the Senate is sitting by, as a high court, in terms of addressing the burden of proof from both sides? From your fair analysis, did both sides have they attempted to address the charges by evidence?
Yes, I said from the beginning, you cannot weaponize impeachment.
Yes.
It must meet the threshold of the Constitution and the law. And the charges must be clear, there must be proof, you must produce witnesses where you can. And since the Senate is an open court now, all of us are following.
Okay.
We are seeing.
All right.
And we have seen Honorable Mutuse present the impeachment motion himself.
There were some protests that...
We have seen the legal team around him do the same. And we've seen the defense also cross-examine the Mutuse and the team.
Yes.
And so that by the dint of that action alone, we are convinced that the legal minds are applying their minds and making the process far much easier to be understood by the senators, so that once the process of trial is over, it will move to the motion of impeachment, which the senators will debate and take a vote. And they'll take a vote item by item, judge by judge, up to judge number 11. And to me, it is neat. An accusation is mere accusation.
Yeah,
so
accusation.
You struggle as a person being impeached to discharge yourself of that allegation.
All right.
But rightly, as Honorable Ruku has placed it, where you blatantly violate the Constitution, and those grounds can be adduced, evidence can be proved, witnesses can present themselves and confirm those particular allegations as true, then definitely when it goes to voting, your guess is as good as mine. you will be cooked.
Okay.
And that is why I've told Makale Muli here, I've told Makale Muli, I cannot prejudice what will happen at the Senate.
Yeah.
I cannot, but the National Assembly should prepare to vote for a new deputy president. Should all the 11 judges be proved by a vote of at least 2/3, or at least 1 out of the 11. And the probability, if you look at the way these arguments, Honorable Buruku has talked that, of course, these are matters they've handled in other levels to try, because this is a country. This is not a market, and this is not a private entity. This is a state. And it is this constitution we have, don't joke with it. And Kenya is not about tribes. Kenya is about all the communities and the people of Kenya. And therefore, when you advance ethnic and divisive agenda, it hurts. And any Kenyan can complain from any part of the republic. But then, as we are talking now, there's an impeachment motion that has received unanimous approval of the National Assembly. That alone is a serious message. The matter is at the Senate, and it will be concluded. Makale Muli has talked about a number of things. The gaps, how was the public participation, how were these papers marked? But let us appreciate one thing. We don't have a Public Participation Act, and probably we need it as a gap, because we have seen what public participation means. And of course, we are relying on the ruling of the Supreme Court that it must be qualitative and quantitative at the same time. But looking at what the National Assembly did to conduct public participation in 290 constituencies is a great effort and bring those particular data that we have. And so, if somebody is convinced that the public participation was not done properly and all that, then you argue now at the trial, chamber.
Okay.
And the jurists, who are the 67 senators, will take a decision. And they will take a decision by voting.
So
let us wait.
There has been the conversation of resignation. Would that window still exist at this point?
I think that window is too late now to exist. But let me just respond to some of the issues my colleagues have raised. And I get very worried when I listen to my colleagues. Like what Honorable Sosiana has said. Tomorrow at 10 we'll be swearing in a new president. Is the Honorable Sosiana assuming what the senators are doing and the lawyers? It's a useless process. These are the kind of things we are saying. When you look at what...
Has not said it.
He has said tomorrow. He has said tomorrow. I wish you can rewind the thing. You're telling me I should be ready to vote for a new deputy president.
The Assembly should be ready, because that is the next stage.
That's what we have said. But are you saying what of impeachment has not taken place?
No, I've not.
What of if it doesn't happen?
No, don't put words in my mouth.
You know,
the truth is, we have a sitting tomorrow.
This conclusive statement is what I'm saying makes legislators like us look very bad. Because since yesterday morning, we've seen a number of lawyers and a number of senators seated in the Senate doing a very serious assignment for the nation so that we get to the bottom of this issue. And what Honorable Mutuse was subjected to yesterday in terms of cross-examination is what I was saying last week. That, gentlemen, let's not take this process just as a walk in the park. It isn't a walk in the park. That gentleman was subjected to serious cross-examination. At one point, it reminded me of when I was in primary school, or in my Form 1, when I would look at my neighbor's mathematics script and copy what they have done. And I will get very high marks. But then, unfortunately, I'm called by the teacher to go and explain how I have no clue. I have no clue at all. So this is what I'm saying. Mutuse was subject to serious cross-examination, and I warned him. I told him, you better, what you've started is a serious process. Nobody will go home just walking because you are impeaching them. They will do serious interrogation. And that's what we have seen. I will not be surprised because I listened to all these charges. And I'm telling you, the question you asked, they have not answered. Because you asked a very simple thing. Are we getting value for money in terms of what the lawyers are doing as the senators? I will say yes. They are doing a fantastic job in terms of ensuring that there are no gaps. You have been asked the hard questions. You saw the doctor, Dr. Muller, who comes from my regional. Unfortunately, the guys who have been asked are all cows like me. I don't know what happened. They seem to be not soup. So the thing is, you know, you must be prepared. So that when you ask a question, you must, like, I looked at one of the lawyers, cross-examining Mutuse, and I said, hey, did Mutuse expect this as he was pushing for this motion? Because you must prove beyond reasonable doubts that the grounds you are pushing forward make sense. And that's what I'm saying. For me, at the end of the day, there will be an outcome. Either the DB will be impeached, but I don't know, I don't want us in this team here to assume that it's automatic, he'll be impeached, because then we are negating all this important process taking place. Yes. Can we allow the process to go on? If it's impeached, as they are saying, because you know these are the deep state, they will bring a name tomorrow to Parliament, and we will be able to debate as we debated. Personally, I have no problem. Kenya will always have a DP. But this idea of talking about, you know, DP talks about Mount Kenya, Kibaki was accused of the same thing when he was a DP. The only person who has never been accused of being a regional DP was only Honorable Kalonzo Musyoka. All these others have been accused of being a regional DP. So I don't know why these guys assume that this is a unique one. I have said, and I want to quote the Bible because it has been quoted many times. It says, before you see the speck in your neighbor's eye, you must see the log in your eye. At the same time, the Bible says, do unto others what you want them to do to you. Okay. So, and I think if you use that principle that before you say so and so has done this, can you look at yourself? Because that's what I was challenging the members of Parliament on the issue of people saying shareholding. I told them, it's only that we don't go public on it. Ask Ruku is a first-time member of Parliament now. He has been in Parliament. I can tell you for sure, you can agree or cannot agree. The people did not, he has a register of who voted for him and who did not vote for him. Ask him. As he goes to the field, he must check the region I'm going to, how was the voting pattern. And he might say yes or no. When he goes there, I can tell you when he goes to the areas he was not voted, he will do development because he's a member of Parliament. But you keep on reminding them, you guys, even though you didn't vote for me, I am doing this for you, so that you are preparing for the next election, that when you vote for me, I might be able to do more. That's what happens. It's not that you don't say it publicly. Okay. So when we say this guy is being biased because he goes to Mount Kenya only, that is his backyard. He comes from there. This guy was a very good friend of him. Now I don't know what has happened. Many times you have debated with him. I don't know, let the guy go, but you...
your colleagues have had quite a hostile weekend. You know, last weekend was quite hostile for them due to the manner they voted. How is the mood like in your region? And are some of the things you're seeing in the National Assembly for members of Parliament who vote in a certain way, you know, setting this, you know, the precedents and the standard, especially from Wananchi, on how they react to them?
I've been in the constituency, and Better North is well aligned with my decision as far as which I took in the National Assembly, because we have our own unique problems as far as the community is concerned. Remember, Mbere community is a very marginalized community. It's a very small community, and we are lacking water, we are lacking electricity, we are lacking tarmac. So we can't be ramped together with other communities in the name of protecting someone. So we are well aligned as far as this process is concerned. So, I would want to dispute what my brother Honorable Makari is saying.
Yes.
As far as these are 11 chances which are very serious as far as our constitution is concerned. For instance, when we are talking about gross misconduct by openly or publicly in subordinating the president, who is the head of state and government. We were all sworn in. And one of the oath we took, oath of office, is allegiance to the end of state. So when you are the principal assistant to the president, you should behave in a manner and you should be seen to behave as a principal assistant to the head of state. You know, gross misconduct by persistently bullying state and public officers. These are claims which can be, evidence can be tabled in the Senate. Gross misconduct that is incompatible with high calling and dignified status of the office of the Deputy President, a member of the Cabinet and National Security Council. His Excellency the Deputy President has publicly attacked, undermined, and worked, and the work of the National Intelligence Service and officers. These are there. This evidence is there.
The Deputy President has defended himself and said he is following what his boss did.
What his boss does.
I have never seen President Ruto,
while he was deputy,
President Ruto attacking the state officers and security intelligence officers
while he was deputy.
But there was a TV clip on that. You forget it.
Okay, he may. Okay, well said. He may have done it. Whether he did,
and we are basing it on the evidence the DP.
Yeah, he may have done it, but you don't do the same mistake because your boss did it, and probably your boss escaped. I know Deputy President then William Ruto and numbers in Parliament. It was totally impossible for President William Ruto or any other member of Parliament to table a motion of impeachment in the National Assembly. Remember, this is a political process. Even what we are saying that, even the president should be impeached. Okay, Makari can come up with a motion to impeach the president. He can raise if he can raise the numbers.
But where will I get the numbers?
If he can raise the numbers.
You know what?
So that's the question.
You know what?
Where we didn't get the numbers. That's the question.
He knows what the president has done to the National Assembly. Where will I get the numbers?
So he will not be able to get the numbers. The Constitution stipulates how to start an impeachment process. Okay? And the standing orders also stipulate how to start an impeachment motion, how to table an impeachment motion on the floor of the National Assembly. So if you don't have the requirement, you don't meet the requirement, you can't table the motion. So you can't stand and say, I did this because also so-and-so did the same when he was in the same position I was in. My friend, today you can't go and steal someone's cow because your friend stole and he was not convicted. You will be jailed. You will not escape by saying, my friend so-and-so also stole and he was never arrested. So I think these are serious constitutional matters. We have to uphold our constitution. Kenya cannot turn to be a banana republic. We can't go on the direction of anarchy nation where constitution is not respected. All of our state officers who hold offices on trust on behalf of the people of Kenya, we must conduct ourselves in line with our constitution.
But yeah, Mheshimiwa, the National Assembly, is saying, members of Parliament are saying you cannot, defend yourself by saying my predecessor did this, so that's why I did this. But in terms of setting another precedence in how this process has been handled in the last, couple of weeks, and how we are seeing members of the executive cabinet secretaries coming out to, proclaim themselves and, pronounce themselves on this issue. What do you make of the hand of the executive, especially even on social media, on pronouncements here and there? Cabinet secretaries, are they supposed to, sort of participate in such a process? Whereas there is freedom of expression.
Of course, Article 38
of the Constitution provides political rights to all Kenyans.
Okay.
That's given. And it cannot be legislated even with statutes beyond that. But then complying with the Constitution is not a choice for everyone. It's not a choice. And so engaging in arguments that so-and-so did this, so we should look at it, we should bring in that instrument and apply it here is a different thing. If somebody committed a crime and was never reported, it doesn't mean that is not a crime. No, that's a fact for sure. So, and here we are talking about an impeachment that has been brought to the House. So let's deal with that impeachment. Don't tell us about crimes of others. If somebody has committed a crime elsewhere, bring the same impeachment as well. So here, it is, to me, it is what you call precedence setting. You know, people didn't see these impeachments coming in this manner and in this massive way. And the way I look at it, some people are not even prepared about the consequences. We must prepare for the consequences of the findings of the impeachment today and live with it and move on. And we understand one fact. The Constitution is working. Crimes shall be punished through this particular process. And people shall be removed from offices through this particular process. Rigathi Gachagua will not be the last, if at all, is going to be removed. And I want to correct what Makali Mulu was saying here, that I've said it will be like, no. I am not in the Senate and I cannot vote. The outcome will be either way. He can discharge himself or he can be impeached. And if he's impeached, then Parliament should prepare.
Now that's a better...
There will be a name. There will be a name forwarded to them. And you will have a responsibility. You will take a vote. That's a fact for sure. So according to me, well, it's good to argue as Kenyans. Oh, it's being too harsh. It's being weaponized and all that. But you see, this is the process of the Constitution. And we have seen about 26 attempts by the Deputy President to try and stop the Senate or the National Assembly from processing the impeachment. And the judiciary has restrained itself. This is in respect of separation of powers of the three arms of government, which should operate independently. The judiciary cannot stop Parliament from doing its work, but it can entertain the product of Parliament.
That's true.
At the end. That's a fact. And I think let's accept, let us be a civilized country, and we agree that this impeachment is not weaponized against anybody. It is not personalized. Let the Senate apply its mind to the 11 judges against the Deputy President. Let the legal teams and the mover of the impeachment, and of course the Deputy President, to defend himself. And the senators will debate at the end of the day. And as Makali Mulia said, debate is a process of persuasion.
Yeah, that's true.
It is a persuasive process. So there will be a debate that will be moved. We have seen in the order paper at the end of the day. And that debate, the senators will debate among themselves, and they'll be able to put on the table their findings, their general feelings. And at the end of the debate, a vote is casted. And once that vote can go either way. And nobody's coercing the Senate. And so trying to say some people are pushing it from outside, those are people out here expressing their own personal democratic wish. But I think the executive has done very well. The president has not spoken about it. And so the executive has kept away. And I think what the
despite
president
the
is doing,
contributions on, by the CSS.
What the CSS are saying, those are their own personal remarks, wherever they are.
But are they supposed to do that?
The Constitution grants every Kenyan the right to do what? To speak.
Expression.
So you can choose to speak or not. But then that may not be treated as a crime as such. So whether other Kenyans speak or not, that doesn't matter. The most important thing is the Senate doing its work without coercion? And nobody is forcing the Senate. Nobody forced the National Assembly. And nobody in future. And I think that what the president should do, the president should defend nobody in government. If impeachment is presented before Parliament, we saw Linturi was successfully impeached, but at the committee level that was looking at it, he was saved. Yeah. Okay. So fundamentally, and I think if the governance has to be improved in this country now and going into the future, let impeachment work. To me, I'm a happy man. From the social justice front, for the good of Kenyans, Kenyans deserve a vibrant economy, a good governance system, delivery of quality services, particularly those are basic like health and education. It cannot be done when we have rogue leaders in our public institutions. They must go home. Brother Makali,
what options? Okay, what options, in terms of seeking legal redress, would the Deputy President perhaps have should the Senate vote to uphold his impeachment?
Anyway, I'm not a lawyer, but based on what has been happening in the past, I've seen governors once they feel that they have not been given justice in the Senate, they end up in the courts. So I'm imagining it should be the same for the presidency, because if you look at our governance structure, the governors and the president, the way they are, because it's a joint ticket, I'm imagining that even the DP should be allowed to go to courts in case he thinks he has not gotten justice from the Senate. So if that happens, then it means you can go to the High Court, start the process again all the way to Supreme Court. But I think the lawyers will be clarifying that. But what we are saying is this. As I listen to my colleagues make their remarks, the question I'm asking myself is, when you talk to Kenyans out there, and we have seen it on tele all over the place, including Bomet, where my good friend comes from, people are saying, we want the promises you made to us to be fulfilled. So can you give us good health? Can you give us good education? Can you give us good roads? That's what Kenyans are saying. And I don't think the reason up to now why Kenyans don't have good roads and all that, because the DP has been rocked, as Honorable Susion is saying. To me, I think the issue is, can we demand for accountability for all levels of government and not isolate a few individuals and demand accountability from them? Even as we sit here, Kenya should be demanding accountability from us. And that's what Kenyans are saying. Our young people are saying, we are out there, we have no jobs. We would want to get jobs. Today, if you look at the Nation, the back page, the bishops are requesting the government, why can't you suspend the new health scheme, the SHIP and the SHA? Because we think this new scheme is not reaching out to every Kenyan. Some people are being left behind. They are saying, can you suspend it so that we rethink through the process again? They're talking about the issues of brokers coming in, and they are saying, what value addition are we getting from these brokers who are coming in between to make the thing so expensive? Look at our education system. And these are the issues we are saying, how I wish I was the only person in Parliament, because that's what I would be pushing for, debate, not what we are debating. At the end of the day, there will be another DP. In case Gachagua is no longer the DP. That DP will come. You still work under the same president we are discussing. And I'm telling you, the way the governance structure is, the president is the topmost individual. And that's the person where any issue which is not meeting the expectation of Kenyans should be pushed to. We want to start pushing issues which don't belong to the deputy president to the deputy president. So to me, and I remember when this studio was in the other building, we were debating like this with the DP Gachagua, who is my friend. And I told him, and I don't know if Susion was part of that panel. I told him, my friend, that was before the election of 2022. I told him, you imagine, you have been fronted as one of the deputy presidents of this republic. The current DP, who was the president today, was already harassing the president, the sitting president, which was President Uhuru. And I told DP Gachagua, imagine if this gentleman, this honorable member called the DP currently, is harassing a sitting president. Can you imagine what he would do to a deputy when he is the president? My words have come to to pass. I can tell you for sure. Because what Gachagua now is going through, I think anytime he watches that clip, he must be remembering what I told him. And that's what we don't want to say. We don't want a situation where you are proposing that DP, because I'm even now worried. When I see some of the people I respect most here, like I've seen now, my good friend Kangata, who is my very good close friend, and we do a lot of things together. We discuss a lot of issues. Imagine such a good soul being pushed there, and in another 2 years, he's being impeached. So we are saying we don't want to make this office the deputy president an office where nobody wants to be a deputy president. Because when anytime you go there, the 5 years you are there, you are so much harassed to a level that you can't even settle to work. A DP should be a principal deputy, so that when the president decides on a policy issue, the work of the DP to support the president and implement that policy issue.
Okay.
But we see a situation where deputy presidents now are being seen like they are separate from the presidency. The way our constitution is, the president is a joint ticket. And that office should be a symbol of national unity. So when we see disunity in that particular office, then you can imagine what Kenyans are going through. It means we are promoting disunity all the way to the lowest level.
Okay.
And to me, these are the issues we should be discussing in this meeting, so in this panel, so that at the end of the day we educate Kenyans and we put a bit of sense. We need a listening government, and I think that's what we are missing. A listening government. When Sosion says members of parliament are not being in terms of told what to do, we sit in parliament. We are not strangers there. We are part of the parliament. And our colleagues have convinced to us, gentlemen, have been called. I've been told if I don't vote for this thing, this committee will be taken away from me. I'll be pushed to this other committee. And members by their own design have categorized some committee as more important than others. So I'm told I'll be removed from the most important committees to the ones which are at the bottom of the pyramid.
Okay.
So these are issues it might not be said publicly out here. But even when we are taking it in, we know it. We know what is happening.
Yeah, you bring in an interesting dimension that I want to even loop in, Mheshimiwa Ruku. The conversation on the names we are seeing, Irungu Kangata is now in the list, the proposed possible successors of, incumbents of who would take over from the DP should he be impeached. The Mountain is also quite restless. There have been suggestions from over there. What are the conversations going on like, especially from your party?
Before I answer your question, I want to disabuse a notion which Honorable Makari has just talked about.
Okay.
The issue of that the Deputy President, Rigathi Gachagua, has been harassed by the President. That's not true. Rigathi Gachagua has harassed himself. Why am I saying this? This is a gentleman who has been given very key responsibilities by the end of the state. Some of the responsibilities which William Ruto, when he was deputy president, he was not given those responsibilities by Uhuru Kenyatta. One of them is to chair the sub-cabinet committees for every matter that goes to the cabinet. DP Rigathi Gachagua would have okayed and all the agendas before these agendas are tabled in the cabinet. And this has been consistent from day one for the 2 years. That's a lot of respect and a lot of power. He has been chairing the appointment committees of all the board of directors and chairmen of parastatus in the Republic of Kenya. He has been given very serious and important responsibility as far as coffee, tea, illicit brew, and milk sector of our country. He has also been chairing the intergovernmental and donor coordination issues of government. So this is a man who has his plate full as far as the agenda of running this government and taking this country forward. And you can't leave, when your table is full and go and start other things which are completely not part of the agenda of what already is on your table, to move this government forward and also to move the country in the right direction.
So I want to disagree with my brother, Honorable Makari, respectively, that Rigathi Gachagua has not been harassed. And unfortunately, when he has a lot of agenda on his table, no one moment we have had him going out there to talk about what the cabinet has passed as far as pushing the housing program, affordable housing program forward, as far as revolutionizing the health sector of our nation, the problem facing the education sector, what he has discussed as a subcommittee level or at the cabinet level. He is not coming out to do that. What is coming out to do is to say he is not going to apologize as far for saying Kenya is a company. It's a shareholding company. Many. Even if you want to really be on the side of one brother, Rigiji, some issues are outrageous. You have a plate full. I am a member of parliament. I have a huge responsibility as far as implementing of different programs and different projects in Bere North. Why should I not stick on that agenda and I go to talk about very funny issues in the constituency? Anyway, I was just trying to disabuse the notion.
Okay.
Back to your question about the names which are coming up. Of course, every Kenyan would want to be deputy president. I am sure my brother, Honorable Makari, will be happy to hold that office of the deputy president. Even
not under this regime.
He may be appointed. even my brother Sosioni, or even myself. I mean, there are names which are being floated here and there, but it is a prerogative of the head of state to appoint a principal assistant. He knows how he works. He has a team which he has worked with when he was the deputy president, when he was the minister of agriculture, when he was the minister of higher education, when he was a member of parliament. So he has a whole plate full of people, both women and men, who can be his principal assistant. So we are waiting eagerly in case the Senate impeach the deputy president, then we'll be able to see who. But from where I stand, there are two gentlemen who qualify to be the next deputy president. One of them is Right Honorable Justin Muturi Bidan, who has served as Speaker of the National Assembly for 10 years, as a member of Parliament, as well as Attorney General of the Republic, and now as the minister in this government. The other gentleman who is also qualified to be the next Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya is Professor Abraham Kithure Kindiki. So these are gentlemen who can serve and be the principal assistant to the President of the Republic.
Should Kenyans read mischief or read more into tomorrow's session, the special sitting for Friday?
Tomorrow, 9:30, National Assembly will convene to debate pending bills, some of very important bills, what we are calling the mediated bills of the Senate and the National Assembly, and matters of national importance. So in case that matter of national importance, one of them is to pass a name or to debate and discuss of a name forwarded by the head of state. Who knows?
Who knows?
We don't know. The process of impeachment has not come to a conclusion.
Okay.
Yes.
Mheshimiwa Sosian, what would the next deputy president, should Rigathi Gachagua be impeached tonight, the decision be upheld by the Senate, what would the next deputy president need to do? We've seen the executive order that stipulated the additional roles, the 8 roles that the president assigned to the deputy president, the 2 PSs in the office of the deputy president. What would need to be in the mind, assuming, the 2 names he has mentioned, what should they be ruminating over if their names are forwarded to the National Assembly for them to be able to have a smooth remainder of the term?
it's not just having a smooth remainder of the term, but having an effective and coordinated presidency to deliver the bottom-up economic transformation agenda and other key flagship programs of government. They are more urgent than anything else. And this cannot be done if the presidency is not cohesive, coordinated, strictly reading from one page, upholding the Constitution, upholding the rule of law, promoting integrity and in leadership and governance, and promoting general discipline and order in governance. I think that is what the new deputy president needs to do, whoever will be appointed, and work closely with the president. And we should see a more united and focused presidency so that the country can move forward. And a presidency that unites the country, and a presidency that mobilizes Kenyans around their key aspirations. And we want to see proper management, examples of good management of governance in this country, so that then we can transform the country. It is leadership, it's competent leadership that is going to transform this country, and kicking impunity out of our public offices. The success of this will also mean impeachment as a tool and as a weapon to be used, will continue to be used. And so to me, I expect to see more impeachments for public officers who will violate the Constitution and who will be culpable and who will qualify to be impeached. And overall, whoever is picked, I don't want to speculate names and all that. The names that have been mentioned, those are credible Kenyan. And any other Kenyan can as well be picked anyway.
From what you're saying in the papers,
who would the Republic of Kenya?
Who would you vouch for?
I don't work that way. I don't speak that way. I don't want, because one, I don't know the outcome of the Senate. I've said it is either way. But prepare the National Assembly. That is one. Two, whoever is picked is the personal decision of the president. We cannot think for I cannot think for the president here. It's him to do it. He will use his own, he'll apply his own wisdom to pick whoever is picked. Maybe should we get to
answer
that particular...
Maybe to add something before Makari, or even before my brother finishes. We're talking about principal assistant to the head of state. At the moment, the relationship between the president and his deputy is untenable. That Rigathi Gachagua can no longer be principal assistant to the president. The best thing when you're in such a situation in more developed democracies is to resign. Is not to drag yourself in such a process, which is happening today. Because we have a boss who you are not equal. You are his assistant. And it has reached a moment where you can no longer be his assistant. So let me say this.
Yes, Mheshimiwa.
On that matter, I don't agree with Honorable Ruko when he says where the deputy president and the president are today, they cannot reconcile. If the president could reconcile with Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, who they were competing for the same seat, and they called each other names, and today they are in the same government working together, I really don't see any reason why we should not.
It's not about
reconciliation could not be an issue.
It's not about...
If these two gentlemen came together on a table and said, we know where we've done things wrong, let's start on a clean slate. We'll move this country. But let me say this about the would-be deputy president.
Yes.
As a Kenyan and as a member of parliament, I would want to see a deputy president from tomorrow onwards, whether it's in Gachagua, because I believe he is retained, they need to reconcile and work. If it's a new person, I would want to see a deputy president who from tomorrow will support the president in terms of sorting issues which are ailing this economy. The first one is the health sector, where Kenyans out there are not able to be attended to in terms of medical issues because the system has collapsed. Where our students cannot go to university because they have been put into categorization which cannot enable them pay fees. Where our transport system is collapsing with the Adani issues all over the place. I would want a deputy president who is ready to assist the president do that. But the president must also provide leadership. Because if you are a principal assistant to somebody, you cannot be the leader in most of these things. You can only assist. So the leader must be walking to the direction which is what I'll call for public interest. We've seen a situation where in this country where the public is no longer matters in terms of their issues. The issues which matter are issues of me and the colleagues seated here. So I would want a deputy president who will go out there, put some sense into that president's office, and start addressing issues which really Kenyans are saying, can you address our issues and stop promises? If we get such a person, whether it's Gachagua or a new person, I'll be happy Kenyan. Let's move to the future.
Let's move into the future. Let's get to the closing remarks, and I'll start with you, perhaps, Mr. Sion. Looking forward, rather looking ahead into the between now and 2027, the government has been here, for the period that it has been, and a few issues have, of course, risen. There is the Adani issues, there is the health sector reforms. There are all these things that we are looking at. For where you sit, when should we then start saying, okay, and interrogate these specific issues that Mheshimiwa Makali Mulu is talking about?
Yeah, what Makali Mulu has talked about and what you're talking about are ordinary challenges in the development of the country.
Okay.
Beyond this impeachment, and there will even be other impeachments we cannot predict. What is important is to continue delivering services to the people of Kenya in a fair, equitable, and qualitative manner. And it is not about between now and 2027. Let us not gridlock the country's development into political regimes. That would be wrong. People come and go. Makali is here, will go, and all of us will go. The country will remain. What is important is the development agenda of the country to be accelerated. I expect after this impeachment, because it's touching on the highest leadership of this country, I expect a more organized, more vigorous, and more accountable management systems of national matters. I expect a more reinvigorated delivery of the promise made to Kenyans by the government. The bottom-up economic transformation agenda. We want to see more work in the agricultural sector, farmers benefiting, food sufficiency, and generally growth, exponential growth in the sector, in the agricultural sector, ranging from manufacturing, value addition, and all that. That is what the people need. We want to see the space in the micro, small enterprises growing. We want to see the ICT infrastructure and digital economy working more strongly, because we are in the fourth industrial revolution, and we want Kenya to lead Africa and lead Africa in that fourth industrial revolution. We want to see the reality of the housing program, so that young Kenyans in future don't need to dig into their pockets and look for loan to build homes. They will get homes. It will become a right moving forward.
Okay.
The challenges that are in the universal health coverage, we want to see all Kenyans accessing quality, free health care through the UHC. And of course, coming from the background of education, we want to see delivery of quality, equitable education to all the children of Kenya. Those are the main things that needs to be delivered within a strong governance systems and well-financed programs within the budget. That is what we'd want to see.
Mheshimiwa Ruku, Mashujaa Day is coming up on Sunday. It's when you usually see some lineups. As you issue your closing remarks from the political scene, as we look at it, what should you expect?
We want to see young Kenyans walking into a bank and getting a loan of 600 million. I mean, if that can happen to all young Kenyans, that they are able to get into a bank and get a loan of 600 million or 100 million, or even 300 million, we'll be living in a very good country, isn't it? But at the moment, it's not happening. It's only happening to a few privileged young Kenyans. Having said that, Mashujaa Day is coming. We will be in Kware County, where President will be giving directions as far as looking back the number of years we have taken as a nation to be where we are, the gains we have accumulated as a nation, the gains which we want to protect as a nation, and probably by that day, we'll be having probably, we don't know, we might be having a new deputy president to welcome the president in Kwale. That is the situation. Kenya must move on, regardless of the outcome, whether the Senate does not impeach Gachagua or impeaches Gachagua. We have to move on in unity and in peace as one country. Impeachment happened in National Assembly. We didn't see burning of vehicles. We didn't see demonstrations anywhere. And we thank Kenyans for being calm, cool, maintaining peace, law and order. That is how democracies should work. And even the outcome of today's at the Senate, regardless of whatever outcome, let's remain peaceful, let's remain united as a nation, let this country move forward. And there is a lot which is going to happen in the 3 years which this government will be in office before we go to the general elections in 2027. So there's a lot which is going to be done. As far as our education sector is concerned, there's a lot which needs to be done. We as members of parliament, we are still committed to ensure we do the right thing as far as education sector is concerned. There are serious challenges, and the guys who are the managers of our education sector, the minister, the PS, the senior directors in the ministry, they have a lot of work to do because we know what is happening in our schools, in our constituencies. We are not very proud. The health sector, there is a serious problem as far as implementation of the new system. People are queuing in hospitals, not being treated, are being taken back home without treatment. The minister in charge, the PS in charge, the directors in charge, they have to tell Kenyans, not tomorrow, not the following day, as soon as yesterday, how they are going to ensure the transition is efficient, is smooth, is seamless. We don't want to lose not even a single life out of this inconvenience. And if that challenge continues, then the president has no reason to continue holding those guys in the Ministry of Health in office. They need to resign and go home, or you need to fire all of them, because it is your responsibility to ensure the smooth, seamless transition of the two systems. It can't be you are in NHIF, fully paid up, but now when you go to hospital, you can't be get treated. You can't be able to see any doctor. Young children are suffering. Old women are suffering. So this thing need to be taken care of. And we have said again and again in Parliament, let those in charge do their work. And if they are not going to do their work, we are going to impeach them.
All right, you get the last one.
Thank you very much. I think what I would want to say is this: at the end of the day today, we'll have an outcome. This outcome could be an impeached DP, or could be a DP was been declared by the Senate. My plea is that let's see at the end of the day justice being delivered for Kenyans. Now, in case the current DP remains in office, I would want to see a situation where, for the sake of this great nation called Kenya, that tomorrow we see a reconciliation process kicking off, so that these two gentlemen start working together. In case he's impeached, then we want to see the new DP coming But let's make sure that the new DP coming will be passed by Parliament and the other institutions which are required to do that work. Let's then from Monday see a country where leaders now start addressing the issues I've mentioned. Kenyans out there don't care about what is happening. The peace Honorable Ruku is talking about, which Kenyans have ensured is in this country, is peace for the leaders, for the political class to serve them. Otherwise, they would have gone to the streets and they make it impossible not to work. We don't want to see a situation as a country where the political battles we are all in, they then stop us from delivering to Kenyans. Kenyans want, as I said, better health, better education, better transport systems, employment for the young people. And if you deliver that, they will have little to care about who is either the deputy president or is the president, because that's what they are yearning for as the electorate.
As the electorate. What a way to end up the show this morning, State of the Nation. We've been speaking to Honorable Wilson Sosion, former Secretary General, NAT, as well as former MP, Makalimulu, Member of Parliament for Kitui Central, and Geoffrey Ruku, Member of Parliament for Mbeere North. My name is George Maringa. We are taking a short break. When we come back, we continue with the conversation on the impeachment of the Deputy President. This session this morning at the Senate will begin at 9 a.m. According to the schedule issued by the Speaker, the Right Honorable Amason Kingi. But before then, we'll be having Kavi Irungu, a politician, as well as Alex Mwathi, a political analyst, to be able to debunk this as we look at what happened yesterday and what to expect this morning leading into the rest of the day. We are taking a short break. Please stay with us. We are back in a short while.
Hey there, friends. Welcome to Kids on the Block, where fun and imagination come alive.
And the other one, we're going to do half cup of the blueberries.
So, grab your imagination hats and get ready to explore with us. Join us every Saturday at 9 a.m. for new friends, amazing stories, and tons of laughter.
Join us as we explore the journeys of those who defy the odds and break barriers. We dive deep into the stories of triumph.
Sometimes when parenting a child with a special need or whatever disability, family life becomes a bit complicated and you may end up raising the child on your own.
Here, we inspire.
I have a farm which one we showcase with other dyslexic youths and autism, how to farm.
Motivate.
It's never easy, but what we do, the best thing is to work with another parent who has an elder child than yours.
And break through the barriers one story at a time. Push your boundaries beyond the limit. Saturdays at 8 p.m. The Grind, where business meets brilliance. It's not just about the ideas.
I was working as a shampoo boy. I used to wash clients' hair on the sink.
It's about making them happen. From big wins.
In primary school, when we would be asked what people want to be, I was categorical that I want to be a nurse.
To hard lessons.
The consoles change, the gaming equipment keep changing.
We cover it all. Tune in to The Grind, where every episode is packed with insights.
The person who is serving customers, always be a customer-centric.
Strategies.
When you pay attention to detail, you get luxury items.
And stories to fuel your ambition. Don't just dream it, grind it. Mondays at 7:30 p.m.
Jiunge nasi tunapoangazia safari za viongozi bora. Kutoka kwa ushindi mkubwa hadi masomo magumu.
Wakati wetu kwamba wasichana si wa kusoma, ni wa kuolewa, ng'ombe ipatikane, wazazi wakuwe watajiri.
Tunashughulikia yote.
I wish I were a better investor.
My parents taught me how to look for things for myself.
Tazama Mfahamu Kiongozi, ambapo kila kipindi kimejaa maarifa, mikakati na hadithi za kukuza azma yako.
For me to succeed, I have to fight.
Kila Alhamisi saa 1:30.
Hey there friends, welcome to Kids on the Block, where fun and imagination come alive. We dive into magical world filled with exciting adventures and awesome friends.
What position were you in?
I was number 2.
What position were you?
Number 1.
He decided to cross the bridge by his house and look for food on the other side.
We're going to do half cup of chocolate chips, and the other one, we're going to do half cup of the blueberries.
So, grab your imagination hats and get ready to explore with us. Join us every Saturday at 9 a.m. for new friends, amazing stories, and tons of laughter.
Join us as we explore the journeys of those who defy the odds and break barriers. We dive deep into the stories of triumph.
Sometimes when parenting a child with a special need or whatever disability, family life becomes a bit complicated and you may end up raising the child on your own.
Here.
It is exactly 10 minutes past 8 a.m. We thank you for staying with TV47. You're watching the Morning Cafe. As this morning, we continue to focus on the impeachment proceedings, the topic of discussion being the Senate decides. This morning, I'm joined by two guests, Kathy Irungu, a politician. Thank you so much, ma'am, for joining us. Yes, as well as Alex Mwathi, a political analyst. Thank you, sir, for making time for us.
Always a pleasure to be here.
Before we have that important conversation as we look at what happened yesterday and what perhaps the day could portend, let's link up with our very own Willie Dennis Njiru from Naivasha in Nakuru County. Good morning, Willie Dennis. Yesterday, the residents had quite some expectations. How is the mood like this morning? And this comes, of course, as the... Yeah, over to you, Dennis.
And what went on in what was taking place in the parliament yesterday, actually it is something to be echoed by the residents here in Naivasha, as we are joined in by a few of them now. Nieleze jina lako, maoni yako kuhusiana na yale ambayo yaliendelea jana kule bungeni ya Senate, na ni ipi njia iliyopo tukizingatiwa kwamba masaa 12 kutoka sasa hatima ya naibu rais itakuwa ikisadikika kutekelezwa pale bungeni.
Kwa majina naitwa John, mimi bado ni mkazi wa Naivasha, na kwa sasa tangu jana niliweza kufuatilia yale yote yaliyokuwa yanaendelea katika bunge letu la Senate. Kwa kwanza mimi naweza sema ni asanti kwa hawa wajumbe wetu ambao kwa kweli tuliwachagua. Na ilipofika mwendo wa saa 2:30 mwendo wa jioni, ndipo sasa kikubwa kikaweza kutokelezea, kwa sababu kuna mambo mengi ambayo hatukuwa tunayaelewa. Lakini kulingana na vile sasa Senate ilikuja na ikaweza kujibu yale masaka ambayo Mr. Gachagua alikuwa ameletewa, kwa kweli kumbe sisi upande wa ground huku chini kumbe tunakuanga na ujinga mwingi ambao sisi hatukwangi tunaujua. Aje ni kana kwamba kumbe kuna coalition ambayo iliundwa kule mwanzo ambapo sisi hatukuwa tunajua. Na wakati ilifikia mwendo wa kuulizwa maswali huyu Mr. Mutuse, kwa sababu yeye ni Mkamba, tuliweza kujiuliza kwa kweli kuna jambo lolote anaweza kuwa akilitendea Wakenya haki, kututolea mkubwa wa serikali Mr. Gachagua atoke kwenye kiti ili kichukuliwe na watu wa na watu wa upande wa Kisumu. Kwa haya yote ambayo yalitendeka jana, sisi kwa kweli tumeanza kukimbizwa na jua la neema kuona Mr. Gachagua ikifikia sasa mwendo wa saa 5:30, tunajua kwa kweli bado mlima umesimama imara, na yale maneno yanayoendelea yawe ni maneno ya ukweli na haki. Na ndiposa tuko tena upande wa Naivasha tukisema seneta wetu wale wote wako huku, tunashtumu Mtusi, tunamshtumu kwa ajili ya kuleta uongo, na hata huyu mwingine anajiita Mulwa ni Mukamba pio na endewa Ukambani. Na ikiwa watakuja kufanya hiyo wa upande wa Wakamba ndio wanaleta mambo ya uongo katika Senate, kwa kweli tutaweza kuweka upande huo mwingine katika
mwingine. Karibu ndugu, nieleze ulishuhudia kikao jana cha Senate? Songa huko.
Ndio niweza kushuhudia.
Jitambulishe kwanza.
Kwa majina naitwa Simon Peter, mimi ni mkaaji wa hapa Naivasha, mwanabiashara. Na pia huwa nafuatilia mambo ya siasa. Kwa kweli niweza kushuhudia yale yalijiri jana katika bunge letu la Senate, na ninashukuru wale ambao walikuwa ni upande wa mawakili, kwa sababu tunafahamu wa Senate ambao wamesomea sheria. Na nikisema hivyo ni kwamba hatutaki tuone lile jambo litokea katika National Assembly likitokea katika Senate, kwa sababu hawakuweza kufuatilia mambo mengi sana ambayo tuliona jana yakiweza kujiri. Kwa maana tunaona kweli kwamba kuna kitu njama ilikuwa imepangwa. Vile mwenzangu amezungumza hapa, kuna njama ilikuwa imepangwa na Mtuse amechukuliwa asukume ile njama yenye ajui hata mwanzilishi alikuwa nani. Kwa sababu jambo la kwanza, president wa nchi His Excellency Ruto wameweza kuwa na usaliti mkubwa sana. Kwa sababu hata hii serikali ikuundwa, naweza sema kwamba iliweza kuundiwa hapa Naivasha. Kwa sababu wakati MCO aliweza kuaga mwenye alikuwa wa Hell's Gate, Rigiji alikuja hapa na pesa zake ili kuanza kuanzisha hiyo chama UDA, na saa hizi amuoni kama ni mtu na ameendelea na shughuli zake za kawaida. Rigiji anakejeliwa pale na yale masuala ambayo tunaona kama ni ya kukejeli mtu. Kwa sababu hiyo ni njama imepangwa ambao ni usaliti mkubwa sana na president, na sisi bado tunaendelea kufuatilia usaliti huo ambao wanaendelea kufanya.
Tumekuta kulikuwa na kikao chenye majibizano makali pale, maswali magumu tu yakiendelea pale. Kufuatia lile ambalo lilikuwa likiendelea pale jana, wewe ukiwa mkazi wa Naivasha, maoni yako ni yapi na hatima ya naibu rais itakuwa ipi mwendo wa saa 2 za usiku?
Mimi najua hii ni njama imepangwa. Kwa sababu Senate ni kama pia pesa zimetumika, lakini tunataka wafuatilie ukweli ambao vile wanaenda kupitia zile documents ambazo zililetwa pale, ili ukweli uweze kujulikana na kulingana na ushahidi ambao uliopo. Wasifuate kile ambao maasa wao wamewapangia, lakini wafuate ukweli, na ukweli utaweza kuweka uhuru Rigathi Gachagua ambao ni deputy president.
Asante, wacha tusikie mwingine hapa. Ndugu, jina lako?
Jina langu naitwa Mungai Kamete. Mimi ni mkaaji wa Naivasha, na kwa vile niliona jana kulikuwa na mambo ambayo watu kama mtu kama huyu anaitwa Murwa ni mtu kama ambaye alikuwa amekochiwa kusema mambo ambayo alikuwa na hakuwa na fact yeyote. Ile kitu alikuwa tu anasema ni I think so. Sasa ilikuwa inaonekana ni kama kitu ambayo ilikuwa imepangwa tayari na serikali ya kumpandua Gachagua. Lakini sisi tunasema Gachagua ni mtu ambaye ametetea watu Kenya mzima, sio ati kusema mlima iko na Wakikuyu peke yake. Tumechanganyika watu wote katika eneo yote ya mlima. Kwa hivyo tunasema na tunaambia rais wetu Ruto asifanye kitu ambayo itakasirisha wananchi wa Kenya. Kupandua ama kupindua naibu wa rais Gachagua itakuwa ni aibu sana.
Labda swali la sekunde 5. Hatima ya naibu rais mwendo wa jioni kufuatia yale ambayo uliona ni upi?
Anatakiwa mimi maoni yangu inaonekana ataenda chini na atasema Gachagua asiende, kwa sababu hakuna kitu ambayo anaweza, ni kitu ambayo haina ukweli na haina nini. Kwa hivyo rais, maoni yangu jioni atasema Gachagua akalie kiti yake.
Asante. Nashukuru sana kwa muda wenu. George Maringa, maswala ni kama hayo, ama tukiongea kwa ile lugha nyingine, a situation as it is in the court of public opinion here in Naivasha. Behind my camera person here, we have so many people who are actually listening to what is going on here, what we are relaying raw and real time. But that has it well said and done. We will be keeping an eye on what develops in our parliament later on this day, and the ultimate ruling by the Senate come 8 p.m. later on this evening. In our subsequent bulletin, we'll be catching up, keeping tabs with you, our viewer, to ensure that we bring you up to speed on what develops from this part of the county. That is it from me here. I take it back to you in studios. Maringa.
Yes, thank you very much, Willie Dennis Njiru, for that report. And of course, Kenyans wait with bated breath on the expectations, the outcome of the impeachment proceedings today, because ultimately, after today's session, there will be a vote that will be taken by the senators. And I'll introduce my guest, Alex Mwathi, a political analyst. Thank you, sir, for staying with us, as well as Kathy Rungo, a politician. And I want to start with you, Kathy. Yesterday was an interesting day, the first of its kind impeachment, against the deputy president under the current constitution. Did you, what are some of the, highlights and low moments that perhaps you identified and you saw and you were like, okay, that was an aha moment?
Yeah, thank you very much, and good morning, viewers. I think, first of all, my expectations were met on one side and they were not met on the other side. I expected His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua to come out boldly, just like he did. We all know that he's really a fighter and he can put forward a very tough battle as far as these things are concerned. But I think I looked at the way the defense, the lawyers from His Excellency Gachagua's side were handling the move of the motion, Honorable Mutuse, and there was a bit of bullying, and I think that made him lose track at some point. And to a very large extent, he almost looked as if he had not prepared very well, yet he had shown us, when he was moving the motion at the National Assembly, he had actually shown us that he had looked at the issues very clearly and he was well prepared. So to me, those were the hits and the misses.
Alex, what about you?
Interesting. When you go to the dance floor, you must be ready to dance. To an extent that whatever questions come to you and however strong the question is, you've got to be able to stand up and answer it. Generally, when you have no facts, you tend to cow down and look for excuses all over the place. I think the Latin call it ad hominem, when it is extreme, that when you've lost the argument, that you don't have reasons, then you start using other languages to be able to do that. For me, from the National Assembly, there was no presentation of any evidence. There was mob justice on one day, and on the second day, on the same day, actually, the voting was done. To an extent, yesterday was the first day that Mutuse was put on the spot to provide evidence on the issues that he raised up. And he scored very low in that. Whether you like to support Gachagua or you want to oppose the support or oppose impeachment, he didn't meet the bar of what one would expect of a member of parliament putting an impeachment motion in front for the deputy president of a country. Senate is on trial.
Senate is on trial. I want us to take a look at, a bit of what happened yesterday, and especially the Gachagua's setback on where his legal counsel attempted to stop Senior Counsel Orengo from representing the National Assembly. As we, get that story ready to be able to see what happened, the mountain of evidence that was presented and the choice of the Deputy President presenting himself as the only witness. What do you make of that?
I think we expected him to appear and defend himself because he has done it in the past. And we remember last week, I think on Monday, or was it on Sunday, when he came out and gave us a 2-hour lecture and tried to delve into the issues and explain to us what is happening to him, which to me at that particular time, he was actually whipping the emotions of the general public. And therefore I did expect that he was going to present himself again yesterday, and he did it, and I think he did it well. But then let's remember that yesterday was his day, to field questions, or through his lawyers and even the Senate, to Honorable Mutuse and even to the senators themselves. But today, the ball will change, and now it is him who is going to answer to very many applications that we have read, 11 of them. And therefore, I would actually urge that we do not rush or be quick to conclude on this issue, but allow him time so that we can also hear from their side as well. Yeah.
Indeed, let's listen into that, that setback where they attempted to stop Senior Counsel Orengo from appearing.
Charges that were leveled against the Deputy President, among them gross violation of Articles 10, Sub-Article 2A, B, and C, Article 27, 4, 73, 1A, and 2B, among others. The other ground is gross violation of Articles 147, Sub-Article 1, and Article 152, Sub-Article 1 of the Constitution, that His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua has on several occasions throughout the last 2 years made public statements contradicting the President on critical matters of governance and the exercise of the President's functions as a symbol of national unity. Ground 3, gross violation of Article C.
Senior Counsel, what did you make of that?
There are two sides to the issue. Yeah. Number one is a real issue of conflict. The fact that you're a state officer and you're going to defend the government. So you're a state officer and you're going to defend the government that you're part of.
Yes.
It doesn't look right. And I think the lawyers quoted whatever sections of the law that they were using to be able to push that. But remember, we set precedencies that either move us forward or move us backwards. To an extent that our political class, the so-called, I call them the political cartel, have really hoodwinked us over time, both ways. Because then when I saw that, I thought, oops, that is true. But we didn't complain when Orengo defended Baba during the election petition. While you may assume, you may say that Baba wasn't executive, was part of the executive, but as a full-time, state officer, he was taking another job on the side, meaning there was a conflict. Because you could say that I saw someone saying is his time off. I said, what nonsense is that? It's during the day. We expect him to be working as a governor. And that conflict of interest comes. So on the basis that at that time there was no questioning, why would you question it today? And I think that's the basis on which Kingi would have done that. But I think it was a moment for him to redeem himself. It's a moment for him to, I said the Senate is on trial, for him to redeem the Senate and not continue with the anomaly that has been done just because it's been done in the past. It was really surprising that he refused to accept that. Okay. Because if you would have refused to accept, there are many lawyers that the National Assembly could pick on. It has a battery of lawyers, they can do it. So for him not to do that was really surprising.
Okay. And today, the Deputy President will have a maximum of 2 hours to defend himself, to provide evidence as the defense witness. When you look at the cross-examination, yesterday, it was quite a dramatic scene in terms of, lawyers doing what they do best, because they are lawyers. What did you make of, the evidence, especially by the mover and the other witnesses that they provided?
I think the defense lawyers actually did some very good work in poking holes into the evidence that was provided. And I had time and again, Honorable Mutuse and even one of the witnesses say, I do not have this information. So, and that led to withdrawal of 2 charges, I think. I expect the same to continue today, but then I know for the Deputy President, defending himself, it might actually end up being a very emotive issue for him. You saw how he spoke on a certain Sunday when he was even asking the head of state to forgive him and the members of parliament to do. He was actually calling for a call like the makeup or something like that. So today I expect it to be more dramatic, but at the same time, I foresee that there are going to be some inconsistencies from the Deputy President's side.
Alex, the cross-examination in its part was very, very, interesting, and Kenyans had a lot of memes to share. They were learning a lot. Everyone was saying, it is, there was divided or divergent opinion. What's your stand on, the outcome of the cross-examination per se?
At the Parliament stage, the National Assembly stage, the charges were read and the members debated, meaning that they were debating before even they had any look at the evidences. And if you remember, there was a very critical issue when the Deputy President was defending himself in National Assembly.
Yes.
A good number of members of Parliament walked out. And they only came back after he finished, basically to come back and vote. So they didn't listen to him. They didn't. He presented some bundle of evidence to counter whatever was done. Remember, a whole day, the members of Parliament had discussed this matter, and I need someone to really take me through their conversation to show that they were drawing any evidence. Just mob justice, beating him up. I remember one MP said, a man has 8 holes, a woman has 8 holes. I don't know. I have no idea what point she was making. Yeah. I have no idea. And because I listened to her and I'm thinking, okay, what do you mean? I didn't see that. So now, when it came to, after that, I do remember, Member of Parliament Kaluma asked the Speaker, we've received a bundle here. Give us 10 minutes so that we go through it, so they can be able to internalize, so they can be able to discuss it. And the Speaker said no. And the other member said no. Meaning it was already concluded. Whatever he said did not matter. And today now is an opportunity. Remember now, yesterday we started with actual evidence. And the lawyers had an opportunity before the Senate debated to be able to question the mover of the motion, because he's the main person in this whole matter. And the mover of motion had to be taken through what he called his evidence to prove, quote unquote, the crime that the Deputy President has done. Because this is a serious matter. This is not a political allegation. This is not a propaganda moment. This is a moment where you prove that you are accusing him of this because of A, B, C, D. And that has to be relevant to be able to stand in law as a fact. And we saw him crumble, because in most instances, he didn't even know. The most shocking one was the Vipingo estate ownership. When he was asked about the shareholding, he admitted himself, Gachagua doesn't have shares. He's held by the estate of his late brother. To an extent, the MPs took Gachagua's late brother on trial and his children for no reason whatsoever. So with that movement, now I expect him to be able to move, today to be able to move forward on the same. If you remember the guy from KEMSA, the
doctor.
The doctor. For me, that was very sad. Because for him, I think he must be a friend of Mutuse. And they picked it up so that we can do this. Because he was asked, when did you join? He said the date. When was this tender done? Before. Okay, so he didn't participate in this tender? Yes. Remember when he was being examined by the lawyer for Parliament, he knew every detail. Then he realized he wasn't part of that. He didn't know any details. Because lawyers can guide you whichever way they want to guide you.
Yes.
And the fact that he wasn't there, he confessed that he didn't know about the process because he didn't have a chance to be briefed by the previous the predecessor. He admitted on oath that he didn't know. Then, while the tender issued, no. What's the charge? Is that he bulldozed them to give him the tender. So if the tender was not issued, then how are you bulldozed to give it something that is not available? So but do remember that there are 11 charges.
Yes.
And the Senate requires to prove one.
Or
and
all.
Then at least one.
At least
and
one.
2/3 majority to be able for it to be able to stand.
To stand, yes.
Yeah, so at least they destroyed a number of them. And today will be destroying the rest. We have another witness coming in today. Let's see how it pans out.
Yes. The deputy president, has chosen as an interesting way of defending himself when he went on national TV a day before he went to the National Assembly, and he said Kenyans did not have a chance to interact or interrogate with his side of the story, and that's Alex is pointing out the fact that members of parliament debated first before the deputy president could make his defense in the National Assembly. When you look at the standing orders, how this impeachment has been conducted, what kind of precedence has been set, and is it one to be admired, or to be like, okay, we can say as a country, well, this is the threshold, this is the way we can follow?
I think it is very important that we hold our leaders accountable for what they do. And I want to disagree with my brother here when he says that the KEMSA, the KEMSA issue or the KEMSA allegation is actually almost or does not hold any waters. I want to say that you can imagine receiving a phone call from the person of the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya in regards to awarding a tender to his son. That already is some sort of intimidation, and as a junior officer, you're likely to be swayed by that particular call. So even the fact that he had the guts of making that call and proposing that his children get the tender, or his son, that already to me amounts to some bullying or some intimidation. When we say that it is unfortunate that the family of the late Nderitu Gachagua was dragged into this, I think it is actually the Deputy President who brought that family to our attention in the first place when he had his first presser. And he referred to the late brother, referred to the windows, and even gave us more details pertaining to his family, his mother, his late father, and stuff like that. So it's actually, to me, he took us through that journey of allowing us to understand his family and telling us that for sure he's a man under siege and that he's being targeted. But then you've asked the question whether we are setting a precedent. Yes, and I think it's a good one. I think in the future we are going to see more leaders become more accountable and work better than it has been happening. I think we expect leaders to shun tribalism, impunity, corruption, which are the vices that actually hurt our country very, very much. But having said that, let's remember that yes, this is both a political and legal process. So when it comes, the legal is what we are listening to today, and yesterday, because the Senate is the trial chamber. And we are now listening to that because the legal bit. But then the political bit is that we need the numbers. During the voting, we'll need the numbers. And that is, I think, what you've talked about when you're referring to the National Assembly. The public, if we go by the results that we got from the public participation, we saw that 75% of the population supported the impeachment of Rigathi Gachagua. If we look at the National Assembly, over 80% of the members, 282 out of 340 47 actually supported, the impeachment of His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua. That will not, I do not expect that to change with the Senate.
Okay.
In fact, when it comes to the Senate, remember, we have 47 elected and 20 nominated, and the nominated ones will also vote. So I expect the results of the National Assembly to be anywhere between 80 to 85% voting for the impeachment of Rigathi Gachagua.
Alex seems to disagree.
In terms of the voting?
Yeah, no, in terms of the
voting would be done by 80% because it's a done deal. They've converted that to a political situation. That's why the parliament, they were not listening because they've been paid to do that. First of all, let me also clarify that when the DP called, or if the DP called, because yesterday after that conversation, there was no confirmation of that, because it was his words. The witness saying, and any lawyer will tell you, somebody's words means nothing. It's him who says I was called. There's no evidence to show that he was called. But supposing he was called, and I don't speak for, and I don't speak, the WhatsApp messages were from the son of the deputy president, not from the president.
Which were also a point of dispute.
Completely, because this guy could not prove that they were really from the son, based on the documents he presented. In law, it's very simple.
Evidence.
Evidence. It's not your stories. So those two were actually discounted in my view. But the point is, and that's why the lawyer for the DP went ahead and questioned further, why was he calling you? And the reason was in the tender, because the tender had been cancelled even before this Mwala had joined KEMSA. What they were asking for is for the bid bond. And bid bond is an insurance you take from a company, meaning that you pay interest on it. So the longer you hold, the more money you waste. They were asking for that bid bond. And the question is, under the purchasing procurement system of the government, are you supposed to hold the bid bond of any person who bidded? He confessed, no. You're not supposed to hold it, you're supposed to hand it back. Irrespective, because you can keep a copy, and when you demand it, it can always be brought back, because it's a bank document. So, but you don't keep somebody losing money and all that. So that's a fact. Number two, in Parliament, of course, so more justice. But I would just like to highlight something for the benefit of Kenyans, because this impeachment must make us start questioning our systems. Because today is Gachagua, tomorrow will be somebody else. And as a country, we'll move forward with a dented image in case we don't do it correctly. The requirement for the deputy president or the president to be impeached, tomorrow it could be Ruto on the desk, is breaking the constitution, criminal, and gross misconduct. Okay? In case of recalling a member of parliament, this is what the constitution says. A member of parliament will be recalled where the member is found after due process, that I'm reading A, after due process of the law to have violated the provisions of chapter 6 of the constitution. You've got to go to court and get a conviction. B is found after due process of the law, to have mismanaged public funds. C is convicted of an act offense under this act. Number 3, Article clause 3, a recall of a member of parliament under subsection 1 shall only be initiated upon judgment of finding by High Court confirming the grounds of specified subsection. Meaning, when you are doing the constitution, there was a bit of details here to an extent that you don't have what you are treated to yesterday, because they should have taken him to court, convicted him, whoever it is, EACC, whatever it is, convicted him of crime, and then come back. Remember, in Parliament, one of the charges is that he's taking properties from government, blah blah blah, money laundering and all that, and he had purchased treetop hotels, and they were told no, he didn't purchase. A certain company that is somehow associated with him, because his sons are directors of that company, have leased the hotel. So they didn't buy it. It still belongs to KWS. It still belongs to the government. That if the government want to cancel the contract today, they can cancel if they want to. If those are any hanky-panky business in terms of getting it on. But if they had gone to court, that would have come out and not have been a fact of impeachment. Yeah. So this, your question was, does this set a future for us? It does. But it depends on how we'll twist it. We will continue being political, or we'll try to be more logical than subjective in dealing with matters. As it is now, we are more subjective than logical or objective in dealing with matters that really are serious. If this man is impeached, in chapter 6 of the Constitution, he will not be allowed to hold any public office going forward. So it's a serious matter. He needs a court conviction to be able to do that.
So what then, Kathy, when you look at the issues of, the choice of defense, he's appearing alone, we've discussed that. But then the fact that the family was put in, we know dead men tell no tales. But again, also, it is a choice of defense that the deputy president has heavily banked on, and will be hoping to sway the jury that he's facing, the court, in this case, the Senate, to be able to, sway them in his favor. And whereas there are 11 counts, just one could send him home. This choice of defense and the fact that he's an only witness, and how, his defense lawyers will be able to do this. He'll also be cross-examined by senior counsel Orengo. What is the day about? How is the day about to look like today?
I think we are addressing a very divided audience, because already we have those people that have made conclusion and they think that he's being targeted. Then we have people on the other side who think he's not innocent. But now that he has chosen to actually, present himself and defend himself, it's a matter of wait and see for me. And I would really be waiting to hear how he's going to defend himself, especially on the issue that was raised yesterday by senior counsel Orengo on the will of the brother, and how it was actually, it is said to have been signed at a time when the brother was incapacitated. Even the shares, from Olive Garden, which was owned by the brother, and how they were transferred to his own children. Those are things, I think it was even unwise for him to decide to defend himself as far as some of these things are concerned. It would have been easier if he had a lawyer, but we know he's a bold guy and a fighter, as I had said earlier.
Okay.
But then just let's reiterate what you have actually said and what my brother has said here. In all these 11 accounts that will need to be looked at, and he just needs that one issue. Once he's convicted, he'll be impeached.
This has ramifications, especially in terms of even the structure of the presidency right now. The Constitution, of course, provides for 14 days for the nominee, the name of the nominee, to be forwarded to the National Assembly, and then National Assembly has 60 days. So you're looking at a total of 74 days, but there is a way in which we are seeing even the National Assembly has a special sitting tomorrow. From where you sit as a political analyst, what are you making of all this? And we have Mashujade coming up on Sunday.
When a process is political in this country, you just got to listen to the politicians. CS Wandai, having quit ODM to take up the CS position, quit as a leader, one of the leaders of ODM, told us that in public, knowledge, that on Sunday, we'll have the new deputy president. Will be announced, will be unveiled. We've had, I don't remember who is the other CS who said that we could have the deputy president, new deputy president, sworn in by Saturday. The idea is everyone focusing that on Sunday, the person who introduces the president on the dais is a new deputy president. That tells you that the political cartels have already made a decision. We will mob justice this fella and get him out. Irrespective of the evidence that come, we just need to look for a string that we can hold on and get him out. It's that, and for me, that's the political meaning of those statements. They've been made by a couple of people in the ruling class, including, I think even Engineer Sudi was mentioning that. He is smiling, yeah. He calls him the engineer, he is not. For those of us who have done engineering, we really feel sorry because we know what it involves to become an engineer. So what I see is A process will go on, and that's why for me, if I was in Rigathe's shoes, I would present myself. I would defend myself because I'm the one who's been accused. There is no investigation that has been done whatsoever on any of this matter. Because we all know that the investigation arms are the DCI or what we call the anti-corruption. Because if it's money laundering, it's anti-corruption that would have been given that role to actually confirm that this is money out of, just like what happened in the 200 million in the previous regime, then shown that. For these are the criminal issues, whether you disinherit a widow. Members of Parliament or Senate cannot conclude, even without calling those widows, for them to come and confirm or not confirm as witnesses. All an investigative arm of the government, the DCI, because Parliament is part of the government, going to investigate. So really, it's mob justice, as it were. And when you see politicians being confident that they will do it, the chances are they will do it. And tonight, so I was saying, I was in Gachagua's shoes, I would have done exactly the same, gone and defended myself on those matters on the basis of rhetoric and propaganda that it is. Rhetoric and propaganda. I'll go. And because the only person who can finish propaganda and rhetoric is a DCI or EACC. Saying that so much, this guy has received so much money. What's the source? Where is it? And you remember at some point, one of the lawyers for him asked the witness that, okay, you got all this information about bank statement and all that. Where did you get them? And do you know, as a lawyer, it's illegal for you to, which is true, to obtain that kind of evidence illegally.
And information.
It is not admissible in court. So it should be expunged from that. So having gone through that and the speaker not bothering to listen to some of these things, that is cast for him. I would sit there, go through the 11 of them, explain myself on each one of them, and leave it to them to make the conclusion.
The Deputy President, has not been a stranger to the institutions that he mentions, the DCI, the EACC, and we did see that before the 2022 elections. And at the heart of these allegations are 5.2 billion shillings. If you could, that he's accused of, still, taking from the government coffers. When you look at this and you juxtapose with the quote-unquote aftermath, if you could call it, of this impeachment. So there is the chapter 6 where he will be barred. If impeached, he will not be able to vie for any office. But also the investigative agencies could look at it and be like, okay, there is a figure that has been put here, and we'll go for it. How is that, legal process, and you add the political machinations that we've seen in the past?
I think, first of all, we need, as a people, we need to get very serious about accountability, And you've just mentioned chapter 6. I've been a candidate twice, and I know one of the things that happens is that you have to fill certain forms in line with chapter 6, then you take them to EACC, and then EACC approves, or, I've never seen them deny anyway. They just stamp, then you take them the forms to the political party, then the political party nominates you. One of the things that I keep learning from all these happenings, including the Sonko Waitito case, and now His Excellency DP Rigathi Gachagua, is that these are people who had been convicted or they had been charged with corruption cases even before they came into office. And I think for me now it's to even call up on EACC and our political parties that we should not clear people to run for office if they have any issues, either to do with corruption, accountability, or those kind of issues. Because now we're being treated to all this drama, and maybe this is something we should have avoided from the word go. Because I remember the DP had his accounts frozen. At some point he was arrested, and then we were told, you know what, I'm being targeted politically. The same thing that he's saying today, and that was during the the past regime. And what happened? Immediately he came into office. Immediately he came to office. All those charges were dropped, and the money that had been frozen was actually released back to his account or something like that. So we need to get very serious as a country when we talk about accountability. There should be no sacred cows. Let's see that we elect the right leaders. But then let's look at Wanjiku herself and how Wanjiku votes. Wanjiku will always vote for someone maybe who has big pockets, and most people are actually pushed into stealing from public coffers so that they can give money to Wanjiku. So I think there's some civic education that needs to happen in this country, where we are telling people it doesn't matter if this person is a person of questionable character, then let's not have them in office. And it's actually very interesting how Wanjiku argues, you know, at times, and they will tell you, umesema ni mwizi, ni mwizi wetu. You know? And it is really unfortunate.
Alex, hold on to that thought. Let's take the views from Nakuru, specifically link up with our reporter Chichi Josephine, who is on the ground. Chichi, good morning. How is the mood like, especially on this D-Day for the Deputy President and his fate in the Senate? Over to you.
Well, George, a very good morning to you. And in Nakuru, it's quite a calm morning, even as all eyes are set on the upper house of Parliament. That is the Senate, as it is set to give its verdict on the impeachment trial of Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua. But remember, Kenyans have been speaking, of course, on social spaces and in the streets. But of course, I am here just to get to hear more on what they have to say, and of course, on their expectations in regards to the impeachment of Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua. And that is why, Maringa, I woke up quite early just to get to hear views of Kenyans and especially Nakurians on what they expect from the Senate today, as the Senate is set to vote to whether see the Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua impeached or not. Therefore, Bwana Kimani wa Kimani, niko hapa tuzungumze. Nieleze wewe matarajio yako ni yepi hata wakati ambapo tunasubiri kuona Senate, iwapo Senate itaweza kupiga kura ya kwamba yule ambaye ni naibu wa rais Rigathi Gachagua aweze kung'atuliwa mavipi. Wewe maoni yako ni yepi na labda unatarajia nini?
Asante Bi Chichi. Kupanda mchongoma si ngoma. Ngoma ni kushuka mchongoma bila ngoma. Waliweza kukwea mchongoma, lakini wakati huu giza kimegumbika siasa za Rigathi Gachagua. Bunge lilipofukia, lilikuwa kipofu, liliziba masikio kwa yale ambayo lilitarajiwa kuzingatia. Likamsikiza Mutuse ambaye hapo jana alivuliwa nguo akabaki uchi, kiasi kwamba hata kazi yake ya uwakili sijui hata yule ambaye atakuwa amegombana na mtotowe kama anaweza mpelekea kesi. Hivyo ndivyo ambavyo imetokea siku ya leo katika nchi yetu ya Kenya. Huyu Rigathi Gachagua, sisi tulipokuwa katika Azimio, yeye ndiye aliyekuwa anatupa cheche za maneno makali dhidi yetu na dhidi ya candidate wetu. Candidate wetu Raila Amolo Odinga siku ya leo yumo ndani ya serikali, yumo ndani ya chombo kinachomzamisha Rigathi Gachagua. Na hiki giza ambacho kimemvamia Rigathi Gachagua, sijui atakiepuka vipi. Sijui kama amebeba kurunzi, kwa sababu siku ya leo naona akiingia katika giza totoro. Kama hana kurunzi, basi yuazama. Bunge letu la kitaifa liliweza kumzamisha. Seneti hapo jana ungeweza kusoma nyuso za wale maseneta na wale, kubuka ile ni nyumba ambayo ni ya heshima zaidi, kiasi kwamba hata mimi baadaye ningetaka kuwa seneta, kwa sababu kulionekana heshima ndani ya ile jumba ya seneti. Na hapa ni kumfanyia haki Rigathi Gachagua, ili atakapoondolewa ama atakapobakia aone alifanywa haki. Na isitoshe, impeachment hapa sio criminal enterprise, hapa ni siasa. Na kwa hizi siasa mimi nampatia 99% Bwana William Ruto. Amecheza ngome yake ya kisiasa vilivyo. Yeye alichokitarajia alishakipata. Ukishaingia kwenye nyumba, tulia, waacha maneno mingi. Sasa Rigathi Gachagua bado aliendelea na siasa za kuwapiga ambao waliokuwa wapinzani wao. Angetulia, afanye urafiki kama anavyofanya Bwana William Ruto. Kumbuka hapo awali tulimwona Uhuru Kenyatta akiunda urafiki na wao. Sasa Bwana Ruto, kwa kuhakikisha kwamba kipindi chake cha awamu ya kwanza kimeishia vizuri na kimeishia kwa kuwafanyia Wakenya kazi aliyowaahidi, lazima awe na siasa ambazo zimetulia. Na hivyo basi Rigathi Gachagua amefanywa sarakasi, amefanyiwa mpango na mpango wenyewe unatimia leo. Sijui kama umeona bunge inaketi hapo kesho na hapo karibuni tuko na sikukuu. Mimi naona hiyo sikukuu itakuwa ni ya kumtawaza atakayekuwa makamu wa rais mpya katika nchi yetu ya Kenya.
Matamshi yako labda yanalenga kwamba wewe unaunga mkono kuweza kung'atuliwa kwa naibu wa rais Rigathi Gachagua ama vipi? Tuweke wazi.
Siungi mkono kung'atuliwa kwa Rigathi Gachagua. Hata moyo wangu unasononeka kuona kwamba amepigana kama simba aliyeraruliwa na twiga kule msituni, lakini amepambana kidume, na hapo nampatia maksi zangu 99 vile vile kwa kupigana. Lakini vita vinavyoendelea si vyake na mpango ushakamilika. Siku ya leo ni kumwaga kumpatia buriani. Simungi mkono, lakini namuombea Jalali Mwenyezi Mungu kwa sababu ameondoka akiwa courageous. Iwapo siku ya leo atang'atuka, na ninamwomba asigoje usiku ufike, aandike barua yake, aiwasilishe kwa mkubwa wake, apate kuondoka. Mcheza dansi aliye hodari, yeye huondokea dansi wakati meza bado ingali moto na wale washabiki bado wanamshangilia.
Shukrani sana kwa maoni yako. Bwana Ole na siku tuzungumza, je, wewe matarajio yako ni yapi wakati ambapo seneti itakuwa ikipiga kura kuona iwapo naibu wa rais atakuwa aking'atuliwa?
Matarajio yangu ni kwamba hii seneti imeweza kujidhihirisha tofauti na ile bunge ya National Assembly. Nimeona kabisa ya kwamba the National Assembly ya Kenya wameonekana kuwa na wabunge, they are dada heads. Ni watu kama ambao ni wa nursery school. Ni watu ambao walikuwa tu kazi yao ni rubber stamp. Na shangaa kuna wabunge wetu wa Nakuru ambao wamekaa miaka 15 katika bunge, hata hawajui tofauti ya ushahidi na makaratasi. Hawa kazi yao ni ile pesa shilingi 1300 walipatiwa public participation, wengine wakawekea account milioni 2 wakapiga. Siku ya leo ningependa kusema kwamba nimefurahishwa sana na wakili mzee Elisha Ogoya. Huyu mzee aliuliza huyu Mutuse swali moja, umetuletea nini? Nimewaletea makaratasi. Akawaambia sisi hatutaki makaratasi, sisi tunataka ushahidi. Mimi ningependa kuambia wa Kenya, kama ni kufanya forensic audit ya viongozi wa Kenya, msianze na Rigathi Gachagua. Tunataka kujua rais wetu Dr. William Samoei Ruto kwa kipindi cha miaka 2 amepata hii mali yake kwa njia gani? Amenunua mashamba kwa njia gani? Amepata utajiri kwa njia gani? Mtu kama Mutuse mwenyewe tunataka kujua. Hii hoteli ya Savannah Hotel kule katika maeneo ya Makindu alinunua 600 million, alinunua kwa njia gani? Hapo nyumbani kwake amejenga nyumba Kibwezi ya shilingi milioni 200, alijenga kwa njia gani? Kitu ningependa kusema ni kwamba hata kana kwamba tuko katika mahakama ya Chui na tumepeleka kondoo katika mahakama ya Chui, mwishowe ni kwamba siku ya kesho tuko na matumaini ya kwamba Rigathi Gachagua atapata stay order ya kuendelea katika uongozi. Na mimi najua kwamba hata kama kwamba walileta Mutuse ambaye alikuwa anajifanya yeye ni wakili, lakini ile alikuwa ni wakili, lakini ile akili aliweza kuweka mahali pale katika bunge na katika seneti, ameoneshana kwamba alikuwa anatumia akili ya sudi, na hii ni jambo ambalo linatuhuzunisha sana. Kwa hivyo tunamwambia rais wetu Dr. William Samoei Ruto, usome Exodus 23:1 ya kwamba usilete ushahidi wa uongo ili kumkandamiza mtu ambaye is very innocent ukitumia shahidi wa uongo. Tafadhali William Ruto, ile kaburi unachimbia mwingine, hiyo kaburi ndio siku moja utakuja kuingia kwa hiyo kaburi.
Naam, shukrani sana Bwana Ole na siku. Bwana Benson, labda kauli yako na matarajio yapi kwenye seneti hii leo ni yapi labda?
Kwanza kabisa ningependa kusema sisi kama washikadau wa haki za kibinadamu tumeona vile naibu wa rais amefanywa, ameteswa, na yeye ndio mtu wa kwanza Kenya kuweza kufanywa public audit na kuweza pia kufanyishwa kesi na wabunge. Na hili ni swala ambalo tumeona wezi wakisulubisha mwizi ambaye ameshukiwa na ambaye bado hajapatikana na wizi. Maswala ambayo tumeyaona katika mashtaka ya Bwana Rigathi Gachagua hayana uhusiano wote na usalama wa kitaifa, kama kulete vita katika nchi yetu ya Kenya, ambayo labda tungesema ni jambo ambalo ingeweza kusaidia kuweza kung'atuliwa. Letu kwa seneti tulipoona jana wakikaa chini, tumewaangalia vile ambavyo walikuwa wanauliza maswali, wamekuwa wakakamavu, wenye heshima na watu ambao tunajua ya kwamba wataweza kutusaidia. Kuna wale wakora masenators ambao tuliwaona jana walikuwa na shida kwa choo, hawakukuwa katika bunge na walikuwa nyumbani, walikuwa naogopa kuuliza maswali kwa sababu wanataka kuenda tu leo kupiga yes na no. Sisi tunataka kusema kama washikadau hatuja support hiyo process, na tunajua ya kwamba mahakama zetu zitaweza kushikilia bwana Rigathi Gachagua. Tumejionea jana kinagaubaga ya kwamba hata wakimpeleka kotini atatoka akiwa mtu ambaye atacheka, na tunajua Rigathi Gachagua hataweza kusimama, na yeye ndio rais wa 6 katika Jamhuri ya Kenya.
Kwa wale ambao labda watapiga kura, utasema vipi kwa Senate? Labda uzungumze na nyumba ya Senate.
Wacha niseme wale ambao wanapiga yes na wako katika masehemu zetu za kule mountain na kule mahali pengine, wajue ya kwamba watu wote wa Kenya wanawaangalia. Saa hii hakuna Mjaluo, hakuna Mkisii na hakuna mtu mwingine. Adani wanatutesa sisi wote, na wajue wakipiga yes, sisi kama raia tutapambana nao 2027 na tutawatoa mara moja.
Naam, shukrani sana. Kauli yako labda babangu kuhusiana na swala hili?
Yeah, I beg to speak in English.
Yeah, kindly.
Now, you know as much as I do that in Kenya the constitution speaks of the presidency, and that presidency constitutes of the president and the deputy president, and so an impeachment in that office is an impeachment to the two personalities, because that ticket is unitary, and you know we voted for Dr. William Ruto and my brother Rigathi Gachagua.
I'm being told that the proceedings in the Senate have already begun, so kindly allow me cut you short. Oh. Therefore, Maringa, those are sentiments from locals here, and of course they have quite a lot to speak about, but allow me, of course, hand over to the studio as we also is listening to what is happening in the Senate. Over to you, Maringa. My name is Chichi Josephine.
Indeed. Thank you very much, Chichi Josephine, joining us all the way from Nakuru. And just an update, as you saw right there moments ago, is the motorcade of the Deputy President making its way to Parliament, buildings to be able to make his way for day 2, his D-Day with his date with fate. My guests are still here in studio. If you could, be patient with us as we take a moment to go to Parliament and be able to get the, updates from there, from our team, and also be able to see what is happening and also cross over. Just to update you, the session starts from 9 to 9:30 a.m. today. Questions and requests for clarification by senators, and then evidence by the National Assembly from 9:30 a.m. to 10:35 a.m. From 10:35 a.m. to 1 p.m. will be evidence by His Excellency the Deputy President, the evidence of witnesses, if any, cross-examination and re-examination. And the Deputy President will be granted maximum of 2 hours for evidence of witness and re-examination. And the National Assembly will have a maximum of 2 hours for cross-examination. And then there will be a lunch break from 1 p.m. to 2:30 p.m. And from 2:30 p.m. to 4:05 p.m. will be evidence by the Deputy President, evidence of witnesses, if any, cross-examination and re-examination. And then 4:05 p.m. to 5:05 p.m. will be questions and requests for clarification by senators. From 5:05 p.m. to 6:05 p.m. will be closing statement on behalf of the National Assembly, 60 minutes. 6:05 p.m. to 7:05 p.m. closing statement on behalf of the Deputy President, another 60 minutes. And from 7:05 p.m. to 8:05 p.m. will be a closed session of the Senate. And then from 8:05 p.m. will be a special motion on the proposed removal from office by impeachment of the Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua. In this will be the debate by the senators, final submissions, if any, by the Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua, and then the voting on the charges. And as we did tell you, if the senators find him guilty or vote by 2/3 majority, even on one count, that is enough to send him home. Remember, there are 11 charges. Right now, we're waiting for the activity to begin at the Senate. The counsel for the Deputy President has already arrived. But even if you could just briefly, as we wait for perhaps the Senate Speaker to walk in, briefly, when you look at these, conversations and the realization and awakening by Kenyans, what do you make of it in terms of how they are perceiving all these scenarios?
I think to use the Gen Z's word, Kenyans are woke. we continue to see a citizenry that is more knowledgeable, educated, and understands issues. If you look at the people listening to the gentleman and even the other one who spoke in Nakuru and Naivasha, you can really understand that people their views on this have been shared, and I think majority of them think that this is a politically driven process. They've also given their expectation. But as I told you earlier, this is one of the issues that will leave this country very divided, and we only look forward to see and how we engage in some serious and critical interventions that will make sure that the country does not divide further. And in that case, we'll be able to address our most pressing issues, including the economy that is not doing very well, issues of health, the university funding, and many other issues. But I think the very critical one is actually healthcare. And I think that is where we need to put our effort on.
Alex, I can see counsel, for the deputy president, Elisha Ongoya. I mean, he's become a hero overnight, and people are, quite, very impressed, and mixed reactions about his cross-examination.
I think all of us
have
opportunities in life when we go to shine. And unfortunately, if you miss an opportunity, by the way, I don't believe this an opportunity knocks at a man's door once. I have never seen an opportunity walking around. You have to go look for it. It doesn't come to your door. You have to go to his door. So he had his moment, and he shone very well. Fortunately for him, Mutuse was not prepared. Mutuse, actually one senator asked him, is this your bill? Or you are sent here to come and defend it? Because it didn't look like it was bill. If you listen to it and you are honest, not supporting Rigathi or supporting anything, just looking at a lawyer examining someone who has put forward an item. If you remember, he was asked, you've been saying that in your document you have said Rigathi Gachagua total money that cannot be accounted for is 5.2 billion. Can you explain to us? And Mutuse started mentioning a few things. Those of us with a calculator wrote down, he mentioned 2.2 billion. So meaning that the 5.2 billion was just sensational. It was just a political statement, and I think he didn't expect anybody to question it. For me, when you look back at the whole shenanigans of this, the political cartel is trying to do something, cover up something from you. In this time when this has happened, when we are talking about this and we're spending so much time talking about Rigathi Gachagua and all that, and Parliament and Senate doing that, do you know that in January, Safaricom proposed a system for social health insurance fund for 48 billion. Do you know the consortium that have signed for 104 billion? Meaning, as we have talked to Gachagua and all these shenanigans, 56 billion shillings of our money have been stolen by the government led by Dr. William Samoei Ruto. Do you know that a survey was done in terms of the line that was given to Adani? And the Ketraco came with a bill of material of 68 billion shillings. Do you know, in these shenanigans, when you're not listening, they have signed a 95.7 billion. Another 35 billion shillings have been stolen from us by the government of Dr. William Samoei Ruto. Meaning, in this period, 2 contracts only, 56 plus 35, that is about 90 billion shillings gone. Do you know in these shenanigans, the process for Adani taking over JKI is still ongoing? Meaning that the political cartel are helping us to be busy on all these things. Having said that, one of the things that my sister mentioned is that the so-called papers that people present, it is true because the institutions are supposed to investigate and know that if Alex Mathi says that he has not been involved in the corruption, then they're supposed to have data to be able to say that. The police, wherever, and all that. All these fellas...
Like the billions you mentioned.
All these fellas have gone through that. They presented the EACC all those papers. So even as when you're talking about him being the 200 million shillings that was withheld by the courts regarding Gachagua,
I think we will interrupt you for a minute. We can see the speaker is on the seat. Let's cross over to the Senate.
You sought for time to look at it and confirm indeed that the photocopy did not introduce new material. Can we therefore now admit that document, Senior Counsel?
We looked at it, Mheshimiwa Speaker, and we have no objection now. It can be introduced. Thank you.
Very well. May the same be admitted and be made available to all honorable senators. Next order.
Order number 2, hearing and determination on the proposed removal from office by impeachment of His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua, EGH, Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya.
Now, honorable senators, ladies and gentlemen, at the rise of the House last night, the National Assembly had called 2 witnesses. They had done the evidence in chief, examined, re-examined, and it was then the opportunity for the honorable senators to seek for clarifications when the House adjourned. Now, the National Assembly has a balance of 20 minutes to conclude its case. The Deputy President has 45 minutes, having taken 1 hour from the 3 hours that had been indicated to the Deputy President for today. Let us stick to the time so that we can be able to conclude this matter in good time today. Now, honorable senators, ladies and gentlemen, we will start with the clarifications sought from the first witness of the National Assembly, Honorable Mutuse. Thereafter, we will move to the second witness and conclude, and then we can now allow the National Assembly to call their third witness. Is Honorable Mutuse present? Good.
Present, Mr. Speaker.
You'll be noting the questions and the clarifications sought from the honorable senators. The Honorable Senator for Nandi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just clarification, but since we had started yesterday with the word of the Lord, I want to leave to my brother Ekomas Mutuse through you. In Proverbs 12, verses 22, the Lord detests lying lips, but he delights in those who is telling the truth. So, Mheshimiwa Mutuse Ekomas, I leave you with that. My quick clarification, Chair, with your indulgence. One, by the time you are giving us that the wealth of the Deputy President was 5.2 billion Kenyan shillings that you allege has been acquired for the last 2 years, did you access the wealth declaration from EACC? Number one. Number two, under the NCIC Act and in Mudhama's case that the courts ruled, is shareholding part of the definition of the word incitement? Number three, in the matter of Kilifi Malindi Road, do you have any evidence to prove whether it is a private or a public road? And if it is either private or public, can you table the evidence or before the House? Number four, clarification on the issue of Justice Esther Maina. Are you telling us that since the Deputy President is the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, does he not have a right as a citizen of Kenya not to bring any complaint against any officer, including judicial officers? Finally, on the update quickly, on 1st October 10, 2024, Cabinet Secretary Mutua.
Senator Kenywa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. My question goes to Honorable Mutuse. Honorable Mutuse, was Treetop Hotel, was it available for acquisition And if that is so, was there any law of procurement that was breached? Second one, what is the age of these DP's sons? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Fatuma Dulo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question first goes to the counsel on the side of the Deputy President. My question is on attack on the national security. And knowing that national intelligence, Mr. Speaker, is a critical organ of a government. And the attack by the Deputy President is a very serious one. And I've seen the video being played that what the current president said when he was the Deputy President is equal. And I heard also Deputy President saying, I have learned from my boss. Does that answer the question of gross misconduct on the part of attack on the security? Number two, the issue of disinheriting the widow. We've been told a lot of stories here, but I really want to know, because we are Africans, matters of widows are very critical. Have you thought of looking for the family of the late Gachagua, just to clarify so many questions that are lingering around that particular family? I thank you.
Senator Beatrice Akinyi. If you're in the first round, honorable senators, allow others also to get an opportunity to seek clarifications.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. My clarification is to the DP's team. On a video that was played yesterday at a relocation point in Nairobi County, I wanted clarification from the DP's team on whether their client is aware that county governments are distinct governments. And if so, Honorable Speaker, did the DP consult with the county government of Nairobi over the challenges of relocation at Kayole? And two, Honorable Speaker, there was a video that was played, either one or two, involving a speech at either rally by His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya. My question is, what was the essence of that video? And is it to show that two wrongs would make one right? Thank you.
Senator Lelegwe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My clarification is to the witness of the National Assembly. Yesterday, during the cross-examination, the advocate of the Deputy President, you asserted that you have identified several companies which you have no issues, and to which you did not attribute any misconduct in their dealings. Given this context, could you inform the necessity for including these companies in the present impeachment motion? Thank you.
Senator Eddy.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I have one question for the witness in chief, and one clarity question from the counsel for the Deputy President, and particularly Counsel Tom Macharia. So I'll start with the Honorable Mutuse. Honorable Mutuse, may you help this House understand whether all the companies that you indicated are for the sons and the spouse of the Deputy President, and whether you established how old they are and estimated the net worth of those companies? Did you manage to estimate the net worth of those companies, and how did you do that? To the senior counsel, the counsel Tom Macharia, in the exploration of ground number 4, you led this house to look at the particulars of the coalition document, and the coalition agreement. May you help us understand how we should interpret Article 91 of the Constitution and Article 232 of the Constitution with regards to your response on government being a company equal to having shares and not the country? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Sek.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The question also goes to Honorable Tuse. Wanted to make a clarification on the issue of Peterson Jomo, the affidavit on the Olive Garden Hotel on the app one gives a different person by the name Maka Juliana Jahenda. Why do we have different names here? You need to clarify because it has a different person altogether, 2 different people altogether. Second clarification, wanted to know what is the relationship of this contract with the DP now that you're saying it has some issues. What's all about the contract and the company that did that refurbishment? We need to know what is the relationship and what is the malpractice that has.
Senator Amida Kibwan.
Mr. Speaker, sorry, my question was for Dr. Mulwa.
Senator Wakili Sige.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've got 2 questions. One to the counsel for the Deputy President, and the other one, actually both for clarification by the counsel for the Deputy President. Yesterday, in the course of your cross-examination, you took us to page 410 of Volume 3. This is with regard to the accusation where His Excellency the Deputy President divulged or accused the national intelligence of what you said. Now, my clarification from you, which I desire, is at that page 410, the evidence which you sought to juxtapose what the President did and what the Deputy President was accused of having done is with regards to one being in office and another one alleging that he's not been able to attend sessions where that complaint came from. Give us the correlation of the 2. And secondly, I share the sentiments by all the senators who've sought to get from you an understanding about the coalition agreements. You attempted to explain yesterday the relationship between company shares and coalition agreement shares. You were asked about the place of this in terms of the regimes of the 2 kinds of agreements. What do you see in coalition agreement shares? You were asked about the place of this in terms of the regimes of the 2 kinds of agreements, Political Parties Act, and the governance of
Senator Batuli Betty Montet.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to ask Honorable Mutuse, is there a minimum age of a client in a bank to get a loan of 700 million?
Senator Essie Okenyuri.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker, my question, I'm awaiting Dr. Andrew Mulwa.
Senator Cheriot Ero.
Mike. Two quick questions to you, Mutuse. Is there any crime that a Kenyan will have committed if they have 20, 30, or even 40 companies? Because I see you have listed 22 companies here. Is there any crime by just owning these companies you feel that the person you accuse has committed? Second, on this issue of Vipingo Beach, surely, Honorable Mutuse, what is the crime of the sons of the Deputy President being listed as directors? Because I have tried combing through your motion to establish what you consider to be either an illegality or a crime on their part by simply being listed as directors. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, is to the counsel for the DP, Wakili Macharia. The clips of the then DP Ruto played by your team, could we read it to mean that it's an admission on your part that you're saying, if it was done then by a sitting deputy president, please allow the current one to commit the same at this point? And lastly, the 30% allocation to Ford Kenya in the coalition agreement in ANC, how has it been realized?
Senator Margaret Kamar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. I have one small question for Honorable Mluse, and that is on the witness, somebody who, by the name Peterson Jomo Muchira, who wrote an affidavit that touches on Olive Garden Hotel. He offered himself to appear and be cross-examined on the content of his affidavit. Was he invited?
Senator Kathuri Murungi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Mine are just very straight clarifications. Number one goes to Honorable Mutuse. Honorable Mutuse, in ground 7, you have seen that His Excellency, the Deputy President, has inexplicably amassed a humongous, these are very strong ones, property portfolio estimated at 5.2 billion. So my question is, this is within 2 years. I know for a fact that before an election, any eligible candidate clears himself or herself with the IBC before contesting. Therefore, for comparative analysis, do you have His Excellency the Deputy President's property or worth during the 2022, before the 2022 elections, so that now we can be able, as a jury, can be able to compare and see whether for 2 years, for sure, he has been able to amass this wealth. Number two, there is this property in Meru. Many Meru guys have called me to last night asking me whether there is evidence to show that this land is in Meru. The last one is to the councils of the Deputy President. There was a clip which was played here yesterday when the Deputy President made a press conference in Mombasa. Immediately after the President did this in Nairobi, 2 different cities. Therefore, I did not get clarity from the councils about this, the question or the clip So I was really requesting either one of them could be able to expound on that controversy between the two pressers in two different cities by the principal and the deputy principal of the Republic of Kenya. Thank you.
Senator Okoit Omtata.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I have a question for the Honorable Mutuse. To whom does this motion belong? Because in most of your answers, you keep on saying we.
I think, Honorable Senator Omtata, that question was asked by the Honorable Enoch Wambua, Senator, and it was responded to. So just ask for a different clarification.
Okay, and other than that, I wanted to ask whether Honorable Mutuse knows the difference between an impeachment motion and a censure motion. And if he does, where does he place his motion? Is it a censure motion or is it an impeachment motion? And what are the thresholds for each of those two motions, if he understands the difference? Thank you.
Senator Chute.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika. Mheshimiwa Mutuse, ulileta ushahidi hapa mbele ya Senate ukidai ya kuwa Deputy President ako na 5.2 billion. Wewe ni wakili. Na vile unaongea jana unaonekana wakili shupavu. Ulileta ushahidi gani hapa ya kuonyesha valuation ya hii property ya hiyo katika documents yako kuonyesha imefika 5.2 billion. Swali ya pili, ulileta mashtaka 11. Vile unasimama huko leo, unaona aibu kidogo kwamba ulilete porojo mingi na mambo mingi kama ukiwa wakili hujafikiria vizuri. Sababu watu wa Marsabit wananiuliza, hiyo mtu kweli ni wakili ama ni mtu amekombolewa kutoka huko? Hebu jibu hiyo swali tafadhali.
Senator Beth Siango. Now, honorable senators, we are going to conduct ourselves in decorum. We are not in any way going to demean the witnesses. Ask your question, but stick to the rules of this House. Senator Beth Siango.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this chance. I have two questions. One for Honorable Mutuse. In your presentation, I heard that you touched on the inheritance and property of the late Gachagua. Have you reached out to the widow and the children of the late Gachagua to also give you facts? The next question is to the counsel for the DP. Yesterday you played a clip of the president speaking in Muranga. What was the purpose of playing that clip? And how does it relate to the saying popularly now used by Kenyans, kufa dereva, kufa makanga? Thank you.
Senator Chimera.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question goes to the counsel for the DP. I would wish to seek clarity on the documents that they tabled yesterday, being the coalition agreement, which basically informed the basis as to which the DP has been talking about shares. I just want to know whether there is any document that secures shares in respect of the region where the DP comes from. And secondly, Mr. Speaker, if the counsel is aware that his client, at the time those documents were being prepared, he was a candidate for office, and now he successfully became DP, and that he needs to promote national unity, and if it is still in order for him to continue championing for the interest of one region as against the entire nation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Richard Onyonk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My questions are two, and I would like to ask Honorable Mutuse. I hold you highly. I don't think that you're as idiotic as our colleagues will say. I want to ask you, between the time when the Deputy President was a Member of Parliament and the time when he became the Deputy President, were you able to see whether there was a deliberate variation in the amounts of money that he was handling? Did you see whether the money that he was handling as a Member of Parliament, for example, changed then to the money that you brought in, where you're saying that there is some money laundering taking place? Were you able, or are you able to show that distinction in order for you to make your case? The second question I wanted to ask you again on the same issue. When you are trying to find out whether there is money laundering on any transaction, and I know chances are you did not have the technical expertise and maybe an investigative agency to help you. But did you, by any chance, find out money moving from anywhere, either through His Excellency the Deputy President's private accounts or any money that was being borrowed? Because I know that one property you've mentioned that it was a loan, but all these other properties that you allege that the Deputy President had purchased, did you link that from money coming from some place or money coming from some illicit, like you say? Because I don't see that evidence on the table. And finally, I want to ask you again, Mr. Speaker, that if you look at the issue of the will of Mr. Gachagua, that is the former governor, did you by any chance get a way to ask either through the wife, the children, whether there was a meeting that took place where they were involved, or whether they were unhappy or happy with the transactions which were taking place? Because there isn't any evidence whatsoever of, for example, the wife complaining or the children complaining. Did you get anything like that which is substantive? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Mutinda Tabit.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My two questions goes to you, Honorable Mutuse. First, in regards to this company by the name Crystal Kenya Limited, Ground 7, date of incorporation is 2009. And the CR12 that you have submitted to this house is for this year. Would you tell this house who was the initial director of this company? If that was so, was there any change of directorship of this company? Secondly, the one on trial is the Deputy President of this country and not his two sons. You have linked Crystal to be a proxy for the Deputy President through his two sons. Would you tell this house if you have any evidence that shows that money was wired from Crystal Limited to the account or to any company linked to the Deputy President?
Senator Shakil Abdallah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to Honorable Mutuse. If Judge Maina had filed any complaints regarding the being harassed by the Deputy President. Thank you.
Senator Miraj Abdullah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question goes to Mr. Mutuse. Is it your opinion that the DP was talking about enforcing the Kenya Kwanza coalition agreement when he was speaking about the shareholding issue? And the second one goes to the DP side. that we were reminded here of the oath we took when we assumed this institution. Is it in your place to say that your client has breached his own oath even before we make a conclusion? Because we were made to read the third schedule here on justice, and directly and indirectly revealing such matters, and the oath of secrecy that His Excellency the Deputy President took. In his utterances, he used to speak about not the Mlima being touched. So in the essence of national unity, don't you think that your client, the DP, or you clarify for us that he has already breached his own oath even before we make a decision as the jury of this House? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Kisang.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. My first question goes to Mutuse and a comment. Honorable Speaker, I want to find out from Mheshimiwa, out of the 22 companies that you've alleged associated with the Deputy President, how many are really of interest to this particular impeachment? Yesterday you talked about the one in Rea Vivingo, and we saw that 10,000 of the shares, the total shares, are owned by the estate of the late Governor Gachagua. And then a comment, Honorable Speaker, is the clips that were played yesterday on shareholding. I think I want to ask the legal counsel for the Deputy President. It looks like we didn't stop campaigns after election. It looked like we continued to provocate campaigns because we expected the Deputy President, immediately after campaigns, we stop about this thing of shareholding because...
Senator Maanzo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this would have gone to Governor Orengo, but since he said the clients, the National Assembly had given him instructions, I would like them to tell me what is the relevance of the verse they read yesterday. And also, on the floor of the National Assembly, they read a verse that when bad leaders rule, badness increases in a country. And when good leaders rule, goodness increases in a country. Finally, what is the maximum number of companies can an individual participate in under the law? I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Mutuse, you may now proceed to respond. You have exactly 10 minutes to do that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and honorable senators, for this opportunity. I have, from the questions that have come across, there are many that relate to the companies, and with your indulgence, allow me to start from there. Senator Cheriot, Senator from Marakwet, and several senators have asked why I listed 21 companies and why I said I did not have an interest in some of them. Number one, I think it is important for us to understand the context within which we are operating. I am not an investigator. And the law under Article 94, Article 95 does not make a member of Parliament, the National Assembly or Senate, an investigator. What I'm required to do is to establish a prima facie case, to establish that what is happening is outside the requirements of the law. And having been in this country and with a lot of enthusiasm in matters governance, I also know that this Senate has had the opportunity to consider the impeachment of the late Nderito Gachagua. And in that impeachment, because this is a house of record, you will realize that most of the companies that I've listed were also complained about by the County Assembly of Nyeri during the impeachment of Governor Nderito Gachagua. And the complaint was specifically that there was a brother to the late governor, and the brother is one Rigathi Gachagua, who was doing all the business in Nyeri County. And from that basis, therefore, I needed to expound to find out what these companies that had been complained about during that impeachment, what these companies that had been complained about in the Esther Minor decision in terms of money laundering had to do with the deputy president and the things that I'm alleging against him. And it is on that basis that I listed these companies. I want to invite members of this Senate to also know that in doing this, it is not just about the direct evidence. It is also about the circumstantial evidence. It's also about the circumstances that led to where we are. That there are companies that were complained about doing business in Nyeri County. It came to this Senate. That the same companies were complained about doing money laundering, and a decision of the High Court by Justice Maina has been tabled before you. And today, we are complaining that the same companies are helping to do corruption and money laundering. And that's the reason why we bring those companies. Please notice that in an impeachment, because I've been asked about threshold, and I know you know about it, my work here is not to prove criminal liability. It is not to prove beyond reasonable doubt. My work here is not to prove civil liability, but to show political responsibility. And I have been able to do that. In terms of Vipingo Ridge, the question I want to invite honorable senators, and I request that you listen to me. I was told yesterday that Vipingo Ridge, the two sons of His Excellency the Deputy President, are mere directors, and that the shares are owned by the estate of the late Derito Gachagua. But then you ask yourself, all of you here, you have children, why would my brother's children own my estate and not my children? Why would my brother's children be the ones who are directors in my estate and not my own children? If you die today, will your children be the ones being directors of your properties, or it is the children of your brothers? Don't you see this is suspicious? It is obviously suspicious. Number two, in law, and I want to challenge anyone. An estate, what is an estate? An estate is the totality of your belongings. So can an estate own an estate? It is administrators. We would have expected that the executors in the estate who are named in the will are the ones who would have been named in the shareholding. And we know all these trick games that are being played around to hide ownership. And that, because I talked about circumstantial evidence, that is to be compared with the affidavit of Mr. Jomo in terms of how Jomo was approached to be proxy in buying the property, and how Jahenda, the question that has been asked, is the one operating the accounts. And we have been able to show that the same Jahenda, the same lady who works at the DP's office, is the same person who is the manager at the hotel and is the one who is operating the accounts. So I invite you to see the web of secrecy, the web of conspiracy. It is a web. And this is why I said these are white-collar crimes. They are done by intelligent people. Sometimes it becomes very difficult to get direct evidence, but in the totality of the circumstances, it points to money laundering and corruption. Let me now go to Senator for Nandi, my good friend, Senator Cherangei. Thank you very much for the Bible verse. I'll keep on reading it, and every time I read it, I'll remember you. 5.2 billion worth. Did I ask for the worth declaration? I have said here, I was not in an investigation journey. I was doing my role under the law to establish a prima facie case. And the last I know, in terms of public declaration, because this has also been asked, the Deputy President, during the presidential debate, as a candidate for election, did declare that he was worth 800 million shillings. I have listed companies, I have listed suspicious transactions that lead me to the conclusion that he is now worth 5.2 billion shillings. The law on unexplained assets, because this is important. The law on unexplained assets is such that you are asked, you own this. Please tell us how you acquired it. Because as far as we know, your legitimate income cannot support this. That is what I have done. I have listed properties that I have laid evidence that they are either directly or indirectly owned by the Deputy President. It is upon him, and this law is established. It is upon him to tell us where he got money to buy those properties, because in as far as we know, his legitimate sources of income do not support that income. Senator Kinyua, thank you for the question. Treetop Hotel is owned by KWS and therefore is a public institution. The expectation at law is that it should be, if it was to be leased, that needed to follow the Public Procurement and Disposal Act, and therefore would have expected an advertisement, a competitive process to leading to its acquisition and leasing to a private person. There is no evidence that that was done, and that's why I allege and I approved that the Deputy President used his office to influence the acquiring of Treetops Hotel, abuse of office. Whether we have had the opportunity to discuss with the children and the widows of the late Nerito Gachagua, please allow me not to comment on that, because there are requests also, as I said yesterday, that we keep certain matters that come to our knowledge during this process in secrecy. Senator for Samburu, the necessity of including the companies, I have said. The children of the children of Rigathi Gachagua, they are in, I think one is in his early 30s, the other one is in his late 20s. Whether there is an age limit for somebody to obtain a loan of 700 million, no, there isn't an age limit, but the guess, yours and mine, how many children of that age in the Republic of Kenya would have security enough to secure a loan of 600 million? Because to secure a loan of 600 million, the bankers tell us that you have to place property probably that is 10 times more in value than that. When did they acquire that property? Number two, it is not our evidence, and this is important for me to clarify, that Abadea's Safari Lodges was acquired through a loan. It is an explanation that we have discounted. He said that they obtained a loan of 600 million, but the only document that was produced is an offer letter for the loan. There is no evidence to show that the loan was granted. There is no evidence to show any charge on that loan. And therefore, it is our contention that that explanation is not conclusive. That explanation cannot suffice. And therefore, it goes back to the Deputy President to tell us where he got the 535 million, where he got the 143 million to buy those properties, because the loan is not substantiated. Senator, in terms of Olive Gardens, we have been able to show Julian Jahenda, the one managing the hotel and the one working in the DP's office, is one and the same person. Jomo, we bought the hotel on a promise that the Deputy President, the truth of the matter is that
Conclude, Honorable Mutuse.
Jomo bought the hotel
2 minutes to
as a proxy for the Deputy President. What problem do we have with refurbishment at the office of the Deputy President? We do not have a problem with the tender, we have a problem with the priorities. Kenyans today, and the Deputy President is talking about it, are crying about services. Is it a priority to renovate the office, or is it a priority to give water to the people of Kibwezi? Vipingo Beach, I have explained whether you would bequeath your wealth to your children or to the children of your brother. Senator of Meru, the property, there is an admission from the response by the DP that he actually owns a property in Meru, so I do not need to belabor that point. He has already admitted he owns a property in Meru, but he says he got a loan from one of the local circles. He has not produced evidence for that loan. And therefore, to my contention, that issue is already proved. In terms of the NIS address in Mombasa and why we complain about it, imagine, and I do not want to imagine that, somebody was a member of Al-Shabaab, and the deputy president, none other than the deputy president, stood up and said our intelligence system has collapsed. Wouldn't that be the right time to strike? That is the risk that the country faced by that particular announcement. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Let us have the second witness. As the counsel for the DP responds or clarifies on the issues raised towards them, may we have the second witness available for purposes of clarifications. Counsel, you may proceed.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Let me begin with the tortured question of the estate of the late Nderitu Gachagua. It is, I think, a shame that will stick on Honorable Mutuse for the rest of his years on earth.
Counsel for the Deputy President.
Yes.
There are very few clarifications that were directed towards you.
Yes.
So I'll give you 5 minutes. You're not responding to the clarifications by Mutuse. You're responding to the clarification as sought.
Those are the ones I am. Honorable Speaker, there are quite a number of clarifications, especially on this estate issue, which please allow me 10 minutes.
All right.
Thank you very much, Senate. Now, I began my cross-examination of Honorable Mutuse yesterday with asking him how long he has practiced law and what law he has practiced. The problems you have as a Senate, as a quasi-judicial body, are born out of inexperience of legal practice. If you had practiced any succession law, I'm answering the question.
Order, Honorable Senators. I'm sorry, Senator Kabindu, just have a seat. I couldn't take that.
Yes.
What is the source of this?
I asked him yesterday. He answered the question.
Yes, Counsel for DP. What exactly did you say?
I just wanted to say that the National Assembly was provided with an affidavit by the executors of the will of the late Nderitu Gachagua. It is before you. It is volume number 4, stated, called the Further Affidavit of Nderitu Gachagua. Rigathi Gachagua. It should be before you. In that affidavit, the two executors state in comprehensive detail everything concerning that particular estate. They are as follows. 1, the estate property was divided in accordance with the will. The probate matter commenced and went all the way to the end to conclusion. All issues were resolved within the court case and in a sense are now res judicata. That is issue number 1. Issue number 2, you will find in that affidavit between pages 11 and pages 19.
Who sought that clarification?
I was asked, the question was asked here, I think, by Senator Dulo asked.
For DP, do not respond to what Honorable Mutuse said.
Senator
Pick
Dulo.
a senator's issue and respond to it.
That's what I'm responding to.
Exactly. So whose clarification?
Senator Dulo asked, can you please address the question of disinheriting the widows, if Hansard could confirm that? I believe she did. That's what I'm answering, yes. And so the will, as I'm explaining, does not disinherit the children or the widows or anybody else. It is merely because in the motion brought before you, there were properties listed in the motion that were part of the estate. That is the only reason this estate has become the subject of proceedings before the Senate and the National Assembly. So when you look at the will, as I've said, between pages 11 and 12, at page 13, if you have the document before you, this is volume number 4, there is a long list of how this estate was divided. And I won't go through it, you'll be able to read it yourself. That's number 1. Number two, you will see an affidavit by the executors, except the Deputy President who did not sign this affidavit. These are the two remaining executors who have signed it, explaining between pages 4 and page 9 everything that was done in accordance with the law and in accordance with the law of succession, and that no one's property was taken away.
Senator Dulo, you know our rules. Proceed, counsel. Proceed.
Yes. Now, I've been asked some questions about the issue of the Moranga video and about the shareholder agreements and whether two wrongs make a right. Our position is the opposite. Our position was that the address by the president in Moranga was in fact in confirmation of the agreements. The president was merely saying that they are implementing the agreements they agreed upon. And it was incumbent upon his deputy to assist his president in confirming that they were implementing the agreements. That is the purpose of the video. That is the purpose of those agreements. It is not to say kufa makanga, kufa dereva. I think Senator Beth asked that question. It is to say okoeni makanga na muokoe dereva. That is what we're asking you to do this morning. Senator, I believe Eddie, Senator Eddie Owiti, my good friend, has asked about the interrelation between Articles 91 and Article 232 and how those interact with the agreements. If I would call your attention, honorable senators, to the contracts themselves again, I don't know whether you have them. The contracts are in volume 3, and I'm referring you to page 429. At page 429, this is what the agreement said, and I'm reading, this is the primary agreement that was signed between UDA and between Fort Kenya and ANC. This is what it said. Further terms, parameters, and details of the sharing of positions of responsibility in the national government pursuant to this article shall be contained in a separate schedule to this agreement, which schedule shall be negotiated and executed before the date of the general election scheduled on 9th August. So there were subsequent agreements executed on how these shares were to be divided and to be implemented. That is issue number 1. But issue number 2, the parties gave themselves some room, and you'll see this at page 430. This is Article 22, Subarticle G. Notwithstanding the content of this article, the founding member parties hereby commit to make any adjustments that may be necessary to accommodate the development priorities of other parts of the country to ensure equitable distribution of Kenya's national resources and wealth for the benefit of every citizen and every part of Kenya. When the Deputy President takes a stand, we will be demonstrating to you with videos where both he and his boss, the president, went out of their way to say that the voting did not matter to how they were going to implement the development agenda. I think I was asked whether there are any contracts or agreements that were signed on behalf of Mount Kenya. I did not see any. We don't have any thus far. There were several parties from Mount Kenya, but they did not negotiate anything. Then an important question. The Deputy President did not say the government is a company. When you read the statements, he was making an example. It's like a company. It was a tool to explain a document. That's all he was doing. I'm pressed for time here. Yes, Senator Chariot asked a question about two wrongs making a right, and whether the current DP is conceding that because he did what the former DP did, that then he's guilty. Again, far from the truth. We are asserting, when you read the documents, the documents at page 412, this is the article where the president spoke, the former deputy president spoke in Moyale. This is what he said. The deputy president reiterated that he used to ask tough questions when attending the National Security Council meeting about schemes of murder. It is something that has troubled me a lot, and that is why we have put it to the Kenya Kwanza Manifesto that extrajudicial killing must come to an end. It is illegal and constitutional and offends every principle of the right of life. In law, there is no secrecy where crimes are committed or there is violation of the Constitution. The deputy president was merely following the mentorship of the man who occupied the office before him, and it was not releasing any secrets that did not concern illegalities or unconstitutionality. So that deals with the question of oath of secrecy, I think that was asked. And because of shortage of time, I'll allow my learned colleague, Mr. Elisha Ongoya, to come and answer a few questions. Thank you very much, honorable senators, for your time and your attention.
How many minutes, clerk?
Mr. Speaker, 3 minutes will be enough for me.
No, we need to know how much time you have. You have 2 minutes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ongoya for the Deputy President.
Proceed, counsel.
Thank you.
Counsel.
To the question whether the Deputy President is aware that county governments are distinct, our answer is simple. Governments at national and county levels are distinct and interdependent. So the constitutional architecture is not to create pigeonholes, it's to create cooperative and interdependent governments. And just to bolster that argument, you will notice that the allegation against the Deputy President on Nairobi River relocation is not that he destabilized Nairobi County government, is that he refused to support implementation of a resolution of cabinet, a national government institution. Meaning even at that level, that was the understanding that this was an intergovernmental approach to clean up Nairobi River. On the question of Julian Jahenda, allow me to say this. The person who has brought Julian Jahenda in these proceedings is a deponent of an affidavit. Allow us to hold him to account on that affidavit when he comes to testify himself, because we have questions for him around this witness too. Then finally, on the question of Treetops Hotel, let this be very clear distinction. Treetops Hotel was not acquired by the company in question from KWS. Treetops Hotel was an assignment of lease. When the Kenya government gives you a lease, say 99 years, you can sell that lease. So it was an assignment of lease that was already assigned by KWS to a third party. So the construction that a company associated with the Deputy President, rightly or wrongly, got this property from KWS is actually wrong. There was a completely different private property that had a lease. Then that company holding that lease assigned that lease. Thank you so much. My 2 minutes are over.
The second witness. Order, honorable senators. Senator Olekina, proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my question to Mr. Mulwa. Mr. Mulwa, if you look at the response in volume 6 by the Deputy President, the Deputy President says as follows, 4.2, volume 6, which is in page 11, in response to the allegations that you called him, or he called you, to be able to push for the bid board. He said that this is clear in paragraph 4 of the witness affidavit of Andrew Mulwa. He contradicts himself by claiming that on the 11th July 2023, I pressured him to surrender the original bid board, yet by the letter dated 5th of May 2023, KEMSA had requested for collections of the original bid. Thus, there was no cause for pressure to be exerted on Mr. Mulwa or any other person. Now, in your affidavit on page 70, you put an excerpt of your WhatsApp or communication between yourself and Dr. Rigathi, where Dr. Rigathi, it's alleged, he said, Dr. Ikunu Rigathi here, kindly contact me. When possible, there is a document for HE we are trying to collect. In the same affidavit, you have annexed 3 letters. One letter dated June 30th, and I want you to keep in mind of the 30th of May. June 30th, which is a letter sent to you, from KEMSA to EACC, requesting for the bid board. That is June 30th. That is a month after the date that the Deputy President alleges to have received information from KEMSA asking him to collect the bid bond. Secondly, you have a letter dated 11th July, where you communicate to the company called Shabika Impex Private Limited, asking them to collect the bid bond. Yesterday, when you're being cross-examined, you said that you were afraid, you felt pressured when the Deputy President called you, allegedly, and asked you to surrender the bid bond. Could you please give us a chronological of events? Because this letter is dated 11th that you sent to them. You allege that the Deputy President called you on 11th.
Honorable SC, Rule 23 of the Rules of Procedure. SC Okenyuri, he's gotten the question. He's gotten the question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also wish to ask Dr. Andrew Muller the following. Confirm if the Deputy President did call you. 2, kindly confirm if Shobika Implex Private Limited, whose agent in Kenya is Crystal Kenya Limited, had emerged as one of the winner of the 3.7 billion mosquito tender before the tender. And finally, what was the issue with the bid bond that you said yesterday you were trying to go pick from EACC? Thank you.
Senator Kavindu.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Speaker, my question is directed to the to Mutuse and maybe his lawyers. Yes, I'm directing it to his lawyers. Please, kindly give me my time. I didn't talk, Olekina, when you were talking.
Senator Kavindu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me go ahead.
Address yourself to the chair.
Thank you.
Proceed.
One of my questions is about the speech which Honorable Mutuse said that the Deputy President addressed from Mombasa. My question is there any law preventing either the President or the Deputy President from intervening if they see any failures with the National Intelligence Services? Is there any law preventing them from intervening or questioning the National Intelligence Service, or is there any law directing them where they should ask these questions from? 2, the lady, Honorable Justice Esther Maina, has she ever made any complaint after the case was done? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Bone.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, to Dr. Mulwa. Dr. Mulwa, I can attest that the number you have put here, through which His Excellency the President pressured you, he relates very well with me because in the days we used to talk with him, I used to use the same number. Your evidence is so critical that we would like you to walk us through that conversation between the Deputy President and yourself, during which time he was putting pressure on you. Mr. Speaker, sir, Tom Masharia, counsel, you are a man of many years of experience, and you know the hierarchy of laws. The Constitution is at the apex, and all other laws are subservient. In your attempt to justify, or rather to protect, and secure the Deputy President from the accusation that he breached the Constitution, Article 27, which prohibits him from discrimination, you have chosen to justify it by using an act of parliament called the Political Parties Act that provides for the agreement. Tell me, are you telling me that by dint of that act, which is subservient to the Constitution, which the Deputy President violated, therefore the act sets him free? And finally, my younger brother, Ongoya, you have told us that for Mutuse to be able to prove that there was insubordination, he needed to bring something from the supervisor.
Senator Hamida.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I remember I am the one who raised this motion, this statement on the mosquito net for investigation. So I am so much aware of this investigation that went on. But Daktari Mulwa, apart from the financial loss that KEMSA incurred, did the alleged interference of the relationship, the alleged interference affect the relationship between the Global Fund and KEMSA? Because I remember, of course, the tender was terminated, which was about 3.7 billion. Global Fund terminated the tender. So was there any a relationship lost between the two? Number two, did the PS Josephine Mburu and CEO Terry Ramadhan lose their jobs due to this tender process, during the tendering process of the mosquito net tender? Number three, did you feel intimidated and coerced to act given the office of the DP? Thank you.
Senator Wafula.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika. Daktari Mulwa, madai kwamba ulipata simu kutoka kwa naibu rais kufuatilia jambo linalohusu mwanawe. Wewe kama mtumishi wa umma, unapopata simu kutoka kwa kiongozi wako wa kitaifa akifuata yale yanayohusu mwanawe, unaona ni vema kutekeleza jinsi anavyotaka ama kufuata katiba ili kutetea yeyote aliyeomba nafasi ya kufanya kazi? Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika.
Senator Munyihaji.
Pia mimi swali langu ni kwa Daktari Mulwa kwamba hii zabuni ulisema kuwa ilifutiliwa mbali. Je, wakati ilipofutiliwa mbali kuna hasara yoyote ilitokea kwa serikali ama kwa KEMSA kutokana na kufutiliwa mbali kwa zabuni hiyo? Pili ni kuwa wewe kama mkurugenzi wa KEMSA ulichukua hatua gani ulipopata simu ama ulipopata maelezo kutoka kwa naibu wa rais kwamba hiyo tenda ama hiyo zabuni ipewe mtu fulani? Asante.
Senator Muma.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Dr. Mulwa, I have two related questions to you. One, is the return of bid boards part of the procurement process? And if it is part of the procurement process, would you say that a call from the Deputy, His Excellency Deputy President, on this issue amounts to interfering with the procurement process? Thank you.
Senator Mariam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. My question is to Dr. Mulwa, that you said DP calls you. Is there, when he calls you, is there any interference with the procurement process? Thank you.
Witness, you may now proceed to make the clarifications as sought by the honorable senators. You have 10 minutes to do that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir, and honorable senators. I will try to answer the questions that have been put forth on the matter of the procurement of the long-lasting mosquito nets by the various senators. Mr. Speaker, sir, the Senator for Narok asked me to give a chronology of what happened so that I may be able to bring out the issue of the pressure that I got from His Excellency the Deputy President and alluded to the letters that I have submitted in regard to the tenders. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, sir, on around the end of April, the Global Fund wrote to the Kenya Global Fund Management Office, communicating a pre-award review decision to terminate the procurement of the 3.7 billion mosquito net tenders. Mr. Speaker, sir, this was after the procurement had been done earlier on in February by KEMSA, and it's a usual procedure during the procurement under the Global Fund, after the evaluation of the tenders, the evaluation report is shared with the Global Fund to authenticate if full procurement procedures and law have been followed. On review, the Global Fund realized that the tender, which the evaluation committee had recommended to be awarded to one Shobika Impex Limited, had an issue. And Mr. Speaker, I will refer to the bid bond, which I shared in the documents. In the motion, I think it's page is page 76 out of 85. Mr. Speaker and honorable senators, if you look at the bid bond that I'm referring to, the bid bond down there has a stamp of the 21st of February 2023, having been received by one Monica at 9:37 a.m. Mr. Speaker, sir, this tender was running at the time this bid bond is being received. The tender was supposed to close on the 10th of March, but the earlier closure, this bid bond did not come as part of the tender document. Usually, bid bonds are annexures to the tender document, and therefore, this bid bond came as an ordinary mail. Further, if you look on top of that page, it's written PD, which is Procurement Department, FY&F for your next necessary action, and I can confirm the signature for the CEO who was there before me on the 23rd of February while the tender was opening. In other words, Mr. Speaker, sir, this bid bond already had issues even before the tender closed and was opened. And therefore, the bid bond was submitted outside the tender document, which is already an irregularity in the procurement. Mr. Speaker, after the cancellation of these tenders, the Global Fund, this issue became brought an outcry, and as a result, a principal secretary, the CEO, and officials from the Ministry of Health and KEMSA were suspended as a result. The PS was actually dismissed. Mr. Speaker, sir, an investigation was instituted by the Public Procurement Regulatory Authority, the EACC, both houses of Parliament, both the National Assembly and the Senate, investigation onto the procurement anomalies. Mr. Speaker, one company wrote to us on around June 12th or thereabout, asking for return of the bid bond. This company was Shobika, and we were able to, we did not have the document because EACC and other investigating agencies had taken the original documents. And therefore, we wrote back and informed them of the state. And when July came, I think the investigations were happening, officers were recording statements, and that is when I got a call from the Deputy President asking me to surrender the bid bond to Dr. Rigathi Ikino. On the same day, because I called EACC, I informed them that, and for the record, Honorable Speaker, I had never received a call from anyone above my cabinet secretary. This was the first time I received a call from a sitting deputy president and requesting for documents that were under investigations. Mr. Speaker, in my 15 years of public service, I had never been asked to do that. And therefore, I felt coerced, and I had to leave the business that I had for the day, go to EACC, follow up the bid bond so that I am able to retrieve it. I was actually able to write a letter to them and follow it up because I had written a letter earlier, and I followed up and sat there for 5 hours for them to discharge the bid bond. And on the same date, I wrote a letter and called for them to collect the bid bond. I think, Mr. Speaker, that explains the conversation and the pressure that I felt as an officer serving in public service. I have explained that the company that had been awarded this tender through the technical evaluation was Shobika Impex, whose local agent, sole agent, is Crystal Limited. Mr. Speaker, sir, I have walked the Senate through the conversation that I had with the question asked by Honorable Dr. Boni Alwale on what transpired and how I was able to get the bid bond. Yes, beyond the financial loss, Mr. Speaker, the nets that we were supposed to buy 14 million nets under KEMSA procurement. As a result of purchasing these nets through the Global Fund WAMBO system, we could only purchase 10.2 million nets. Global Fund could only supply 10.2 million nets. That means Kenyans lost 3 million also nets as a result. Secondly, there was a delay. We were supposed to implement the distribution of nets to the public from September 2023. That was not possible as a result of the delays. We were only able to start distribution of the nets from January this year. In effect, there was a loss in terms of money, there was a loss in terms of number of nets, and 3, there was a loss in terms of citizens did not enjoy the protection that they would have gotten from the nets in the time that had been envisaged. Indeed, I can confirm, and I've already mentioned, that PS Josephine was dismissed, and acting CEO and other officers were also suspended. About following the law, when I got the call, Honorable Speaker and Senators, I was able to, one, consult the investigating authorities, and through correspondence, I was able to get the documents as per the law. And therefore, I did not in any way go out of the law as a result. Is the return of bid bond? Mr. Speaker, I'm told my time is up. Can I wind up?
The remaining queries.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Speaker, whether return of bid bond is part of procurement, indeed, return of bid bond is not part of the procurement process per se, but after the procurement process, return of bid bond is a usual procedure because people had given commitments in banks, in insurances, and therefore returning bid bonds is a procedure. The extraordinary circumstance in this matter is, one, the bid bond that had been submitted was not part of the tender document per se, and number 2, this was a matter that was under investigation. And therefore, for the Deputy President to push for the bid bond to be returned, it means that it was pushing for interference of an investigation that was already ongoing. I already gave account that I had to personally go to EACC to get the document. Mr. Speaker, I submit. Thank you.
There's some clarifications that are sought from Counsel Macharia.
Honorable Speaker and honorable members, Honorable Boni Khalwale asked a question from the law. Indeed, there's a hierarchy of laws. It's the Constitution, the laws, and subsidiary legislation. And I cannot purport to be teaching lawmakers how this is done.
5 minutes.
Yes, and so I say this with tremendous respect. The hierarchy of laws, the infrastructure of laws, is that there are provisions left in the Constitution as self-executing. The Constitution then delegates to Senate and the National Assembly the power to make laws to execute certain of its provisions. And to that extent, that statute carries constitutional authority because it is made pursuant to a constitutional provision. And that would be the case with the Political Parties Act. At Article 91 and Article 92, the Constitution prescribes what political parties and the regulation of political parties and coalitions must contain and must do. If a statute is unconstitutional, then the High Court, as it has done many times, then strikes down that statute as unconstitutional. The Political Parties Act, as currently framed, and the basis upon which these coalition agreements were drawn and registered, and a government formed on the basis of those agreements, have not been found to be unconstitutional. So we're not saying that any wrong was done. We're in fact saying everything was done in accordance with the Constitution and the law. That's number one. Number two, when His Excellency the Deputy President stands to make his response before you, amongst the things he'll be showing you in great detail with documentation and with videos is the lengths to which not only he, but his ultimate appointing authority, his boss, the president, and the entire government went to ensure that the development was spread across the country. And I think, as I demonstrated a few minutes ago here, the contracts themselves indicated that there would be need for flexibility to ensure that you're within the Constitution. That did not derogate from the requirement by the parties to implement and to obey and to ensure the contracts were implemented. So they were done constitutionally. And then finally, again, I think I keep emphasizing, they talked about government, they didn't talk about tribes, they didn't talk about regions, and they ensured that the constitutional requirements, as I think Senator Ediwiti had asked me, at Call 91 and 232 were complied with. Thank you very much.
Counsel for the National Assembly. There is a clarification sought by Senator Kavindu. If you may proceed to clarify, then we close and move to the third witness.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The first question was whether there is any law preventing the Deputy President from intervening when they see any failures in the National Intelligence Service. The answer is that the oath of due execution of the office of the Deputy President, which is in the Constitution, it's part of our Constitution, prohibits the Deputy President from disclosing matters, especially those relating to national security, that are committed to a secrecy. And therefore, it was a violation of his oath of office. It was a violation of the Constitution to discuss matters of that nature at a time in the circumstances prevailing in a press conference broadcast to the whole world. There is a constitutional forum to raise those issues. And indeed, the Deputy President, I want to believe very many other officers, even ordinary citizens can write to that National Security Council if they have genuine grievances about its operations or its personnel or its capabilities and performance. Mr. Speaker, when that oath of office, which is part of our Constitution, says matters committed to the secrecy of the Deputy President are not to be divulged, it is an acknowledgement by our Constitution that there are certain matters which by their very nature, they are not to be broadcast. The Swahili say, usimwage mtama penye kuku wengi. Some things require discretion, they require you be tempered, and they require you know the forum and the occasion to do it. And therefore, it is no answer. Even if we were to accept, for argument's sake, that all the grievances the Deputy President had are factually correct, it will still be no answer to that charge. The second question was whether Justice Maina has made any complaint after the case was done. We are not aware of any complaint lodged by the Honorable Lady Justice Maina. But that question, Mr. Speaker, also tells you why this is an impeachable offense. Those who know our constitutional theory say judges hold neither sword nor the purse. The reason our constitution protects judges and puts them in a special place is because unlike politicians and the executive, they have no way and no forum of dealing with harassment from the political branches of government. But if we are wrong in that, Mr. Speaker, again, why I'm very happy with this question, you imagine, let's accept for argument's sake that indeed Justice Maina could have lodged a complaint, because it's possible she would have walked to a police station, met an OCS there, recorded a complaint and a statement. Dr. Mulo has just been here as a junior officer. The practicalities of an OCS, a police constable, summoning the deputy president of the republic to respond to a complaint. The whole specter of handcuffing, taking fingerprints, processing the deputy president to take him to the magistrate's court to answer to a criminal offense would subject that office to so much indignity. And because the design of our constitution is that people holding certain offices, in fact, the constitutional text is that they should behave in a manner that brings honor and dignity to the office. It is to save the country the drama, the spectacle of a junior police officer, a junior prosecutor, harassing, arresting, prosecuting a deputy. And because we don't want to subject our democracy to this kind of showbiz, that is why this Senate is vested with the power of impeachment, and that is why our Supreme Court has said several times, as I pointed out yesterday, the test is not whether he is criminally liable or civilly liable, which is the business of the judiciary. I so submit, Mr. Speaker.
Now, Counsel for the National Assembly, you may call your third witness.
Honorable Speaker, distinguished senators, my name is Moses Kipkogei. Our next witness is Abdi Mahmoud from the EACC. He's a former witness who was called pursuant to the summons issued by this House at the request of the National Assembly. I request the Sergeant at Arms to call him from room 4. Sorry.
Mr. Speaker, may I just raise a concern? It is true that this witness was called pursuant to a summons of the Senate, but normally a witness is called to produce a particular document or to produce a particular item. As we stand now, none of us knows what this witness is coming to produce, so we can't even pull it out from these massive documents. We want it to go on record that this is trial by ambush. We will know for the first time what this witness has come here to do when he begins speaking. I just want that to go on record, but before he starts, I want counsel to tell us what documents this witness wants to rely on, so that against all the unfairness we have witnessed, at least we can have some semblance of looking at it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Counsel for the National Assembly, what say you?
Mr. Speaker, the documents to be identified by the witness are contained in Volume 8A of our bundle.
Call in the witness, please. Just have the witness on this side.
Okay.
Where the others took the oath. Now, just to remind Counsel for the National Assembly, you have 20 minutes to conclude on your case, and the Counsel for the Deputy President, you still have your 45 minutes intact for purposes of cross-examination. Let's proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I intend to use 15 minutes to take the witness in chief and reserve 5 minutes for any re-exam.
So before the witness takes an oath, counsel for the Deputy President, you do confirm now that you understand and you know the documents that the witness is going to produce as contained in volume 8A. And these are the documents, I believe, in respect to which I made a ruling yesterday, or have them admitted.
We do, Mheshimiwa Speaker.
Thank you so much, Senior Counsel.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. So this is, we cannot, and as a chair, I cannot allow trial by ambush. Proceed.
Thank you. I, Abdi Ahmed Mohamud, do solemnly swear that the evidence that I shall give before this Senate in respect of the matters before the Senate shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God. Thank you.
So, Mr. Abdi, introduce yourself to the Senate, the place you work, your rank, and how many years you've worked in that institution.
Thank you. My name is Abdi Mohamud. I'm the Deputy Chief Executive Officer of the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission. I have worked at the Commission since 2005. I started off as a senior investigator. Right now, I'm the Deputy Chief Executive Officer. My main responsibilities are to assist the Chief Executive Officer of the Commission in the day-to-day running of the Commission, among others. Another key role and responsibility that I hold at the Commission is that I chair the Commission Management Committee on Investigation Evaluation. Basically, I have been an investigator since 2005 when I joined the Commission. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mahmoud. You are before the Senate this morning following summonses which were issued to your institution. And in the summonses, the 3 areas were identified. Would you wish to appraise the Senate on those 3 areas which you are to guide the Senate on?
Okay. If I may refer to my documents,
yes, you can.
Thank you. So there are 3 areas that I was requested to comment on. The first one is an investigation that the Commission conducted on a procurement on the supply of long-lasting insecticide nets at the Kenya Medical Supplies Agency, KEMSA. The second issue that I was to comment on is the declaration of gifts and donations received by His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua, the Deputy President, during his tenure of the office to date, pursuant to Section 14(5) of the Leadership and Integrity Act. The third issue that I was to comment on is the declaration of conflict of interest made to the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission by His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua, the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya to date.
So we'll go to the first question, or the first issue, which you are asked to address yourself to. And I wish to refer the witness, Honorable Speaker, to our bundle 8 of our documents. Can you identify the document at page 3 of that document?
Yes, I can identify. This is a letter that we did to the Clerk of the National Assembly on 23rd September 2024. It was responding to a letter that we received from the National Assembly requesting us to furnish the National Assembly with information on the investigation that we conducted on the long-lasting insecticide nets, and to indicate in our responses any outcome or status of the investigation that we did conduct.
So your letter in that volume relates to procurement of certain items at KEMSA. Am I correct?
You are correct.
You have appraised the Senate, the National Assembly in that letter. Would you appraise the Senate on its contents?
The content is the procurement of long-lasting insecticides by KEMSA. This was in the year 2023, and the Commission, in its functions, either it conducts investigation on its own motion or at the instigation of other parties. For this particular investigation, we did receive a letter from the CS, who was then in charge of the Ministry of Health, indicating that there were certain irregularities in a procurement of insecticide nets by the KEMSA, and the CS then wanted us to conduct investigation and find out whether certain procurement irregularities did take place. And from that, we actually did carry out investigation, and the outcome of the investigation so far is already reflected in the letter that we have provided.
And what was the outcome of the investigations, Mr. Mahmoud?
There were serious procurement challenges that affected that particular tender. The major one was change of specifications to suit a company called Shobika Impex Limited, which was having which had a local agent by the name Crystal Kenya Limited that had the sole responsibility, or rather the sole function, to provide certain mosquitoes that had certain chemicals. So basically what the investigation concluded is that there are two types of chemicals that were used on these particular nets. If I may read one of them, one is called Synergist Piperolin Photopside, PBO, long-lasting insecticides nets, while the other one is pyrethroid long-lasting insecticide nets. So this company had the sole distribution rights on this particular chemical called PPO. And in totality, from the investigation, we realized that the PS at that particular time did write to the CEO of KEMSA, instigating, or rather compelling the CEO of KEMSA to change the specifications so that it can fit the chemical that was to be provided by Shobika Impex Limited, whose local agent was Crystal Kenya Limited. Basically, that was the starting point. The other problem was that there was when the tender was to close on 23rd, the company, this is Shobika Impex Limited, at that particular time wanted to have a bid bond introduced into the documents, into the tender documents. Yet we all know that in procurement, the tender document, the bid bond is supposed to be part of the tender document. They're supposed to be delivered together. But in this circumstance, the bid bond was delivered by hand to the CEO's office on 23rd when the tender was supposed to close. So they had to find a way of extending the period of closure up to 10th of the next month of March, so that that particular bid bond which had issues can now be factored in, or rather regularized, and so that this company called Shobika could benefit out of that particular extension. Of course, there are many other issues. Like, we also realized that at the end of the when the tender was discontinued, for example, there is a company called Tianjin Yorkol International Trading Company that was among the bidders that initially bidded for this particular tender. They were disqualified on a fact that they were not authorized by a manufacturer. This company had provided sufficient evidence and proof that they're actually manufacturers. So a company that is a manufacturer was disqualified on the ground that they did not provide authorization from a manufacturer, yet they are actually manufacturers. So those are some of the challenges that the tender had. And
at the end of it all, what became of this tender?
At the end of what happened is, after the technical committee of the KEMSA did recommend Shobika to be awarded the tender, because this tender was actually was being financed by Global Fund. So the agreement was, after the tender evaluation committee's report is done, that report is to be handed over to Global Fund, the financiers. So when that report was surrendered or handed over to the Global Fund realized...
You said the evaluation committee of KEMSA
yes,
made a recommendation that Shobika be
awarded. That was the finding. That was the finding of KEMSA. That was the recommendation by the technical committee.
What happened next?
What happened is Global Fund decided to terminate the tender and asked an internal firm, or rather an internal organization called Wombo.org, which is the procuring arm of Global Fund, to do the procurement. And eventually, one of the companies that were actually disqualified because they were not authorized by a manufacturer ended up winning that tender, together with another firm called A to Z Textile Mills Limited. So those were the eventual winners, but that was after the termination of the recommendation by the technical committee of KEMSA.
So, just to clarify to the Senate, a company which had been disqualified by KEMSA ended up being the supplier.
That is correct.
Following the process which was undertaken by Global Fund.
That is correct.
Okay. What became of the bid bond?
Well, when we were investigating this, when the investigation was ongoing, we collected all the bid bonds of the firms that actually bidded, so that not only the bid bonds, but all the documents that related to the tender, so that we could evaluate and record statements. Now, the one that had issues was this one for Shobika. But when the tender was terminated, ordinarily, there would be no need to hold onto tenders or onto documents submitted by the tenderers, and they're usually returned. But for this particular one, because it was a questioned document, the CEO of KEMSA wrote to the EACC requesting for that document to be handed over. And eventually we did hand over the document to him after recommending disciplinary action against all the officers who were involved in the tendering process, starting with the CEO, the technical committee members, the head of procurement entity. For this particular document, we have a certified copy, which we collected in case there would be need to reopen the investigation, because there could have been other offenses that could, come out of the investigation.
Did you hand over the bid bonds for the other companies which had participated in this?
They were returned to KEMSA.
They were returned to KEMSA. Let's go to the second issue, which was identified in your invite, and probably we should start with the third one, which relates to conflict of interest by state officers and public officers. You are a long-serving officer of the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission. I suppose you are familiar with conflict of interest in terms of the constitutional, statutory, and regulatory procedures. Would you appraise the Senate on that aspect?
Okay, thank you. So conflict of interest is actually addressed under Section 16 of the Leadership and Integrity Act. And it clearly states that a state officer or a public officer shall use the best efforts to avoid being in a situation where personal interests conflict or appear to conflict with the state officers or public officers' official duties. Now, when we talk of personal interest, we look at Section 6, which explains or rather indicates that personal interest includes interest of spouse, child, business associates, agents, or any other matter in which the state officer or public officer has a direct or indirect pecuniary interest. Basically, in practice, what happens is we also have the regulation, which is the subsidiary law of that particular act. If we look at the conflict of interest, that particular part 3 of the leadership and integrity regulations clearly specifies how conflict of interest are supposed to be dealt with by public officers.
And in summary, how are state officers to deal with questions of conflict?
All public institutions are actually required to maintain a conflict of interest registers, which can be inspected by individuals upon application. That is the starting point. If, for example, a public officer or a state officer feels that he is conflicted, he is supposed to declare the conflict in that particular register. And you know, the commission also has a role in that the commission is actually mandated to enforce and implement the Leadership and Integrity Act together with the regulations.
Thank you, Mr. Mahmood. And if you say, did I hear you correctly say that conflict of interest extends to children, spouses, and business associates? Did I hear you correctly?
That is correct. That is subsection 6, section 16.
Let's go to the third issue in view of time, which is in relation to gifts.
Okay, gifts. If you look at section 14 of the Leadership and Integrity Act, together with section 5 of the regulations of the same act, it is clearly indicated that gifts received by a public officer is a donation to the state. That is what Regulation 5 indicates. If you go down there, you'll also see that a state officer or public officer who receives a gift whose value exceeds 20,000 Kenya shillings shall, within 48 hours of reporting to the office, surrender it to the public entity in which the officer is employed. It also goes further in subsection 4 to indicate that a state officer or a public officer who receives a gift in terms of this regulation shall, irrespective of the monetary value of the gift, declare the gift received to public entity which the public officer represents. Finally,
all gifts are supposed to be declared regardless of its monetary value.
Yeah, maybe, yes, that is correct. But what I maybe should have mentioned is that public officers and state officers are barred to receive any monetary gift. So here we are dealing with gifts that are not non-monetary. For monetary, they are barred, or rather we are barred from receiving any monetary gift. But yeah, so this.
And in the same manner, with respect to conflict of interest, we have a register of conflict of interest. Do we have a register of gifts?
Yes, we have a register of benefits in each and every public agency where officers who receive gifts are supposed to declare immediately, and we have indicated in 48 hours. And what I would also wish to mention is that
what is the role of the Commission in relation to gifts?
Okay. Yeah, now if you look at subsection 9 of the regulations, you will see that a public entity shall at the close of every financial year furnish the Commission with a report specifying and all the gifts, any gift the entity intends to dispose of, all that. And then subsection 3, of course, talks about report. The report under paragraph 1 shall be submitted to the Commission within 30 days after the close of the financial year.
So just so that we can close on that, every financial year, the Commission is supposed to receive the registers of gifts from all state entities.
That is correct.
For your record.
Yeah.
Have you received the register of gifts from the Office of the Deputy President?
Not to my knowledge.
Not to your knowledge. That will be all, Mr. Speaker.
Counsel for the Deputy President, you may now proceed to cross-examine the witness.
Thank you very kindly, Mr. Speaker, sir. I'll be very brief with you. You did receive the summons this morning, yes?
I received the summons yesterday afternoon.
And you had come and testify in respect to what aspect in the motion of impeachment?
There were 3 items which I listed.
Kindly grab your notice of impeachment, the motion.
The motion?
Yeah, the motion of impeachment at volume 1 of the National Assembly. And as you do so, kindly again repeat or state the thematic areas you are supposed to testify in respect to.
So let me start off by looking at the summons which I received yesterday. So the first one, the investigation of the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission of tender. The number is given there.
Thank you. Now let's go to that particular tender. What is the grievance in the notice of motion respect that tender? What is the mover of the motion aggrieved with?
Which page?
In respect to the tender you're testifying.
Which page?
What is the mover of the motion aggrieved with in respect to this tender of KEMSA? It's a simple question. You don't need to refer.
But I need to refer to the document, isn't it? So that I can read the exact.
It's okay. You can be led by your counsel.
Yeah.
You know the motion better than the witness who's been brought to prison on a particular aspect. You can just take him there so that we save on time.
Just tell me the page, I'll be able to...
You page 24?
Page 24.
Yes.
Page 24.
You reckon that the mover is aggrieved by indicating that the Deputy President bullied him and exerted unnecessary pressure in respect to this tender, correct?
As per the document, yes.
That is the position, correct?
That is what is captured here, but that is not part of my evidence.
That is not part of your evidence. Yeah. Does your evidence relate to the notice of motion, to the notice of impeachment before this assembly?
It does, and But
is there a complaint in the notice of impeachment that relates to conflict of interest that you know of?
And so what I would really request you, let us deal with my evidence.
Yes,
don't take me to the evidence.
We are dealing with it. Is there a complaint that relates to conflict of interest in the notice of motion? If yes, kindly point it out for the assembly to note.
No, I wouldn't know because I haven't gone through the whole.
You have not gone through the motion.
The whole motion I haven't.
Is there a complaint that relates to gifts and how gifts must be dealt with?
I want to.
Do you know or you do not know, Mr. Witness?
I do not know.
You do not know.
Yes.
Now, in respect to this tender, are you aware that this Senate sat and conducted an independent investigation in that respect?
I'm not even aware.
Are you aware?
I'm only aware of the investigation EACC conducted.
Yeah. So in respect to this motion that is before the assembly, what investigation did you conduct that relates to the gift in this assembly?
I was requested to talk about...
We are talking about the notice of impeachment before the assembly, Mr. Witness.
I'm referring to the summons that I was given by this House.
And your summons must relate to the proceedings, correct?
I'm not the originator of the summons. How would I know how it relates? I will confine myself to the summons. And there are 3 issues I was to address. One of them is gifts.
How many companies bidded in that particular process?
I think there were about 17.
There were about 17?
Yes.
Did all the bids pass?
Pass in terms of award?
Yes.
Finally, the award was given to 2 companies.
Yes. Which companies were they?
Let me get the names. Yeah, the 2 companies that eventually won after the Global Fund conducted their own tender.
Yes.
One is called Tianjin Yerkol International Trading Company
Limited. Mr. Witness. Yes.
The other one is A to Z.
Do you know what led to the cancellation of the tender?
I know.
Yes, what led to the cancellation of the tender?
It was direct favorism to Shobika.
It was direct favorism to Shobika.
And you know...
Please get hold of the volume 3 of the documents by the Deputy President.
Sorry?
You get hold of volume 3.
Counsel, you may assist me.
Volume 3 of our bundle of documents. And as soon as you get it, you go to page 221. Volume 3, page 221, Mr. Witness.
Just a minute.
And as soon as you grab it, you go to paragraph 100.
Which page?
Page 221.
221.
Paragraph 100. Volume 3.
221, just 1 minute.
Let me assist you with my bundle because we want to save time. Page 221.
Which
Look
paragraph?
At paragraph 100.
Paragraph 100. Yes, I'm there.
Yes, paragraph 100.
I'm there.
Yes, can you read what the report indicates?
In its report, dated 25th April 2023, Global Fund noted that KEMSA had failed to apply the evaluation criteria consistently to all bidders and that none of the bidders met the minimum requirements.
So what is indicated that none of the bidders met the minimum? Requirement, yes. Let's go to page 221, 222.
Now,
22. At paragraph 106.
222.
And again, read it loudly.
Notwithstanding KEMSA's reservations, in a letter dated 4th May 2023, the Acting Director of Procurement recommended termination of the process. The CEO approved, and on 5th May 2023, the termination was communicated.
What was terminated?
The process.
The process of bidding, correct?
Yes.
Why was it terminated?
Now,
Paragraph 100, Mr. Witness,
no,
paragraph
counsel,
100.
Counsel, look.
You know, I am cross-examining you.
I will only deal with my evidence. I will not deal with evidence of other institutions. The Senate is an independent institution. The EACC
that we know
conducted its own investigation. Please ask me questions related to the investigation.
Now, after making your statement, please read the reason why the termination was actuated at paragraph 100.
If you want me just to read for the sake of it, but I'm not owning this evidence. I'm only owning the evidence by EACC.
I didn't ask you to own it.
Yeah.
Witness, the counsel is asking you to read a certain paragraph.
Okay.
Just read it.
Guided.
Yes?
Which paragraph?
I have asked you to read paragraph 106, correct?
Yes.
About the terminations, correct?
Yes.
And I've asked you to state for the assembly the reasons why the terminations is being recommended, correct?
Yes.
And I've told you that that answer, you'll find it at page 221, paragraph 100, correct?
Correct.
And that the bidding was terminated because the bids failed to meet the minimal requirements, correct?
Correct.
And therefore, the cancellation was not as the result of your alleged favorism, correct?
That is not my evidence. My evidence is
yes, I know.
There was clear favorism.
Clear favorism.
Yeah.
Look at paragraph 226. Sorry, page 226.
226. I'm there.
Yes. Look at paragraph 136.
I'm there.
Yeah. Read paragraph 136.
In late April 2023, he learned from the Global Fund.
Who is this learning from Global Funds?
Oh, you just took me there straight.
Yeah, look at paragraph 225 so that we can get to know who is learning.
235 or 225?
Yeah, 225.
225.
That is the evidence by one Dr. Andrew Mulwa, acting CEO KEMSA, correct?
Now, 225. 125, if you...
225. Up here.
Which paragraph?
Up here.
Yeah, submissions by Dr. Andrew Mulwa, acting
yes.
CEO.
So what is he saying now at paragraph 136?
136. In April 2023, he learned from Global Fund pre-award review report that the long-lasting insecticide nets tender was to be cancelled on account of inconsistencies in the bid evaluation.
Yes?
Yes.
So why was it cancelled?
The issue would be who caused the bid.
No, it's not who caused. We are looking at the report. What does it indicate at that paragraph, the issues of the cancellation?
Paragraph 136?
Yes.
On account of inconsistencies.
It speaks to the fact that the bid or the tender was cancelled, correct?
It does, yes.
And it speaks to the reason that it was cancelled on the basis or on the reason of inconsistency, correct?
Correct.
And therefore your testimony that was a result of favorism does not sit well with the evidence contained at paragraph 136 of the bundle, correct?
This, my evidence...
No, I just want you to limit yourself to that paragraph vis-a-vis what you stated. That the reason for the cancellation was the inconsistency, Mr. Witness, yes?
Inconsistencies, yes, but...
Thank you, let's go on.
How is the inconsistency?
Let us go to that one you shall explain in another forum, not here.
Yeah. Continue.
Let's go to paragraph 230, to page 230.
Page 230?
Yes.
Which paragraph?
230.
Which paragraph?
Paragraph G.
G, yes.
Yes?
Yeah.
Can you read it out?
At the evaluation stage, the audit team established that only 2 bidders passed the preliminary evaluation and proceeded to the technical evaluation, that is bidder number 3, Tianjin Young Coal International.
Which two companies passed?
As per this one, Tianjin Young Coal.
Yes.
International.
Yes.
Bidder number 7.
Yes.
Premier Movers Limited, contrary to evaluation committee.
Is Shobika part of those bidders?
No, it's not.
It's not.
Yeah.
Look at look at page 231 again, paragraph J.
231.
Page 231, paragraph J.
Paragraph J, yes.
Yes, read J.
The termination of the tender complied with section 62 of the Act and Global Fund guidelines.
So the termination was lawful, correct? And it complied with the Procurement Act, correct or not correct, Mr. Witness?
Correct.
Correct. Let us look at page 246.
246.
Yes, page 246, paragraph 213.
246.
Paragraph 213.
213, yes.
Yes, what is the report indicating?
Following the cancellation of the tender at KEMSA, TNT placed an order of 10.2 million nets on wombo.org website, and procurement was subsequently done in line with the technical specifications provided by the Ministry of Health.
So the nets were eventually procured, correct or not correct?
They were eventually procured.
And it took the interventions of global funds to procure them, correct?
Correct.
And that you look at paragraph 215, yes?
Yes, I'm there.
Read it out.
Further, prior to the cancellation of the tender, differences arose between Global Fund team and the immediate former PS, State Department of Public Health and Professional Standards with regard to the operations and ongoing at the DNPM Ministry of Health. It was noted that these differences...
It was noted that these differences may have played a role in the final decision by Global Funds to terminate the tender processes, correct?
Correct.
Did that have anything to do with the Deputy President? According to the statement you've just read? It has nothing to do with the Deputy President. Let us now finally answer your issues at page 271. 271.
Page.
Yes, and read loudly paragraph 24 and 25.
271. Paragraph
24 and 25.
The committee, that is 24, the committee observed that following the termination of the tender, while there was no apparent loss of public funds.
Just read it loudly.
The committee observed that following the termination of the tender, while there was no apparent loss of public funds,
there was no apparent loss of?
Lost USD 455,589.4, approximately 70 million in procurement fees.
The report from the Senate indicates there was no loss of public funds, correct?
Let me read this paragraph again so that we are
yes,
together.
Proceed.
The committee observed that following the termination of the tender, while there was no apparent loss of public funds,
just put a full stop there. Pause. What has the committee observed?
You don't want me to finish the sentence?
Yes, I'll lead you to that other part.
Okay.
What has the committee observed?
No public funds lost.
No public funds lost. In your investigations, separate investigations that you conducted, did you arrive at the same conclusion? Did you or did you not?
There was no public funds lost.
There was no public funds lost.
Terminated.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So let us look at paragraph 25.
25, yes.
Yes, read it out.
The committee observed that the cancellation of the tender appeared to have been influenced by Global Fund's apparent effort to exert significant control over the procurement process from the beginning to the end.
Thank you. What occasioned the cancellation?
The cancellation of the tender appeared to have been influenced by the Global Fund's apparent effort to exert significant control over the procurement process.
Is there any evidence indicating that the Deputy President was involved in that process?
No.
Was his companies involved?
No.
Was his family involved?
No.
Any evidence that you have before this assembly to that respect?
The evidence I have.
No. Any evidence that any of them were involved?
On this report? Or my evidence?
This report.
On this report, no, but my evidence is.
Let us go to the next paragraph, yeah? This concluded that Global Funds teams based in Geneva, Switzerland, making multiple trips to Nairobi, Kenya, at least 3 times during the relevant period, raising concerns about the autonomy and the ability of the local government. Just read it out.
That is paragraph 25?
Yes, the same paragraph.
Okay. The committee observed that cancellation of the tender appeared to have been influenced by Global Fund's apparent effort to exert significant control over the procurement process from the beginning to the end. This included Global Fund team based in Geneva, Switzerland, making multiple trips to Nairobi, Kenya, at least 3 times during the relevant period, raising concerns about the autonomy and the ability of the local government agencies.
The autonomy of the organization, correct? Let us look at paragraph 222 again. Sorry, page 222. Page 222, Mr. Witness.
222.
And while you get there, you look at paragraph 105, 107. Page 222.
Paragraph?
107. Would you kindly read it out?
107. It is further her testimony that, I don't know whose testimony this is.
Yeah, that is a testimony of the submissions of Terry Ramathani, immediate CEO.
Okay.
Yes, you find that at page 219. Yeah, but now I'm interested in paragraph 105, 107.
It was further her testimony that the authority had struggled to maintain its autonomy.
The authority has struggled to maintain its autonomy, yes.
Owing to the undue influence.
Owing to undue interference.
Interference by the Cabinet Secretary.
From the Cabinet Secretary for Health, yes, post. Who was the Cabinet Secretary for Health at the time in issue?
Oh, we can check that one.
Yeah, who was? This regime has only had two Cabinet Secretaries.
Let me just confirm from my records here. Because she did a letter to us, so.
Counsel General.
The name is
just hold on, witness.
This is Wafula.
Hold on, Mr. Abdi.
Yeah, sir.
Counsel General.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
I thought when you're cross-examining a witness, you cross-examine on the evidence they've given. You totally abandoned his evidence.
Those are not the rule of cross-examination, Mr. Speaker, sir. I respectfully beg to differ.
The reason why the witness has difficulties.
He doesn't have difficulties in the speaker.
No, he has.
No, I am asking him to read. Okay, I will be guided.
Proceed, if that's your line of argument, proceed.
Thank you for giving me the latitude. Who was the Cabinet Secretary at the time the bid was being cancelled?
She's Nakumicha
Wafula. Has the Senate found that what occasioned all these cancellations of these tenders was the loss of the autonomy of KEMSA?
I would want to confine myself to my evidence.
I know. At this time,
I wouldn't want to talk about the evidence.
Okay, then read that paragraph. Just read for me.
Which paragraph?
Paragraph 107. And I want to finish up with you.
Okay. Paragraph 107. It was further her testimony that the authority had struggled to maintain its autonomy owing to the undue interference from the Cabinet Secretary for Health. For instance, she stated that on 22nd March 2023, she received a note from the CS asking her to assist a certain Mr. Ken Ogola.
She received a note from the CS asking the CEO to assist one Ken Ogola, correct?
As per this statement, yes.
Have you seen any company associated with the Deputy President being accused of these interferences?
No.
Let's go to your bundle as I finish up, volume 8A. Any evidence from volume 8A that you've brought that links? Yes. That links the Deputy President's company to the cancellation of the tender?
Yes.
Look at your paragraph, look at your letter dated 23rd September. Your letter dated 23rd September, and look at the recommendations.
Yes.
What are you recommending?
We are recommending for admin action against the KEMSA officials and the Ministry of Health officials. There is a pending issue.
It's okay. I want you to limit yourself to what I am asking in that respect.
Yes.
You are recommending administrative action to KEMSA officials.
Yes.
Correct?
Correct. But the file is
in that particular paragraph, any recommendation for the prosecution of the company in issue? In that particular paragraph?
The file is still open.
It's okay.
As per these recommendations,
you brought the documents here. We are dealing with what you have brought, not what you have in the office.
Yes.
Any recommendation in respect of that company?
No.
Thank you. Let us go to a letter dated 21st August. Correct?
Of my bundles?
Of your bundles.
By who?
The EACC bundles, the one that you're just looking at. Okay. Don't leave volume 8A. You can see the letter dated 21st August, correct?
Just a minute, I get the letter. 21st August, yes.
Can you see the recommendation at page 7?
Yes.
What are you recommending?
We are recommending for the investigation established that the Chief Executive Officer at KEMSA, Terry Ramadhani, failed to ensure compliance with the procurement processes and the law contrary to Section 44 of the PPDA Act.
That Ramathani was in breach of the law, correct?
Correct.
A person who is in breach of the law, what happens to him?
There are many ways of dealing with that. We can charge.
The law sanctions that act, correct?
Exactly.
Do you know what sanction was given to Terry?
I wouldn't know, but
Do you know that she's now currently the ambassador to New Delhi?
That was not our expectation. We
I know.
Administrative action taken against the lady.
So, did any person, either the chief executive officer, report to you that he has received any intimidation, harassment, bullying from the office of the deputy president?
No.
Yeah?
No.
Did you receive any complaint?
Not to EACC.
Did you receive any complaint?
No.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Witness, finally, where do you place your evidence in these proceedings?
In these proceedings, I place my evidence on the conflict of interest bit.
Conflict of interest.
Which I said, personal interest.
It's okay that you said, and I understand the law.
Allow me to finish, please.
So show me in the notice of motion, I put it to you, that in the notice of motion, there is no charge as against the deputy president for conflict of interest. Does that surprise you, that there is no such a charge?
It doesn't.
Thank you. No further questions.
Counsel for the National Assembly, you may re-examine the witness.
Now, Mr. Witness, only one more question. Between your statement that you have made and the Senate's report, which one do you want us to rely on? Which one? There are only two options. It's either your report or the report by the Senate. Don't give me an explanation.
I can stand by my report.
So we disregard the report by the Senate, correct?
I didn't tell you that. I didn't say that.
We disregard the report by the Senate. Is that the contempt that you have for this House?
I can only stand by my evidence, which I can prove in any forum.
Has that report by the Senate indicated any investigations on the ground of favorism, conflict of interest, and gifts?
No, I haven't gone through the report, so I wouldn't want to
Counsel,
comment.
Thank you.
Are you done?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, sir, but you're addressing me.
Are you done?
Yes, I am done.
Take your seat.
I'm most obliged.
Mr. Speaker, I believe I had around 4 minutes, 5 minutes.
Go to counsel. Now, I'm afraid, counsel, your time is up. However, you have 2 hours to cross-examine the deputy president. That's where you can borrow from.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to borrow 10 minutes in respect of this witness.
Laura, proceed.
Mr. Mahmoud, do you still have the bundle of volume 3?
Yes.
Do you still have volume 3 from the... It's a bigger volume than that.
Yeah?
It's a bigger volume.
Oh.
Let me take you to page 236 of that report. Of that bundle, sorry.
$236.
236.
Yes, I'm there.
You're there?
Yes.
Go to paragraph 188 and inform the Senate.
I'm there.
What the Senate stated in that report, in that paragraph.
So 188, at the financial evaluation, the evaluation committee, the following bidders, the evaluation committee, I think there's a word missing, the following bidders for award. Item 001, that is mosquito nets treated, rectangular polythene. Number 1 is Shobika Impex Private Limited.
So bidder number 2, Shobika Impex Private Limited was recommended for award at a price of USD 9 million.
Correct.
So there was indeed a recommendation by the evaluation committee for an award to Shobika Impex.
Correct.
And it is contained in the report of the Senate.
Correct.
Confirm also that what you've been taken through by my learned friend are the various testimonies of the witnesses who appeared before the Senate. And those testimonies ran from page 202 all the way to page 265. Is that correct?
202, yes. That's correct.
So what counsel has done is to give you the various contestations by the witnesses who came before the Senate. Is that correct?
Correct.
What is important is the recommendations and the observations of the Senate, which is contained in pages 266 to 274.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Correct.
And allow me to just highlight 3 of the observations which were taken out by the Senate. Look at page 267. Page 267, under the rubric.
Yes. Which
in
paragraph?
regards to the tender specifications.
Which paragraph?
Page 267, title B.
Title B, in regard to the tender specifications.
The Senate picked out the tender specifications as an issue, which emerged, correct?
Correct.
Go to page 268.
I'm there.
They also picked out the issue of extension of the tender.
Yes.
And in particular, read to the Senate, paragraph 16(1). Paragraph 16(1).
The sequence of events leading to the extension appeared solicited and mischievous
as evidenced by
the following.
The Senate is saying that the extension appeared solicited and mischievous, and they then go ahead to give reasons.
Yes.
6 reasons, actually.
Sure.
Hyphenated. Yes. And then they also pick out under D the manner in which KEMSA evaluated the tender. Is that correct?
Correct.
So this report of the Senate rhymes with your observations in all material respects. Is that not so?
Correct.
At paragraph E, the Senate then discusses the process which led to cancellation. It's titled cancellation of the tender. Is that correct?
Correct.
And they say that though there was no loss of funds, KEMSA lost 70 million shillings.
Yes.
In procurement fees.
Yeah, paragraph 24. Yes.
So in all material respects, this report rhymes with the report of the EACC.
That is correct.
And there is no reason for you to disown it. You've also been told that conflict of interest is not an issue which has been raised by the mover of the motion.
Correct.
To the best of your knowledge, does the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Act, Anti-Corruption and Economic Crimes Act, have a clause on conflict of interest and makes it an offense?
Yeah, it does. The Leadership and Integrity Act also does. Yeah.
I will identify to the Senate during my submissions the relevant section which is contained in the motion. Thank you, Mr. Mahmoud. And we wish to close with this witness, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Thank you. We will now move to allow honorable senators to ask questions or seek clarifications. Starting with the senator for Nairobi City County. Senator Eddy.
Mr. Speaker, I've got two quick clarification questions, one from the witness and then one from the counsel who cross-examined the witness. Mr. Abdi, you have indicated to this Senate that eventually of all the 17 companies that did bid for this tender, all of them eventually got all their bid bonds and documents back. However, the witness that appeared before us, called Mr. Mulwa, indicated that on the 11th of July 2023, he received a phone call from the Deputy President to be able to come and collect the bid bond for Shobika, specifically from EACC. I want to know, when did the other 16 companies get their bid bonds from EACC? Did they get it at the same date that the former witness indicated that he waited for 5 hours from EACC, or did they get them from EACC at a variable date? Then lastly, Mr. Speaker, the counsel for the Deputy President has heavily relied on the Senate report. And if you look at page 218 all the way to page 230, it is submissions to Senate by different individuals. Counsel, do submissions itemized by individuals who appeared before Senate in your best understanding amount to Senate's finding and resolutions in your best understanding? And what do you make of page 275 of Senate recommendations and not findings? Because you did indicate to this House that those were Senate findings. Are they findings or are they submissions of individuals to the Senate of Kenya? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Mungatana.
Asante sana Bwana Spika. Swali langu kwa mshahidi, umeelezea bunge la Senate ya kwamba wafanyikazi wa serikali hawakubaliwi kuchukua pesa kama zawadi, lakini wafanyikazi wa serikali wanakubaliwa kuchukua zawadi aina ingine. Na tena ukasema katika EACC kuna orodha ambayo mnaorodhesha kila kitu ambacho kinachukuliwa na mfanyikazi yoyote wa serikali. Tunajua kwamba makamu wa rais amekuwa mbele ya Kenya nzima akasema amepata ng'ombe kutoka kwa marafiki zake wa bonde la Ufa kama zawadi. Mimi nataka kukuuliza na uelezee hii bunge yetu ya Senate. Je, uko na orodha ya yote ya hizo ng'ombe za maziwa ambazo zilipatikana, ambazo anasema aliziorodhesha? Hiyo ndio swali yangu kwako. Asante.
Senator Jesang Alan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have two questions that I would like to ask the Counsel of His Excellency, the Deputy President, to tell the House why was it the Deputy President calling the CEO of KEMSA asking for a release of the bid bond and not the CEO of Crystal Company, yet he's not an employee or a director of the said company. Number two, Mr. Speaker, number two, I equally want to ask the Counsel of the Deputy President to enlighten me and prove to this House that on how the call by the Deputy President to the CEO of KEMSA pertaining a bid bond that was in process of a contract, not a conflict of interest. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, I'd also like to ask the council if the Deputy President knows that he's not a regional leader, but a national leader. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Fatuma Dulo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the DP's counsel. Now, I saw you trying to cross-examine the witness before us on a report of the Senate, which I believe he has not interacted with. And again, the motion that was before the House and also the National Assembly. What are you trying to drive out of that? I thank you.
Senator Joyce Korir.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. My question is, I wanted to know what informed the extension of time, the change of dates from the extension of time from during the procurement process. Thank you.
Senator Karungo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My question to Mr. Abdi. You receive a letter from the Health Ministry on 11th May 2023. Then in your wisdom, you replied 16 months later, when the CS has even left the office. My question, and that is 5 months after the Senate looks into the issue and comes with a report. Are you part of the conspiracy? Don't answer me, answer your children.
Senator Sigei.
Honorable Speaker, the question I intended to ask has already been asked by my colleague, Senator Mogatana, so I do not need to waste the time.
Senator Kibwana. And honorable senators, you know, when you're given an opportunity to seek clarification or ask a question, it is not a moment to get a TikTok clip. Please, this is a very serious matter. Proceed. Let us not embarrass this House. Proceed, Senator Hamida.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, to Mr. Abdi, I just wanted a clarification whether EACC, when EACC conducts their investigation, are they guided by other investigations? Because through the cross-examination, I think it was vis-a-vis the Parliament investigation. So I think these are two different investigations. So I wanted that clarification, whether you are guided by Parliament, because the Parliament are not experts. That's why we always bring in or loop in EACC to assist us with the investigation. Number two, would you call it a bribe if a gift is not declared, you know, or gifts in a public office? Would you call it a bribe? Just the last one to the council. How do you cross-examine what someone came and said, but not exactly specific findings of the Senate? Because I found it a bit contradicting. Because the resolutions of the Senate is based on committee's observation, and recommendations, but not investigations. Thank you.
Senator Kathuri.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, mine is not to the counsel or to the witness, but to the remarks which has been given out here by Senator Karungo Dhangwa. Mr. Speaker, I don't know whether you heard what he said, and I do not associate myself as a senator, honorable senator, with those remarks to a witness appearing before the Senate, that please don't answer me, answer your children. Mr. Speaker, that should be expunged from the records of the Senate and from the answer, Honorable Speaker.
Order, honorable senators. Senator Karungo, that is unparliamentary and totally out of order. Proceed to retract that statement, failure to which the chair will rule.
Mr. Speaker, as I withdraw, this session is viewed by everybody. At home, our children too, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Karungo, I never give you an opportunity to make a speech. Retract or you allow me to make a ruling.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, I retract.
Take your seat.
I withdraw, and
Take
please answer
your
me.
seat. Take your seat, Senator Karungo, please. Senator Keroche Tabitha.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for giving me this opportunity. And as a mother, I think I've also felt I'm hurt with Senator Karungo. But because it has been ruled, thank you. We should never, ever. I know we had a meeting, closed our meeting before we started this. And we all agreed we are going to behave. Thank you.
Proceed to seek clarification.
Mine is to the Abdi. My question is to the Abdi on whatever you're trying to do on the procurement irregularities. But my question is, are you doing to the others? Because there are a lot of complaints on the procurement departments in all the ministries. So I hope this continues to everywhere. Thank you.
Senator Richard Onyonka.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to ask Mr. Abdi this question. In your observation, maybe in just a paragraph, what do you interpret happened about this tender from its inception, in terms of the procurement, in terms of the management of the exercise and the conclusion, as an officer whose responsibility is actually to investigate if there was any breakage of the law, and if necessary, make recommendation to the DPP. What conclusion did you reach when you were analyzing this matter? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Karen Nyamu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Dr. Mulwa, before this House, implicated the Deputy President in a scandal of the 3.7 billion KEMSA deal. In your own investigation, can you corroborate what Dr. Mulwa has claimed before this House? Thank you.
Senator Tomo Jenda.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, my question is different. I want to ask the previous, the advocate who spoke or presented the Kenya Kwanza agreement, my learned friend, to clarify a few issues. Mr. Yes, Counsel, can you clarify from the agreement, the Kenya Kwanza agreement, whether there are any shares for the following counties? Please note this. This is important. Kisumu County, Siaya County, Migori County, Homa Bay County, Kitui County, Mombasa County, Vihiga County, Mandera County, Marsabit County, Trans Nzoia, West Pokot, Lamu, and Nairobi County. I just want to know whether, and this is important because the legal crinkum crankum, the twists and turns in this is that you will then interpret, counsel, whether the agreement violates Article 210(2)(b) of the Constitution, inclusivity, diversity, discrimination, and the obligation of the President under Article 131. Lastly, counsel, please just tell us whether, in your view, the relationship between the Deputy President and the President, because you played the two clips under Kenya Kwanza, has broken down irretrievably. That will help us. Thank you.
Senator Essie Okanyure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would wish to seek more information from Mr. Abdi on was it in order for the bid bond document to be released while there was an ongoing investigation? And secondly, did EACC clear Madam Terry Ramadhan as the ambassador? Thank you.
Senator Enoch Wambua.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, a few things to clarify from EACC. One, did you find it necessary to record a statement from Crystal and Shobika in that probe? Because they had been mentioned. Were they entities of interest in the investigation? Secondly, has Shobika ever done any business with KEMSA or with Global Fund before the case on record? In your own investigations, did you find that? In your letter, I see you have recommended administrative action against the CEO, the acting director of procurement, and 2 procurement officers. I see no recommendation of any action, not necessarily by KEMSA, against Crystal or against Shobika. And I think that's in line with your own recommendation that in this case on record, there was no public funds lost, and eventually the bid was returned. So in your own investigation, what is at issue here? I thank you.
Senator Mofire.
I don't know whether this, Honorable Speaker, I want to know from the witness from the EACC. I've listened to his evidence, and I would want to know, on behalf of the whole House, whether the contract for mosquito nets, which was drawn out of interference, because I have captured those confessions from him. So my question is, Honorable Speaker, can he connect the company associated with the DP, with the withdrawal of that contract? Number 2, Honorable Speaker, I have also listened to Mr. Murwa, Dr. Murwa. One would want to know, is it normal for ordinary CEO to come and camp in your office for 5 hours?
Senator Muma.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. My question to the witness is that we've been told by Dr. Mulwa that the people of Kenya lost money, they lost time, they lost the number of nets they were going to get, and services to people. Now, does EACC end at just saying you recommend administrative action? Now, who takes responsibility for the loss of all of that the people of Kenya did? And what responsibility is taken in respect of tinkering with the procurement in order to give it to the wrong person for it to be found not to have been correct? Honorable Speaker, one more question to counsel. Now that Professor Ojenda has asked, I want to take opportunity to ask Counsel Macharia, you referred to the Political Parties Act, Schedule 3, as the instrument with which you allege that the shareholding, in your view, that was being spoken about is contained in the coalition government of Kenya Kwanza. Can you give us the exact provisions of Schedule 3 of the Political Parties Act that says that shareholding can be done on development projects in Kenya?
Senator Mugo. Senator Mugo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have a question for the Excellency Deputy President's Counsel as to whether the Deputy President, in his own conscience, realized that this shareholding narrative is really going negative, and what did he do about it? Or he just went all the way up to where things are now without he himself realizing that it is going the wrong way?
Senator Jonyut.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Very briefly, just want to ask the witness, Mr. Abdi. He has stated that as per their investigation, EACC, that the closing date was moved for this tender, particular tender, was moved from the 23rd of February 2023 to 10th of March in order for the process to favor Shobika, or whose local agent was Christo. Can you clarify, Mr. Abdi, whether this extension of the tender period was due to the late delivery of bid bond, because you said that the tender was also attached to a bid bond that was late? Was the reason the late delivery of the bid bond, or the specifications of the long-lasting net from synergist peronil, something like that, but side to pyrethrin? Exactly what was the reason? Was it late delivery of bid bond or the specification? Number two, Mr. Abdi, you have indicated that the authority did not prefer any charges against the officers of KEMSA and the PS herself. Is that the right thing that EACC was supposed to do, or it should have preferred charges against these errant, in quotes, officers? And finally, why were the companies that were eventually given the tender or awarded the tender by Global FAD, why had they initially been disqualified by KEMSA? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Lelegwe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I would like to seek clarifications from the Advocate of the National Assembly in reference to Ground 11, which pertains to gross misconduct bullying. You have alleged that that His Excellency, the Deputy President, exerted undue pressure on officials of Kenya Medical Supplies Agency in order to secure a tender for supply of mosquito nets to Crystal Limited, a company purportedly associated with him. Now, upon reviewing the documentation provided, I have noted that 17 companies submitted bids for this tender, yet it was ultimately not awarded to any of them. Given these findings, may I inquire from you whether it will be correct to assert that this particular ground lacks sufficient substantiation, considering that no award was made in respect to the tender in question? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Chimera.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 3 quick issues to the witness. I wish to refer the witness to page 17 of his own document. And I know he is a very serious investigator, Speaker, but the document on page 17, dated 16th July 2014, as tabled here, is so naked and so casual, and it's purportedly coming from the Pest Control and Products Board. There is no letterhead as to confirm the authenticity of this document, Mr. Speaker. I don't know how the witness intends to allow the Senate to authenticate this document. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, is on his allegation on the conflict of interest on the part of the DP insofar as this tender is concerned. Is it your contention that the mere fact Crystal Kenya Limited is the local agent of one of the bidders in this tender, then that will suffice to be conflict of interest enough on the part of the DP, because the owner of that company assigns to the DP? And lastly, Mr. Speaker, the witness has been cross-examined by my learned colleague, counsel for the DP, largely on contents of the Senate Standing Committee on Health report, as opposed to his own documents. Do you want it to go on record that you want to rely on that report as your evidence in chief, or should the Senate rely on your documents as tabled under volume 8A of your own documents? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Shakil Abdallah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to Mr. Abdi. How many more charges against the deputy are before the EACC apart from the KEMSA? Thank you.
Senator Aaron Cheriot.
Mr. Speaker, just a quick question to Abdi of EACC. This issue of the bid bond, Mr. Speaker, listening to the former acting CEO, there's something curious about it which I want Abdi to either confirm or help us understand. That there was something peculiar. You know, Mr. Speaker, when you hear about pagination, if you know anything about tenders, you know for a fact that if there's an issue on pagination, either it is not just an issue of forgetting to page or number the pages, Mr. Speaker, but that document may either have been added later on after the tendering process was concluded, or, Mr. Speaker, it was defective. What was the real issue, according to their investigation, with regards to the bid bond that was submitted by this specific company? Secondly, Mr. Speaker, what in his assessment will he say is a reading of the donor community when you have such important programs interfered with as such that the donor communities themselves end up cancelling such important programs? And what are they recommending? Finally, Mr. Speaker, is to Advocate Ndegwa Njiru. He asked the witness earlier which of the report would he, that this House believes, that of the Senate or of the EACC. I'd wish to pose the same question to him. I thank you.
Senator Murango.
Asante sana mstahiki Spika. Swali langu litaenda kwa Bwana Abdi. Kwa sababu anayehukumiwa hapa ni naibu wa rais, tungetaka kujua kwamba kwa sababu mlifanya uchunguzi, ni kesi ngapi ama kuna kesi yote ambayo EACC imepeleka mahakamani ili naibu wa rais aweze kuhukumiwa? Jambo la pili, wakati kulikuwa naibu wa rais alikuwa anachunguzwa katika bunge la kitaifa, kuna ushahidi wote ambao wewe uliwasilisha katika bunge la kitaifa? Na kama hukuwasilisha, kwa nini umeamua kuwasilisha tu nyumba la seneti na sio bunge la kitaifa? Na ya mwisho, katika zabuni ambayo ilikuwa ni ya viandarua vya mbu ambayo naibu wa rais anasemekana alihusika nayo. Tungetaka tujue ya kwamba kwa sababu ile zabuni ilikuwa imeghairiwa na KEMSA, na kwa hivyo dhamana ya zabuni ambayo ni bid bond kwa kimombo ilikuwa inafaa kurudishwa. Tungetaka tujue kama hiyo dhamana ya zabuni ilirudishwa ama iliitishwa, ingekuwa inasaidia naibu wa rais na nini, ama kungekuwa na manufaa gani ya kurudisha dhamana ya zabuni kama ulivyorudisha zingine 17? Hiyo ndio tungetaka kujua. Asante sana Mr. Speaker.
Senator Mogene.
Yes, Bwana Abdi, on this issue of irregular procurement of malaria nets with KEMSA, you know, you have given us documents that basically point to some recommendation for administrative action to be taken against a number of officers. But you know, what is of our concern today is companies associated with the DP. Can you tell us anything that you found irregular around the subject matter that concerns us this afternoon? That is the companies associated with the deputy president, Bwana Acting Deputy CEO. Thank you.
Senator Boni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are lucky that the EACC is here with us. And there are serious allegations that have been raised that require investigations. Could the CEO, the deputy, confirm if indeed there are investigations taking place on your own motion on the following issues? One, on the activities of this intricate web of companies by the Deputy President, on the issue of the disinheritance of the orphans and wife of his late brother, His Excellency Nderitu Gachagua. 3, on the alleged insubordination of the President. And finally, if there are investigations on the role that His Excellency the Deputy President played in the infamous Gen Z uprising that occurred in June. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Cheranke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 3 quick questions. Like an eye of a military marksman. 1, I need clarification on Section 14 on cultural gifts. Especially some of us, when in our community, when we respect you, we give you cows. Does it qualify within the meaning of Section 14? Number 2, I've seen administration action against KEMSA officials and ministry officials and KEMSA. Since you recommended administrative action, have you gotten feedback from KEMSA? And number 2, did you recommend any action against companies? And finally, are there any active investigations by EACC against the person of Rigathi Gachagua or against the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya? I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Mutinda Tabitha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mine is to the Counsel for the National Assembly. You have presented before this House 2 witnesses, Mr. Abdi and the previous one, Dr. Mulwa. Dr. Mulwa before this House stated that there was no loss in regards to this procurement process. Mr. Abdi's report indicates very clearly that there was no loss of public funds. Would you tell this House, between your 2 witnesses, who is telling the truth, who is not telling us the truth? Secondly, EACC, as far as Crystal Limited is concerned, have you established any evidence that shows that the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya benefits directly or indirectly from this particular company? And lastly, My colleague asked about the former CEO, Ramadan. You had recommended action to be taken. In your report also, you indicate that she violated Article 10. Does it end there, Mr. Abdi? Because she's now working in a different capacity. What action are you supposed to take, or do you intend to take? Do you do recommendations and not adhere to them? What's the conclusion as far as this kind of reports are concerned from your office? Mr. Speaker, I ask this because Kenyans sometimes say that the Senate does not do oversight. We do not really take action, but we recommend. And this is now the situation that we find ourselves in, that your recommendations that
Senator Montet Batuli.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would wish to ask the CEO, what did the EAC, what is EAC planning to, is EAC planning to press charges on any of these companies that you say that you've investigated and found that they had interfered either through their agents with this particular tender? And if not, are you planning to do it, and when are you planning to do it?
Senator Veronica.
Just a quick clarification. Can you confirm or clarify whether these investigations have been closed by EACC in respect of this procurement at KEMSA, and whether there are any further persons of interest whom you have sanctioned or issued any notices of prosecution or anything of that sort beyond the letters that are attached to the affidavit? And in the course of your investigation, did you bother to find out what was the content of the phone calls that the acting CEO of KEMSA said was used to intimidate or cause pressure to him? Did you investigate the contents of that phone call?
Witness, you may now proceed to respond. Proceed, witness, to respond. Proceed to respond, witness. Order, honorable senators. If you have noticed, Honorable Seki, Honorable Seki, Honorable Seki, this hearing will terminate beyond midnight today. Let the witness respond to the queries that have been sought. Thereafter, we'll go for another round. Is there any problem? Honorable Seki, you're out of order. You're out of order. And I'm asking you to leave the chamber immediately. You cannot. You cannot direct the chair on what to do. Honorable Seki, unless you apologize, I'm going to throw you out of the chamber. You cannot say the chair is biased. If you've noticed, we've been going on lots. One lot, the witness answers, then I go for another lot. Honorable Seki, unless you apologize, I rule you out of order, and I'm going to throw you out. Proceed. You either apologize or I throw you out. Honorable Seki, you apologize or I throw you out.
You know, you as a speaker, I have come to a desk.
The speaker.
I have a representation of Kajiado people. I have a right to speak in this assembly.
Just
you should
like
not
senator.
seems to be biased.
Honorable Seki, you either apologize or I'm going to rule you out of order and I'm going to throw you out.
You know, I've never stood on this.
My brother, look at this.
Just apologize.
We need you.
Order, honorable senators, order.
Let me just apologize.
Of course, but that's how. Honorable Seki, I have not heard the apology. Honorable Seki, you either proceed to apologize to the chair or you exit the chamber. Proceed. The floor is yours, Honorable Seki.
I apologize.
Take your seat. Now, Honorable Seki, Honorable Chute, and Honorable Omtata, you're totally out of order, pursuant to Standing Order 121, and I'm cautioning you. The first caution for the day. Honorable Chute, every senator here is elected to represent their people. If you notice from yesterday, we are going with lots. There is no senator who is more important than the other. Proceed, witness.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I may not have captured the exact names of the honorable senators, but I will deal with the questions as they were asked. So the first question was to do with when did the other companies get back their documents and the dates the companies got their documents. I'm not sure of the exact date when these documents were returned, but procedurally, we only focus mainly on the company that we are investigating either for procurement irregularities or certain issues. Like, for example, in this particular case, Shobika was the special company that we were looking at, and that was the reason why that particular one was identified, because the bid document actually had challenges, as I had indicated in my evidence in chief. Then we come to Honorable Mungatana, issues of gifts and the cows. Now, as I had indicated, gifts that are of value of more than 20,000 shillings are supposed to be handed in and declared by all public officers, including state officers. For this specific matter, we have not investigated as to the existence of the material, cows that are in this particular issue. But if indeed cows have been donated to any public officer, those donations are supposed to be donated to the state. And the officer within 48 hours is supposed to hand over that donation to the institution that employs him. So that is my take on that. Then we have the issue of extension of time for the bid bond. Now, as I had indicated previously, the closing date for this particular tender was supposed to be on 23rd February. Bid bonds are supposed to be attached, or they're supposed to be part of the bid document, the tender document. In this particular case, the bid bond was hand-delivered to the CEO in her office when the tender documents were already inserted in the respective tender boxes. So for that reason, extension had to be found in order to have that document be part of the tender document of that particular company, which is Shobika. So that led to the extension And that was instigated by the permanent secretary, who did a letter, which is in our documents, directing the CEO of KEMSA to extend the date of closure of the tender from 23rd February to 10th March. Now, that is the issue which made the bid bond, the date of extension to be extended, the date of closure to be extended. Now, let me come to investigations by various bodies created by the Constitution. Now, investigations will either be in terms of course, each institution has its own mandate as far as the Constitution or the legislation or the statute that created it is concerned. Now, when it comes to criminal investigation, and specifically issues to do with leadership and integrity, issues to do with corruption, that responsibility lies with the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission. Now, other institutions, other constitutional bodies can do their own investigation, but they will if, for example, they are recommending for criminal charges, those recommendations have to be made to the respective institution that is mandated to charge people or to investigate criminal cases, like the DCI or the EACC. So it depends on the mandate of the institution and what is the focus of that particular investigation. But for example, if it is the PPDA, the Public Procurement and Disposal Authority, they do not have powers to charge people in court, or rather to recommend to the DPP to have people charged in court. What do? They have to do a recommendation to either the DCI or to the EACC to investigate the criminality of that particular issue. So I just want to indicate that it depends on the institution and the mandate of that institution. But when it comes to criminal investigations, there are specific institutions that are mandated to conduct criminal investigations. Issues to do with the declaration of gifts, I think that one I addressed in my earlier submission, that gifts that are more than 20,000 are declarable, and they have to be entered in the registers. And after the end of every financial year, the institution has to actually declare to the EACC of the existence of that gift. Now, the issue of what was our finding or our conclusion when you look at the whole matter and our perception, or rather, what would be our conclusion that we reached. Now, when you look at this particular tender, first, it is an international tender that was floated as an open tender to international companies. Companies bidded, but there is a specific company that has a local agent here, which is Shobika, that did not conform to certain procurement requirements as per the tender document. Because when tenders are floated, that tender has got specific instructions or directions to the people who are bidding. If, for example, you are supposed to do pagination, it has to be indicated there. If you have to do, for example, in ink, it has to be there. So anything that goes outside what was provided for in the tender document is actually considered as irregular. And of course, the disqualification should apply. So this one, it was a tender that was badly handled, and I wouldn't want to indicate why it was handled that way, but from the look of it, there must have been some pressure somewhere. That is my own view as an investigator, because when you see procurement officers deliberately going out of the requirements, because they know the law, there are only two conclusions that you can make. One, they were bribed. Two, there was an influence that was coming from other quarters. Mainly, those are the two reasons from our experience. So That is my conclusion. I wouldn't want to delve into the conclusion of Dr. Mulwa because he gave evidence before this House, Honorable House, and his evidence is there. Now, the issue of Terry Ramadan and her status, I think ours was, and whether we actually received feedback. As seen in our documents, we did a letter to the, on Terry Ramadan, let me refer to the documents. We did to the chairman, the chairperson of the board of directors of KEMSA. And we gave him the reasons why we think, or it was our view, that action should be taken, disciplinary action should be taken against this particular officer. As to why she's still in the public service, I wouldn't want to go there because our responsibility, when it comes to administrative action, we tell the institution to take the disciplinary action.
Order, Senator Newton.
We do not have the powers
Senator
to compel,
Fernandez, take your seat.
For example, the PS, sorry.
Proceed, Abdi.
Thank you.
Mr. Abdi.
So we do not have the powers to compel the chairperson of, we don't have the compellence powers as far as administrative action is concerned. So I want to leave that for the honorable members to decide what to do with that. So I move on. Then the issue of reading of the donor community and what our view is. You know, if you may allow me, Honorable Speaker and the members, the medical, or rather the health sector, has faced serious challenges of corruption throughout this period. Throughout the period that I remember working at the EACC, it is an area where a lot of donors are actually almost giving up in supporting our programs. And that has a serious repercussion. Because first, let's understand.
Mheshimiwa Speaker, in the past, with tremendous respect, with all the other witnesses, you have been indicating how much time they have to respond. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, and my good friend here, the witness, you did not indicate how much time this honorable House is giving him to respond.
Thank you so much, Senior Counsel. That was courtesy of my good friend, Senator Seki. Now, witness, ordinarily we've been given 10 minutes to respond to clarifications sought and questions. So far, you have done 4 minutes and 13 seconds. Okay. You have 5 minutes and 47 seconds to conclude.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. So that one I've dealt with. So the issue was that was also raised is which report do we stand by? As EACC, we did an investigation and we submitted our report, the findings of the report to this committee, to this honorable House, and that is the report we will always stand by and defend. The other issue that was raised was whether we had any case that we have investigated against the DPP and whether we have proposed charges or anything like that. That is, we have not investigated the Deputy President, His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua. We have not investigated him for any criminal matter in the past. That is our position. Now, there was also the National Assembly hearing. Why we did not attend the National Assembly hearing and now we are attending the Senate. We were not invited to the first hearing. Yesterday, I was served with a summons of this House, and we are simply responding to that summons. As to why we were not invited in the other one, that I don't know, and we only We only respond to the summons that were issued. So then, Senator Omugeni, the companies associated with the DP, we've not investigated any company that is associated with the Deputy President so far, and that is our position. Then, Honorable Senator for Kakamega County, activities that are intricate web of suspected to be corruption. On all the items, Honorable Senator, that you have told us whether we have investigated, I think there are 5. We have not, because a report has not been made to us, and it is we should not only wait for a report. I mean, we also have the powers to investigate on our own motion, but it is only after we analyze the reports as to whether they fit in within our mandate. Like, for example, if you deal with issues of inheritance, unless there's a criminal aspect on the inheritance bit, inheritance usually will be handled as a civil matter. And issues to do with intimidation, if the CEO of KEMSA had reported to us that he was actually intimidated by a state officer, we would go into it. Of course, you understand, all of us understand, how difficult it would be to open an investigation of that, that magnitude. But no complaint has been made to us. On the Gen Z uprising, also, we have no report. We know it happened, but as to the corruption bit of it, we do not have facts.
2 minutes to go.
Okay, thank you. So, gifts, I think I mentioned, I talked about it. I talked about them very clearly. Issues to do with whether we want to charge, we want to press charges against companies associated with the DP. We have not investigated. We can only recommend charges after investigation to the Director of Public Prosecution. That is our mandate. And the other one, of course, is intimidation by the CEO of KEMSA. I think I had addressed that one. Then finally is whether we want to prefer more charges or more sanctions against the persons involved, and on this matter, especially on criminal culpability. That the issue of criminal culpability is still open, and we will be inviting some people probably in the near future, but as of now, we dealt with the issues of administrative action against the individuals involved. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. If I may have not addressed 1 or 2 questions, it's
very well. Now we move to the second round. Senator Mtata.
Honorable Speaker, was there any clarification for us to respond to some questions that have been put to us?
Just listen to this note so that you
Sugar is running a bit low. There are many questions.
It's running low to everybody.
Okay, all right.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, sir, to the witness from the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, I would like to ask whether the Kenya Kwanza Coalition document is unconstitutional and therefore null and void to the extent that its formula for sharing executive power violates Articles 10, 27, 129, 130, and 131 of the Constitution. Number 2, if that's the case, who is to blame for approving the unconstitutional coalition agreement that resulted in forming a government? Number 3, can you point this Senate to any hard evidence of criminal conduct which you have unearthed in your investigations against the deputy president? And can you distinguish whether there's a circumstance where the deputy president, or even me as a senator, can walk into a place and be given a gift that I don't have to declare, irrespective of the amount of the gift, because I engage officially and privately. So is there a situation whereby I can be given a gift of whatever magnitude that I don't have to declare? Thank you.
Senator Chute.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, let me first of all thank Bwana Abdi for many years' service he has given to this country, and we highly respect him. I want to refer Abdi to ground number 11 and also to his documents, page 7. Ground number 11 says, His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua bullied Kenya Medical Supplies Agency officials into awarding a tender for supply of mosquito nets to Crystal Limited. And in your letter on page 7, the Commission, let me read, the Commission is of the opinion that the conduct of the CEO, Terry Ramadhani, amounts to violations of leadership and integrity act, particularly section 10 and 11. Mr. Abdi, today, as we speak, Terry Ramadhani is a deputy ambassador in India. And Mr. Mutuse, Honorable Mutuse, wants this house to get rid of the deputy president on the account of bullying somebody. Can you tell Kenyans, 50 million Kenyans today, as you stand there, do you want this house to impeach the president if you have already recommended some culprits to be given administrative, what do you call, action, and then you want us to impeach the president?
Senator Kamau Githuku.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to ask a question to the Deputy Chief Executive Officer. In the course of your investigation, is there anywhere that you have identified that the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, who you want impeached, influenced any tender award? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
And the senator was elected by the people of Kajiado, Senator Seki.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. My question goes to, or clarification goes to Abdi Mohammed. Mohammed, we have realized that there's a report from the EACC and a report from the Committee of Health of the Senate in regards to the, this issue of mosquito nets. I want to confirm that the contract was cancelled and the funds were not lost. I want you to demonstrate the role of this agent by the name Crystal Kenya Limited in relations to the Deputy President's office and more so Rigathi Gachagua. Thank you very much.
Senator Miraj. Okay, if you don't have any question, then log out. You may now proceed, and thereafter we'll have an opportunity for the counsel for the Deputy President to respond to the clarification sought.
Thank
5
you.
minutes.
Thank
Abdi,
you,
you have 5 minutes.
Honorable Speaker. In fact, I'll take less than 5 minutes. Senator Omutata, I think he raised the issue of whether the agreement of the Kenya Kwanza document or Kenya Kwanza government document is unconstitutional. I think that one is only the courts that can actually find whether that document is unconstitutional or not. It's not within my ability or power, or rather to comment about the constitutionality or otherwise, and whether the document is null and void, and whether it contravenes certain articles of the Constitution. The second one was who is to blame for drawing unconstitutional agreements or documents. I think that is also something that can be tried in court in my view. If anybody suspects whether this document is constitutional or not, I think the best thing to do is to try it in our courts, and they will of course give directions on what can be done. Now, the other one was whether we have investigated any criminal conduct against the DP. I think I had indicated clearly that we have not investigated the Deputy President for any criminal culpability or any criminal case as far as EACC is concerned. Senator Chute, thank you very much for the compliment. I appreciate. Now, the issue of bullying of KEMSA officers or staff, I think that came from the CEO himself, and he gave evidence in this House that will be considered by the House, whether it is something that can stand the test or not. As for Terry Ramadan, we did our bit in terms of recommending this lady to be disciplinary action be taken against her for her role in this particular procurement. But because I indicated we don't have the compellence powers to enforce disciplinary or administrative action, I leave it at that. And whether our recommendation is for the impeachment of the DP, ours was to respond to the summons that was given to us by this Honorable House. It is for the House to do, that is their job. I wouldn't want to go there. We never recommended, I don't want to go there. Then whether there was anywhere where the DP influenced any tender, no, we do not have that, and we never submitted that. All that we said is what I'm going to say in the next response, which was raised by the Honorable Senator for Kajiado County about the role of Crystal Kenya Limited and the connection between that company and the Honorable Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. From the documents that we have and which we supplied, it is clear that this company, the directors are two sons of the Deputy President. Each one of them owns 200 shares. They are the only directors of that particular company. And that is the nexus between the Deputy President, Honorable Rigathi Gachagua, and that particular company. And that is our response as of now. So, Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. That's it.
Counsel for the Deputy President, we'll give you 10 minutes, starting now.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I'll share my minutes with my colleague Ndegwanjiro. My questions are limited to the issue of the shareholder agreements. I'll be quick. The questions were asked by my learned senior and colleague and friend, Professor Jenda, Catherine Muma, and Senator Omtata. I'll begin with the questions by my landed senior, Mr. Ojenda, and I'll begin with the second question he asked. He asked, is the relationship between the president and the deputy president irretrievably broken? That's not a legal question, but in my experience as a Kenyan, there is no such thing as an irretrievably broken political relationship. Members of Jubilee, party I served as an advocate for, woke up in March 2018 to find their leader shaking hands with his opponent at Harambee House, and they subsequently found a way to work. A few months ago, the president and the honorable former prime minister have found a way to work. There's no such thing as an irretrievable political relationship. Secondly, leadership constitutionally is not so much about how you feel. It is about your duty and your responsibility constitutionally. Your feelings must take a back seat to your duty to the people of Kenya. Secondly, I was asked about the counties. Now, when you look at these shareholder agreements, and again, if members will go with me to page 418, where you find the shareholder agreement between ANC, Ford Kenya, and UDA. Sorry? Oh, volume, sorry. I don't know how to increase the volume.
Council, sorry, Council. Members, I'm getting a bit lost when you say UNDA. UNDA, if spelling in Swahili is UNDA.
No, UDA. Sorry, I come from Kenya.
United Democratic Alliance. If you use maybe the you first make clear.
I'm sorry.
That it is United Democratic Alliance.
Yes. I'm sorry. We use acronyms. I'm sorry. It's the United Democratic Alliance Party. The full name of Amani is Amani National Congress Party, and the full name for Ford Kenya is Ford Kenya Party. So their agreement at page 429, you will note, Professor Ojenda, it does not talk about counties. The agreements seem to have been structured in regions. It talked about region. Now, I don't know what they meant by those regions, but what I can tell you is that at paragraph 20.
Also, I will allow Mr. Abdi to have a seat somewhere as you conclude.
Yes, as I said, Honorable Senator for Kisumu, at page 429, which would be paragraph 20, subparagraph O, that's the first proviso there was. Further terms, parameters, and details of the sharing of positions of responsibility in the national government pursuant to this article shall be contained in a separate schedule to this agreement, which schedule shall be negotiated and executed before the date of the general election scheduled on 9th August 2022. So this was not a final agreement. My understanding is that there were further schedules. I don't know what those schedules said. They are not available at the Register of Political Parties. They may very well have included all the counties you asked for. Maybe Kisumu was in the subsequent schedule, I don't know. Secondly, the drafters of this, as I've said, were careful to stay within the confines of the Constitution, because at paragraph 22, subparagraph G, this is what they said. Notwithstanding the content of this article, the founding member parties hereby commit to make any adjustments that may be necessary to accommodate the development priorities of other parts of the country, to ensure equitable distribution of Kenya's national resources and wealth for the benefit of every citizen and every part of Kenya. So there was a proviso to ensure that the document was constitutional. And perhaps while I'm on that issue as well, I might as well answer my good friend Senator Mtata's question. I am not yet mercifully a judge. I cannot say whether the Kenya Kwanza coalition is unconstitutional. Somebody will have to move the court for that determination to be made. But what I did say was that in 2005, I had the privilege in participating in a case involving the MOU for NAC. And that one was struck down because the law had no underpinning making room for it. And which brings me to the question raised by Senator Catherine Muma, which is the political parties section. There's actually not one, there's several. If you'd go to Schedule 3, sub-paragraph C, B, D, and E. Let me read them out for you. So B deals with the policies and objectives of the coalition. That's B. D deals with organizational structure and management of the coalition, including county structures and systems and county government bodies, which you'll also find in these agreements. And then C, the overall structure of the coalition. And then E, the criteria or formula for sharing of positions in the coalition. That's what it says. Positions in the coalition structure, roles, and responsibilities within the coalition. So that's what it says. So most political coalitions have interpreted that to mean, and it's been healthy thus far. I think it's helped, in my view, this country become a bit more stable and united. And I think I've answered all those questions that had to do with the question of the shareholder agreements. Unless members had any clarification, I rest.
Thank you, Counsel, for DP. Counsel Ndegwa, you have something to pick, or do we conclude it at that?
Specific questions and clarifications. Noting at the mood of the House, perhaps I can indulge the House. I respond the same after lunchtime.
No. After lunch, we are going straight to your main witness.
Very well, Mr. Speaker, sir.
So what we can do, Counsel Ndegwa, allow me to invoke Standing Order 34.2A for the convenience of the House to add 5 minutes. So the House will rise at 1:05 instead of 1.
I am well guided by your wisdom.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, sir, there were 2 questions for the National Assembly side to respond.
Okay,
2 questions.
Then let's do this. Let's do this. Instead of the House rising at 1:05, we will rise at 1:15. So, Counsel Ndegwa, you'll take your 5 minutes, and then the rest shall be given to the Counsel for the National Assembly.
I am well guided, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, sir, the witness is asking if he can leave the
Absolutely. He's discharged.
Thank you very kindly, Mr. Speaker, sir. I was asked to clarify by Senator Joyce Carrill why I am dealing with the report from the Senate and what am I driving at. The report to the Senate is intended to indicate that none of the participants in that tendering process ever benefited from that particular process. All the 17 companies, none of them benefited, and that as a result or as a consequence of the failure to proceed to the next levels, the country did not lose even a single cent. A question was put to me why I am looking at the submissions by various parties and not going to the observations and the recommendations by the Senate. And just like a skillful legal surgeon, I have been able to point out various findings, submissions. For example, the submissions finding themselves at page 222, paragraph 107 and 106, 107 and 109 find themselves at the recommendation, at the observation of the Senate at page 271. So there is serious correlation between my findings as submitted by various parties who appeared before the Senate and the observations made by the Senate. So I dealt largely on what the Senate found as opposed to what the Senate had during the proceedings. Number 2, Mr. Speaker, sir, clarification was sought as to why the bid failed. And although that will be dealt with at length, permit me to draw the attention of the Assembly to page 108 of the volume 3 of the Deputy President's Board of Documents. You'll find a letter from KEMSA dated the 5th May 2023, being a notification to Shobika Impex Private Limited. And it reads, the reference is made to the above tender and advised that the tender was unsuccessful due to the following reasons. 1, tender security was not paginated. Number 2, please plan to collect your bid security from the procurement office immediately. It may be of interest to note the date when this letter is being generated is the 5th of May. It will also be of interest to note when the alleged bullying and intimidation occurred. This letter precedes the alleged bullying, alleged intimidation. Number 2, Mr. Speaker, sir, this letter is voluntarily being issued and being generated by KEMSA themselves at their own intuition, as opposed to being triggered by any external officer, in this case, the person of the Deputy President. In their own volition, KEMSA triggers and invites Shobika to come and collect their bids, and on witness, Mr. Speaker, sir, the witness confirmed that this is always the end of a failed bid. Finally, Mr. Speaker, sir, permit me to draw the attention of the Assembly to the matter in issue. That is at page 36 of the volume 1 of the impeachment motion. The matter in issue that is subject for interrogation, Mr. Speaker,
45 seconds.
As I pen off, is not whether the tenders were responsive, whether the country lost any money, whether investigations were done, whether there was conflict of interest, whether there were gifts that accrued therefrom. The question in issue is, did the person of the Deputy President bully the officer? Was there evidence? So let us not lose ground or focus on the ground on the matter in issue, so that we focus and we put the train on rail. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Counsel for the National Assembly, take us to the rise of the House.
Mr. Speaker, sir, how many minutes? 10?
You have 9
minutes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I am here to respond on behalf of the National Assembly on only 2 questions. Mr. Speaker, sir, listening to the Deputy President's side, I believe they have misunderstood the nature and context of ground number 11. And there was a question by the Senator whether we have substantiated ground number 11 on bullying of KEMSA officials. Secondly, there was a question also on whether there was loss of public funds in this tendering process. Mr. Speaker, sir, allow me to answer the first question by mentioning that the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya is a high-ranking state official. The Republic of Kenya, the polity of the Republic of Kenya is based on certain fundamental national values and principles of governance. In addition, there are provisions on leadership and integrity. If you look at the provisions of Article 75, starting with 73, then you conclude with 75. There is an express prohibition on conflict of interest when it comes to all state offices. Now, to contextualize that question, you have to look at the purpose of impeachment. The Deputy President, being a high-ranking state officer, means that there is a constitutional process for bringing him into account to question his conduct. And that is why you have this process of impeachment. Impeachment is about political responsibility. It's about governance. Impeachment is not about criminal culpability. It's not about gathering evidence for purpose of taking him to court. It's about bringing him to account on what he has done from a political standpoint, and that issue of the distinction of criminal processes from impeachment has been clarified by the Supreme Court of Kenya. The Supreme Court of Kenya, in the case of Mike Sonko, was expressed clear and unequivocal that impeachment is about those values, ethos in Article 10 and the provisions of leadership and integrity in Chapter 6. Now, if you look at the way ground number 11 has been coached, ground number 11, Mr. Speaker, sir, ground number 11 talks about gross misconduct. Now, the Supreme Court of Kenya has interpreted what amounts to gross violation, which in context then means gross misconduct. And the conclusion is that when you violate these core values in Article 10 and the provisions of leadership and integrity, then you are guilty of gross misconduct. You are guilty also of gross violation of the Constitution. Sometimes you are guilty of abuse of office. So to put it in context, if you look at that charge that we have put in ground number 11, it talks about bullying of council officials. Now, that fact of bullying, and we have been more specific. If you look at the charge, we have mentioned the specific clause of legislation where the act of bullying has been prohibited. And this provision, if you look at the provisions of the Leadership and Integrity Act, the provisions of the Leadership and Integrity Act specifically prohibit bullying of bullying by state officials. And in that context, then you can see that in terms of the allegation that we are making and the evidence which has been submitted before this House, especially that call which was made by the Deputy President. The call was made by the Deputy President to a KEMSA official. Why would the Deputy President be pushing the interests of a commercial, the commercial interests of a private company? That is crystal clear when you look at his own admission in his response to this allegation. The Deputy President has admitted that he lent the sum of Kenya shillings 200 million to Crystal Company to acquire some hotel in Nyeri. This is the same company which the Deputy President is making a call to KEMSA to consider. And a senior KEMSA official, in this case the managing director, goes to EACC in a tender process.
Mr. Speaker, I was just wondering which clarification my learned colleague is responding to, because the time for submission is in the evening.
Yes, counsel from the National Assembly.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, so I'm just concluding that it's an impeachable offense to make the link.
Very well, now conclude.
Yes, so, Mr. Speaker, sir, if you look at then the evidence which has been submitted by Dr. Mulwa, that he received a call from the Deputy President, who is a high-ranking state official, to go to EACC, and then he went to EACC to collect evidence, which EACC had gathered for purposes of submitting that tender to the Deputy President or his conduct, in this case, his son. Then what we are saying is that that act by the Deputy President then constitutes a violation of the provisions of the Leadership and Integrity Act, specifically Section 34 of the Leadership and Integrity Act, and that amounts to bullying. And to that extent, we are submitting that charge has indeed been substantiated in all its four corners. On the second question, and here again, it appears there is a misnomer. To prove an economic crime, you don't need to prove that there was loss of funds. An economic crime in this case occurs when a sitting Deputy President, in a tendering process, he makes a call, which the recipient then interprets in a different way, perhaps to influence the tendering process, or perhaps to for certain decisions to be made in favor of that person. And the person who is making the call is a sitting deputy president. That is why then the provisions of the Constitution prohibit
Mr.
conflict
Speaker,
of
sir,
interest.
if you may, I think my learned friend has enjoyed a lot of latitude in respect to responding to issues that were not sought for clarification. I was taking note of all the issues that were sought. And the issue that counsel is responding to are not among those that were sought. And if they were, then he needs to indicate from which particular senator did seek that.
Counsel for National Assembly, reserve other matters for submission.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, so I'm responding to the question of whether there was loss of funds.
That was not sought for
clarification. It was sought by a senator. And,
it was sought.
It was sought.
It was sought.
Yeah.
1 minute.
Yeah. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, in this case, evidence has been led. If you look at it from one perspective, evidence has been led by Dr. Mulwa that indeed there was a delay in this procurement. Secondly, fewer nets were supplied. Thirdly, there was a question concerning the costs incurred in this tendering process. And the evidence was that 55 million shillings was incurred in this tendering process. It came from the mouth of Dr. Mulwa. So to that extent, you can see there was some loss. Whereas the tender was financed by the Global Fund, from our own perspective, we lost a lot, not only from a monetary perspective, but also from the other factors. What about Kenyans who did not access this malaria, these mosquito nets and were exposed to malaria? Is that not a loss which is non-monetary, and therefore, to that extent, one can make a conclusion that the conduct of the Deputy President in this regard violates the provisions of Section 34 of the Leadership and Integrity Act? Mr. Speaker, sir, I end by stating that we have fully substantiated ground number 11, and it's one of those grounds where the evidence is clear, conspicuous, and there is a nexus to the Deputy President himself through a phone call that he made to Dr. Mulwa, and he has admitted making that phone call. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, honorable senators, we are going to start with the Deputy President at exactly 2:30. If you keep time, we're going to save time so that we don't have to ring the bell for a quorum. If we can start taking the evidence from the Deputy President at 2:30, then we'll be able to manage our time going forward. You may now rise. Honorable Senators, it is now 1:15, and having concluded the business for which I extended the hours of the sitting pursuant to Standing Order 34-2A, the Senate stands adjourned until today, 17th of October 2024 at 2:30 p.m.
Hey there friends, welcome to Kids on the Block, where fun and imagination come alive. We dive into magical world filled with exciting adventures and awesome friends.
What position were you in? I was number 2. What position were you? Number 1.
He decided to cross the bridge by his house and look for food on the other side.
We're going to do half cup of chocolate chips, and the other one, we're going to do half cup of the blueberries.
So, grab your imagination hats and get ready to explore with us. Join us every Saturday at 9 a.m. for new friends, amazing stories, and tons of laughter.
Join us as we explore the journeys of those who defy the odds and break barriers. We dive deep into the stories of triumph.
Sometimes when parenting a child with a special need or whatever disability, family life becomes a bit complicated and you may end up raising the child on your own.
Here, we inspire.
I have a farm which one we showcase with other dyslexic youths and autism, how to farm.
Motivate.
It's never easy, but what we do, the best thing is to work with another parent who has an elder child than yours.
And break through the barriers one story at a time. Push your boundaries beyond the limit. Saturdays at 8 p.m. The Grind, where business meets brilliance. It's not just about the ideas.
I was working as a shampoo boy. I used to wash clients' hair on the sink.
It's about making them happen. From big wins.
In primary school, when we would be asked what people want to be, I was categorical that I want to be a nurse.
To hard lessons.
The consoles change, the gaming equipment keep changing.
We cover it all. Tune in to The Grind, where every episode is packed with insights.
The person who is serving customers, always be a customer-centric.
Strategies.
When you pay attention to detail, you get luxury items.
And stories to fuel your ambition. Don't just dream it, grind it. Mondays at 7:30 p.m.
Jiunge nasi tunapoangazia safari za viongozi bora. Kutoka kwa ushindi mkubwa hadi masomo magumu.
Wakati wetu kwamba wasichana si wa kusoma, ni wa kuolewa, ng'ombe ipatikane, wazazi wakuwa watajiri.
Tunashughulikia yote.
I wish I were a better investor.
My parents taught me how to look for things for myself.
Tazama Mfahamu Kiongozi, ambapo kila kipindi kimejaa maarifa, mikakati na hadithi za kukuza azma yako.
For me to succeed, I have to fight.
Kila Alhamisi saa 1:30.
Hey there, friends. Welcome to Kids on the Block, where fun and imagination come alive.
Zimekatika dakika 20 baada ya saa 7 mchana saa za Afrika ya Mashariki. Popote ulipo mtazamaji, natumai kwa Alhamisi yako inakuendea vema. Fahari yangu tena kubwa zaidi kuungana nawe kwenye taarifa zetu za TV47 matukio awamu ya saa 7, japo kwa kuchelewa, ila ni kwa sababu ya mchakato mzima ambao umekuwa ukiendelea katika bunge la Seneti, ikiwa ni siku ya pili ya mchakato huo wa kumbandua naibu wa rais mamlakani, na ambao umeingia siku yake ya pili na ya mwisho, na ambapo baadaye jioni maseneta watakuwa wakipiga kura ya kumwondoa au kumwacha naibu wa rais asalie mamlakani. Tunazidi tu kutupia jicho taarifa hiyo, mengi yanazidi kuibuka kutoka bunge la Seneti, wale maseneta wakizidi kudadisi hoja baada ya nyingine kuhusiana na hatia ambazo naibu wa rais Rigathi Gachagua anahusishwa nazo. Lakini kwa sasa, karibu kwenye taarifa zetu mtazamaji. Mimi wako Andrin Kilemi ni kuarifu matukio na matokeo ya siku. Na tunaanza na taarifa hiyo, na ni kwamba vikao vya Seneti kwa siku ya pili sasa vimeendelea katika bunge la Seneti katika mchakato wa kumng'atua mamlakani naibu rais Rigathi Gachagua. Aliyekuwa afisa mkuu wa shirika la usambazaji dawa KEMSA Andrew Mulwa kunradhi, ameulizwa maswali na maseneta kuhusu madai kwamba naibu rais Rigathi Gachagua alimpigia simu kumshawishi utozaji zabuni. Aidha, katibu wa baraza la mawaziri Mercy Wanjao na gavana wa Nairobi Johnson Sakaja wanatarajiwa kutoa ushahidi wao dhidi ya Gachagua. Maseneta leo jioni pia wakitarajiwa kupiga kura ya iwapo Rigathi ataendelea kuhudumu kama naibu wa rais au atang'atuliwa madarakani.
I have explained that the company that had been awarded this tender through the technical evaluation was Gachagua Impeachment, whose local agent, sole agent, is Crystal Limited. Mr. Speaker, sir, I have walked the Senate through the conversation that I had with the question asked by Honorable Dr. Boni Alwale on what transpired and how I was able to get the bid bond. Yes, beyond the financial loss, Mr. Speaker, the nets that we were supposed to buy 14 million nets under KEMSA Procurement. As a result of purchasing these nets through the Global Fund WAMBO system, we could only purchase 10.2 million nets. Global Fund could only supply 10.2 million nets. That means Kenyans lost 3 million also nets as a result.
Observation, maybe in just a paragraph. What do you interpret happened about this tender from its inception, in terms of the procurement, in terms of the management of the exercise and the conclusion, as an officer whose responsibility is actually to investigate if there was any breakage of the law and, if necessary, make recommendations to the DPP? What conclusion did you reach when you were analyzing this matter? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Karen Nyamu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Dr. Mulwa, before this House, implicated the Deputy President in a scandal of the 3.7 billion KEMSA deal. In your own investigation, can you corroborate what Dr. Mulwa has claimed before this House? Thank you.
Were they entities of interest in the investigation? Secondly, has Shobika ever done any business with KEMSA or with Global Fund before the case on record? In your own investigations, did you find that? In your letter, I see you have recommended administrative action against the CEO, the acting director of procurement, and 2 procurement officers.
Mtazamaji, tukisalia na taarifa hiyo ya kubanduliwa kwake au hoja ya kumbandua ofisini naibu wa rais Rigathi Gachagua, sasa tuangazie alivyowasili Seneti, na ni kwamba naibu wa rais Rigathi Gachagua aliwasili katika bunge la Seneti ikiwa ni siku ya pili kujua hatma yake, na mchakato wa kuondolewa kwake ofisini ukiendelea katika bunge la Seneti. Ndivyo mambo yalivyokuwa awali, mtazamaji. Naibu wa Rais Rigathi Gachagua akiwasili katika bunge la Seneti kujua hatima yake leo, ikiwa ni siku ya pili na ambapo maseneta wanatarajiwa kupiga kura ambayo itaamua iwapo naibu wa rais atasalia madarakani au la. Na huku Seneti ikiendeleza kikao cha mwisho cha kuamua iwapo naibu wa rais Rigathi Gachagua ataondolewa afisini au la, naibu jaji mkuu Philomena Mwilu amesema kuwa mahakama itashughulikia swala hili kwa mujibu wa katiba iwapo Gachagua atakata rufaa ya kubanduliwa kwake. Tayari zaidi ya maombi 20 yamewasilishwa mahakamani bila ufanisi.
Impeachment process that is ongoing regarding our deputy president is not unique. It's an application of the Constitution. It's not something that has been plucked from the air. It has a constitutional process to follow. And therefore, to that extent, it is a constitutional process. It's been in the courts, you know, the number of 20 whatever applications and cases. If it comes to court after Senate, whatever it is that happens, we don't know. We cannot anticipate the outcome of the Senate process. If it comes here, it's a case like the next case. We will see it in the judiciary in the manner the Constitution has authorized us to do, in the manner the law has authorized us to do. We can't go outside the Constitution. We can't go outside of the law.
Na maseneta wanatarajiwa kupiga kura leo jioni kuamua hatma ya naibu rais Rigathi Gachagua. Mtazamaji, hebu sasa tuungane naye mwanahabari wetu Elizabeth Mutuko atueleze namna kikao cha asubuhi kilivyokuwa na kinachotarajiwa alasiri. Tutakuwa tunaungana naye mwanahabari wetu Elizabeth Mutuko baadaye ili tuweze kujua ni yapi ambayo yamejiri. Muda mfupi uliopita kikao hicho kimekwenda mapumzikoni na kitakuwa kinarejelewa baadaye. Tukisonga mbele, tuangazie taarifa nyingine ambapo viongozi wa wanafunzi katika vyuo vikuu tofauti wameunga mkono kutimuliwa ofisini kwa naibu wa rais Rigathi Gachagua, huku wakidai kuwa kutimuliwa ofisini kwa Rigathi kutashuhudia amani na umoja nchini. Aidha, wanafunzi hawa wameiomba mahakama kuiheshimu uamuzi wa bunge la kitaifa na lile la seneti na kuhakikisha kuwa naibu wa rais Rigathi Gachagua hatapokea ukombozi mahakamani. Wanafunzi hawa wamepongeza wabunge kwa kupitisha mswada wa kumtimua Rigathi Gachagua mamlakani, huku wakidai kuwa naibu wa rais hapaswi kuwa na madai ya kuwatenganisha wananchi kwa misingi ya kikabila.
Where the presidency is a symbol of unity, and for that to happen, Rigathi Gachagua has to go. Comrades, power. Power. We also note that the vote that happened at the National Assembly is a vote of no confidence in the office of Rigathi Gachagua and in his ability as a man to lead this nation as the deputy president.
Rigathi Gachagua must live for the nation to continue. Comrades, power. Power. We therefore demand that the broken relationship must come to an end. The nation is bigger than one individual, the nation is bigger than one tribe, and the nation is bigger than all of us. Comrades.
Na huku haya yakijiri, mtazamaji, ni kwamba wakazi wa Mpeketoni, kaunti ndogo ya Lamu, wamepinga hoja ya kubanduliwa kwa naibu rais Rigathi Gachagua. Kulingana na wakazi hao wakiongozwa na Emmanuel Wanyoike, mpango wa kumbandua mamlakani Gachagua ni sarakasi ya kuficha ufisadi unaoendelea serikalini. Wakazi hao aidha wameishinikiza bunge la seneti kusikiza utetezi wa Gachagua kabla ya kufanya maamuzi.
Mimi nataka kuongea na Senate kwa sababu hii swali liko katika Senate. Na mimi naomba wasisikize haya mambo ya kusingiziwa, waweze kusikiza Gachagua na vile atakavyojitetea, kwa sababu tuliona National Assembly hakusikizwa. Wao walikuja wakanena na walikuwa washapewa pesa zao, na tumesikia mbunge ambaye ni wa Embakasi amesema walipewa pesa. Kwa hivyo sisi tunataka Senate ikatae kupewa pesa na iseme ni no, Gachagua abaki na aweze kufanya kazi yake. Kwa hivyo sisi kama Kenya Finest na watu wa Mpeketoni na watu wa Lamu, sisi tutaungana kusema Gachagua aendelee na Senate iangushe hiyo maneno, iseme Gachagua ndiye mshindi, aweze kurudi kwa kazi yake. Na Ruto, kama umechoka na serikali, vunja serikali, Sisi tuende kwa uchaguzi, hatujachoka na uchaguzi.
Kwa hivyo tunasema hivi kama watu wa Lamu, Gachagua asiende. Ati Gachagua asifanya nini? Asiende. Gachagua asifanya nini? Asiende. Awe kiongozi wetu. Vile vile amekuwa akituongoza, aendelee kutuongoza mpaka dakika.
Na huku bunge la Seneti likitarajiwa kutoa uamuzi wake hii leo jioni kuhusu hoja ya kumbandua mamlakani naibu rais Rigathi Gachagua, wakazi wa kaunti ya Nyeri wameomba bunge hilo kuangazia kwa kina ushahidi uliowasilishwa dhidi ya Gachagua, wakisema kuwa hauna uzito wa kumtimua ofisini.
The issue of Rigathi being impeached is not a priority for this country. I wish we were talking about Adani, Kentraco, the port, the Chief and She or Shah. I wish we were talking about those things that concern all Kenyans. I refuse to be put in a box to only discuss Gachagua, while we have so many other issues in this country that need our attention and the attention of all our leaders. Now look at the education system. Look at Adani and all these things that is involved in. Look at the medical system. I wish our efforts and the efforts of all our leaders would major on those things that concern the whole country. Because Gachagua is not the whole country. Gachagua has no influence on Adani or on Adani's matter. He has no influence on our education system or on JKIA or the other enterprises, the other institutions that are being, look at the power charges in the country today. My concern is not mainly Gachagua. Gachagua is only a red herring for this country. There are more important issues that need to be addressed. And I'm sure I'm speaking for a lot of us that we are concerned with many other things than just Gachagua.
Kwa majina ni David Delito, mwanabiashara hapa Nyeri town. Yenye natarajia kule Seneti ni ati Rigathi hata impeachiwa, Rigathi atambaki. Na tuko na matamanio mengi Rigathi atarudi. Tunataka tu akuwe deputy president wetu, hatutaki mambo mengine.
Leo nina matarajio makubwa kuhusu hiyo kesi ambayo inaendelea kule Senate. Tuna imani sana na mtoto wetu Rigathi na tunajua atakuwa mshindi by jioni. Na kama iwe liwalo vile matokeo itakuwa, pia tuna matumaini pia koti tunangojea. Kwa hivyo isipowezekana leo, bado tuna imani kuwa, kwa sababu tumeona hizo kesi zote ni za kuwekelewa, hazina basis yoyote, ni kesi ambazo hata zenyewe haziwezi zikawekelewa kwa wazee wakikesi mambo ya mimba ya mtoto. Kwa hivyo tunaonelea masenators mujaribu sana hiyo kesi waongoze kulingana na ule ushahidi ambao umewekwa mbele yenu, na tunaona kuwa ushahidi ambao uliwekwa hauna uzito wowote wa kumpeleka Rigathi nyumbani.
Na niko na matarajio makubwa sana leo kulingana na maamuzi yenye tuliona jana kati ya maseneta. Tunatarajia leo watafanya ile jitihada yenye ni ya maana, na tunajua Rigathi Gachagua atabaki kwa kiti. Sioni maana ya kubaduliwa, na hakuna pointi niliona za maana walimeki pale kumprove long. So today I want Rigathi Gachagua, you prove these guys long. Wametubeba ufala, but what I can say for now, tuko focused and we know that hakuna kitu umefanyia. Walikuwa wanataka kukutoa nje, lakini unabaki ndani. So usikuwe na wasiwasi, simama kidete, simama wima, na tuko nyuma yako. And we know today that justice will prevail itself.
I'm very happy with the Senate, and I'm very happy with the lawyers, the Deputy President's lawyers. They are very smart, and I'm happy that they are going to prove the Parliament wrong.
Na huku haya yakijiri katika kaunti ya Nyeri, sasa turejee Kiambu, na ni kwamba wakazi wa Limuru katika kaunti hiyo ya Kiambu wamepinga vikali pendekezo la kumwondoa naibu rais Rigathi Gachagua ofisini na kuwahimiza maseneta kupinga hoja ya kumwondoa madarakani. Hebu tusikize wanayepi wa kusema.
Jana tumeshuhudia kwamba naibu wa rais Rigathi Gachagua kwa ukweli amekuwa mtu ambaye amekuwa amekelewa makosa mengi sana. Jana ilikuwa thibitisho kwamba wabunge walifanya kazi ambayo kwa mzuri na kuoneshana ya kwamba hawa walikuwa wametumiwa, na kwa hivyo tuna uhakika ya kwamba seneti itafanya haki kwa naibu rais ili waweze kuendelea na kazi yetu nzuri ambayo tulimchagua.
Bunge ya seneti katika hii shughuli ni koti, na koti hutoa decision kulingana na yale mashtaka yameletwa. Inaonekana ya kwamba yale mashtaka yaliyoletwa na mbunge Mtuse yalikuwa mashtaka ya kuandikiwa, ni uongo mtupu, na kama bunge la seneti linataka kujitenga na ule mchezo wa bunge la kitaifa, inafaa watupilie huu mswada mbali, sababu hatuwezi badilisha bunge letu.
Kwanza kama Wakenya tumehusunika sana na tumekasirika sana kuona kwamba bunge la kitaifa limetumika kisiasa kumhujumu naibu wa rais na mambo ya uongo mtupu ya kisiasa, kwa msingi ya kisiasa peke yake. Lakini tumekuja macho yote tumeangalia kama taifa la Kenya na dunia yote, tunamurika bunge la Senate ifanye haki kwa Wakenya na ifanye haki kwa naibu wa rais, ili malalamishi yameletwa katika bunge la Senate waondoe, kwa sababu ni kuchukua mambo ya kikatiba kwa msaha.
Kutoka Kiambu, mtazamaji, tusanzuke hadi katika kaunti ya Nakuru aliko mwanahabari mwenza Chichi Josephine. Chichi, habari za sasa Nakuru kunasemaje, na je, wakazi wa kaunti hiyo wana maoni gani kuhusiana na hoja hii ya kumbandua naibu wa rais madarakani na ambayo imeingia siku yake ya pili katika bunge la seneti?
Bila shaka Andrin, ni kweli macho yote yameweza kulengwa kwenye bunge la seneti, ambapo wale ambao ni wabunge wa seneti wanaweza kupiga kura. Ama hii leo kunatarajiwa kwamba watakuwa wakipiga kura kuona iwapo yule ambaye ni naibu wa rais Rigathi Gachagua atakuwa akitimuliwa kutoka kwenye mamlaka ama wadhifa wake wa naibu wa rais ama vipi. Hivyo basi niko hapa tu kuzungumza na wakazi wa kaunti ya Nakuru, wanieleze je, maoni yao na matarajio yao kutokana na kile ambacho kinaendelea katika bunge la seneti ni yepi, na labda iwapo yule ambaye ni naibu wa rais Rigathi Gachagua atangatuliwa, je, atangatuliwa kwa maoni yao, watasema amengatuliwa kwa ajili ya nini hasa? Hivyo basi nizungumze na wewe ukiwa kama mkazi wa Nakuru, labda nieleze, tunapoona seneti inaweza kusubiriwa tu ili iweze kupiga kura iwapo naibu wa rais aweze kungatuliwa, maoni yako ni yapi kama mkazi, na pia matarajio yako? Labda
matarajio yangu, jina langu ni Peter Kafuru na mimi ni mwanabiashara Nakuru. Na kwa maoni yangu nimeona Gachagua deputy president hafai kungatuliwa kwa mamlaka. Sababu zangu, naona kwa ile mashtaka 11 hakuna ile imefikisha threshold kulingana na mimi. Na ukiangalia ile viongozi wa Senate wanaongea, inaonekana they are more reasonable kuliko bunge, sababu wanapewa na wanauliza maswali ambayo hata raia wenyewe wanaona kweli hadhulumiwi, anasikizwa mzuri. So sisi natarajia, matarajio yetu ni watamuokoa ili waendelee, sababu hakuna kiongozi hapa nchini Kenya ako sawa kabisa. Tukianza na yule wako juu kabisa, wa Kenya wanateseka na mambo mingi, na ili hali wanasubukana na maneno ya impeachment. It could be a censure motion kama ingekuwa, lakini si impeachment motion. So mimi nafikiria hiyo they went too far, na Mungu asaidie Kenya yetu tusigawanye kwa misingi ya kusema huyu anaonewa, huyu haonewi, sababu mimi sioni haja ya Gachagua aondoke. Hata kama mimi nampenda au simpedi, sioni haja aondoke.
Nahitaji nikuulize swali, maana bunge la kitaifa liliweza kusema liweza kumngatua, na sasa seneti inasubiriwa ya kwamba labda itamngatua ama isimngatue. Lakini iwapo yule ambaye ni naibu wa rais ataweza kungatuliwa, je, ungependekeza nani aweze kuingia kwenye wadhifa wa naibu wa rais?
kwa maoni yangu haina manufaa yoyote kwa yule yoyote atachaguliwa, sababu mimi kwangu mimi sioni faida ya kuweka, lakini mwenye uweka anajua sababu zake za kisiasa ambayo ndio itafanya amweke, au vile anatolewa. I think it's a political, na mimi sioni ako na kitu kubwa amefanya kulingana na vile nimesikiza hiyo mambo yote. So whoever will be put in that position, mimi sioni ati niseme ni nani au ni nani, kwa sababu mimi sioni faida ya yoyote atawekwa, sababu yule anaongoza nchi ndio atafuatwa na deputy wake. So hawa wengine, na sioni huyu kama ameruka, deputy president mwenyewe hajai complain.
Shukrani sana kwa kauli yako. Labda nizungumze na wewe kijana. Wewe ukiwa kijana katika kaunti ya Nakuru, nieleze wakati ambapo macho yote yamelengwa kwenye seneti na labda inatarajiwa iwapo yule ambaye ni naibu wa rais ataweza kung'atuliwa. Je, maoni yako na matarajio yako ni yapi kuhusiana na swala zima la kuweza kumng'atua naibu wa rais?
Yes, kwa majina naitwa Kelvin Ruto. Mimi ni Mkale. Kwa hii mambo ya seneti, ya mambo ya kung'atuana kwa deputy president na president, hawafai kugawana, kwa sababu hiyo ni kama kugawanisha Wakale na Wakikuyu. Unajua wakati walikuwa pamoja wakiwa yeye na Uhuru walingoja wakamaliza tamu yake ndio wakakosana. Sasa saizi wakati wameingia na Gachagua, wakati walikuwa wanachaguana walikuwa wanajua wanachaguana kwa nini. Na sasa saizi wanataka kugawana, hiyo haiwezekani. Wangengoja wamalize tamu yao, kila mtu amalize tamu yake, alafu sasa ndio waanze kukosana. Wakikosana huko kando, hiyo ni sawa. So kwa saizi sisi tunasema wakae pamoja hadi wamalize tamu yao kila mtu.
Na labda iwapo yule ambaye ni naibu rais ataweza kung'atuliwa, je, ungependekeza nani, kiongozi yupi aweze kuingia kwenye wadhifa huu?
Mimi ningesema kama anaweza tolewa, wakiweza leta hata Matiang'i hatuna shida. Matiang'i is a good ni mtu mwenye anaweza saidia Kenya sana. Yeah.
Na labda wahusia wako ama neno moja tu kwa wale ambao ni wabunge ambao wanaweza kupiga msasa swala la kuweza kung'atuliwa kwa naibu wa rais, utawaambia vipi?
Wajiangalie kwanza, wasione huko juu kwanza, because unajua wanaweza taka kumtoa alafu washindwe kumtoa, alafu ule jamaa amebaki pale juu, unaona atakanyaga hao wenye wako chini. So waangalie kwanza venye wanataka kumtoa, kama watawezana. Wasipowezana unaona watakaliwa pia wao. Yeah.
Shukran. Bwana Baresia, karibia tuzungumze wewe kauli yako na labda matarajio yako, na labda utasema nini kwa wale ambao ni wabunge wa seneti, wa chumba cha seneti ambao wanatarajiwa kupiga kura kuweza kumng'atua ama kutomng'atua yule ambaye ni naibu wa rais.
Kwa majina ni Sande Baresia, kama mmesikia. Naona kama seneti sio mbaya sana. Wamepatia naibu wa rais wakati wake wa kumsikiza na kujieleza. Ijapo kuwa nataka niwakumbushe wajumbe wa bunge lower house, your impeachment was illegal right from the word go. The 2010 constitution does not give you a leeway of manipulation. It is very clear the part of public participation on the impeachment was not accurate whatsoever, because some of the members of parliament from Central and even Rift Valley, some of them said yes, some said no in Rift Valley. But if you go to their background, the ground is not with them that voted yes. So the ground is telling you, let Gachagua be. Bwana Ruto, let Gachagua be. You are thorn in Uhuru Kenyatta's government, and you did not sponsor any impeachment against you. So what I'm saying, let Gachagua be. If not Gachagua, then I am still repeating on my statement. All of you are of no use. You go home, because the country is bleeding. You don't divide the country in tribal lines. Haiwezekani. Uchumi hakuna, maisha ya Wakenya imesambaratika, watu wameuawa. Hizo ndo vitu tunapaswa, we are supposed to look into that. Number 2, 2010 constitution says very clearly that a constituency with less than 150,000 population ought not to exist by March. So some constituency here, especially Rift Valley and some areas, there are a number of them which are not supposed to be in parliament. Number 2, Ishungwa versus Uhuru Kenyatta petition over the Jubilee party hopping. Jubilee, the court ruled in favor of Uhuru Kenyatta.
Labda tuegemee upande wa yule ambayo ni kung'atuliwa kwa naibu wa rais Rigathi Gachagua. Nieleze labda iwapo bunge la seneti litaweza kusema kwamba naibu wa rais aweze kung'atuliwa, je, ni kiongozi yupi ambaye ungependekeza aweze kuingia kwenye wadhifa huu?
Number one, Gachagua going home is no of any interest. The Senate overturned governor's impeachment. Even this one, the Senate is upper house and it's a sober house. They are not manipulated with some few coins and you vote someone out. Gachagua is not going anywhere. I don't have any, if anything, I know bringing in Matiang'i is a bit ironical. But to me, I will just say, to be very honest, if Gachagua goes home, this country will be ungovernable. At least, Mr. William Ruto, you need to run a reconciliation program for this country to have confidence in you for these few years that are left. It is either you guys apologize to the country for messing up the country. Impeachment is not the solution. Tafadhali, walk out of that. We are elders in this country. We want people to work together. If you are wrong, you are wrong. You don't impeach. If he's wrong, he's wrong. Sit down. UDA, that's UDA's affair. Sit down and tackle, put your house in order, and then bring it to the public. We give your opinion. Yeah, we want reconciliation. We want coexistence. Kenyans want unity. They don't want this chaos.
Shukrani sana kwa kauli yako. Hivyo basi, Andre, naelewa kwamba hao ni wakazi wa mji wa Nakuru ambao wanaelezea mengi kuhusiana na kile ambacho kinaendelea kwenye bunge la seneti. Naelewa kwamba wale ambao ni wabunge wa seneti wanatarajiwa kuwa watakuwa wakipiga kura ili kuweza kuona iwapo yule ambaye ni naibu wa rais Rigathi Gachagua atakuwa king'atuliwa mamlakani au la. Na hivyo basi ni swala tu la subra, lakini wakazi hapa katika kaunti ya Nakuru, iwapo umesikiza, ni kwamba wanapinga swala la kuweza kumng'atua yule ambaye ni naibu wa rais Rigathi Gachagua. Lakini kwa sasa, Andre, tuweze tu kulenga macho yote kwenye seneti tuone, je, hao kama wale ambao ni wa bunge la kitaifa watakuwa wakimtaka yule ambaye ni naibu wa rais Rigathi Gachagua ng'atuliwe ama vipi? Kutoka kwangu sina la ziada. Andre Chukosokani, jina langu ni Chichi Josephine.
Asante sana Chichi Josephine, bila shaka kwa kuzungumza na wakazi wa mji huo wa Nakuru. Awali tulisema na wakazi wa kaunti ya Kiambu. Sasa tusanzuke hadi Laikipia tusikie kule maoni yao ni gani, ikizingatiwa kwamba seneti hii leo inazidi kudadisi hoja ya kumbandua ofisini naibu wa rais Rigathi Gachagua. Tunaungana naye mwandishi wetu wa habari Laban Muhinda. Kwako Laban.
Naam, Adrin, shukran sana. Ninakupata kwa njia ya mbashara zaidi nikiwa hapa mjini Rumuruti, huku ni kaunti ya Laikipia. Nami hapa nina watu, baadhi ya wakazi ambao vile ningependa kupata hisia zao kuhusiana na masuala yanayoendelea katika bunge la seneti, ambapo hii leo mbivu na mbichi itajulikana iwapo naibu rais Rigathi Gachagua ataweza kuondolewa au la. Karibu ndani ya TV47. Ukianza kwa majina, tueleze wewe msimamo wako ni upi?
Kwa majina naitwa Duke Mai, mkaaji wa Rumuruti. Kuhusu impeachment ya Gachagua, mimi nasema wacha Gachagua afanye kazi, amalize tamu yake vizuri. Wenye walianza vizuri wamalize hivyo, hata kama kuna msosho nini, wamalize hiyo story yao. Kama tunarudi kwa parrot, tujue Gachagua na Ruto walimaliza kazi yao, hii tamu yao yenye alikuwa nayo.
Kwa hivyo wewe hauungi mkono kubanduliwa kwake naibu rais Rigathi Gachagua?
Hapana, mimi siungi mkono hapo. Kwa sababu tukisema ni kutoa Gachagua saa hii, ukiangalia saa hii Kenya imekuwa na crisis mingi sana. Juu ni kama wanatufunika pande moja, pande nyingine wanaleta crisis fulani. Sasa kama saa hii tukisema walileta SHA, hawakuimalizia vizuri, hawakuweka mambo yao laini vizuri. Sasa wameleta impeachment ya Gachagua ili kufunika ile mambo ingine. Sasa tu Wakenya wote akili saa kama saa hii akili yote iko kwa impeachment ya Gachagua. Sasa unaona kuna serikali inatufunika mahali, lakini mimi siungi mkono hapo.
Okay, asante. Nawe bwana, ukianza kwa majina, tueleze hii leo kuna kisiwa kuwa huenda naibu rais akang'atuliwa mamlakani. Kwa maoni yako, unaona kuwa ni nani anapaswa kupewa kiti cha naibu wa rais?
Kwa majina naitwa Mzaire kutoka Rumuruti. Kitu ya kwanza ningesema huyo Gachagua hafai kuondolewa, na kama kuna makosa amefanya anafaa wapewe hii tamu yao yote wamalize. Hafai kuondolewa juu kumtoa hapo, hiyo ni vita analeta kati ya Wakenya na wale watu wa kabila zingine. na hakuna mtu akoseangi, anafaa kumsamehe wamalize, na kama ni kutoka wanafaa watoke wote wawili, na kama atatolewa hiyo kiti ya naibu wa rais, sisi hatuitaki huko Mount Kenya. Mimi ningeendelea ni vizuri apatie mke wake Mama Rachel, waunganishe Kenya.
Okay, asante. Nawe bwana, tueleze iwapo bunge la seneti litambandua mamlakani naibu rais Rigathi Gachagua, kwa maoni yako ni nani anastahili kupewa kiti hicho?
Asante sana Raba na TV47. Majina yangu ni Dennis Ndego, dereva kiongozi wa vijana hapa mjini Laikipia. Niseme kuwa iwapo bunge lina haki la kuweza kumbadua Rigathi Gachagua, that is if ataweza kufikisha threshold. Lakini siku ya jana tuliona hayo mambo yote Mutuse alisema ya kwamba hayajafiki, hata yeye alikuwa anajiconfuse kwa kuwa hata anaonekana sio prepared kwa hii motion. Iwapo bunge inaweza kuwa inambadua naibu wa rais, wa Kenya ni wengi wanaoweza kupata hiyo kiti. Ninaweza tu sema kama watu wa mlima, sisi hatuwezi kuwa na haja ya hiyo kiti tena, kwa kuwa kwa bunge tuliona jinsi ambavyo serikali iligawanywa na jinsi Mount Kenya ilikuwa imeweza kuahidi, na hii maneno ya shareholding tuliona ilianza na rais mwenyewe. Therefore tunaweza sema kama watu wa Mount Kenya sisi, ama hata Rift Valley, hiyo kiti pia inaweza enda Western. Hawajakaribia uchaguzi kwa muda, hawajakaribia pale uongozini kwa muda. Tunaweza suggest, unajua hata baba pia sio mzee sana, anaweza kuwa katika hiyo kiti, na jinsi tumeona wanaanza kupanga maneno, ni kama sasa hata yeye ameona pale EU kuwa ni kugumu na anaweza kuwa mahali hapo. All in all, we wish Gachagua not to be impeached, and we are urging the Senate to please consider the things that they were presented to them, the facts and not hearsays and imaginations.
Okay. Naam, Kilemi, kama vile ambavyo umesikia, hayo tu ni maoni ya baadhi ya wakazi kutoka mji huu wa Rumuruti. Na kutoka kwangu mie Laban Muhinda nikiwa hapa mjini Rumuruti, huku ni kaunti ya Laikipia, sina la zaidi la kuregesha usukani kwako Kilemi.
Asante sana Laban, bila shaka kwa uketo wa taarifa hiyo. Maoni tofauti kutoka kwa wakazi wa kaunti ya Laikipia, kaunti ya Kiambu na kaunti ya Nakuru. Tuelekee Pokot Magharibi tusikie kule kunani.
Naam, ikiwa ndio siku ya kiyama, siku ambayo tunatarajia kujua hatima ya naibu rais Rigathi Gachagua, iwapo atasalia kuwa naibu wa rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya au atakuwa anaondolewa jioni ya leo na bunge la seneti. Sasa tuweze kusikia hisia za wakazi wa kaunti ya Pokot Magharibi ambao wamekuwa wakifuatilia kesi hiyo ilivyokuwa ikiendelea katika bunge la seneti. Watuelezee, je, wao wanaridhishwa na utendakazi huo?
Kwa majina naitwa Victor Oduor, mkazi wa West Pokot. Mimi kwa ujumla mambo ya Gachagua imeniletea huzuni kwa sababu sijaona kama ni haki ambayo wanafanyia Gachagua. Kwa sababu kitu ya kwanza, wakati Ruto wakifanya campaign, walifanya campaign na wakafanya vizuri na wakaamua kwamba ni Gachagua. Na sitaki kusema ati Gachagua ni mzuri sana, hapana. Yeye binadamu kama binadamu wengine, na binadamu anafanya makosa. Naye rais wetu tuwezi sema ati ni mzuri sana, hapana, kwa sababu kuna share yake ambaye alifanya kulingana na historia yake ile ya government yenye imepita. Lakini kitu yenye nataka niwaambie tu Rais Ruto ni kwamba ukiwa kiongozi lazima ukuwe mvumilivu. Wewe vumilia huyu mtu, mumaliza na yeye mwaka yake 5. Basi ikifika ukule mbele muache sasa, kama utamchagua ama itakuwa namna gani, wachana naye. Lakini kitu ambaye siwezi kosa kusema ni kwa Senate. Nimeangalia hii hoja kwa Senate. Nimeona kweli Senate wako na ukakamavu kabisa. Na kweli kabisa kama Senate inaweza kubaliwa, hiyo ndio upper house. Kwa sababu ukiangalia vile wanauliza maswali, vile wanasikiza hoja, sio kama wenzetu wa National Assembly. So mimi naomba tu kwamba rais awachane na Gachagua, kwa sababu pia italeta uhasama kati ya wafuasi wa Gachagua na wafuasi wa rais.
Mimi naitwa Emmanuel Kones. Mimi nataka tu kuzungumzia mambo ambayo nimeona iko kwa Senate ambayo bunge la kitaifa ili impeach Gachagua. So ninaamini wameleta Senate na mtuse kwa sababu hayo makosa Senate waangalie na waweze kuona ya kwamba kweli Deputy President aliweza kufanya makosa na waweze kuimpeach yeye aende nyumbani, kwa sababu huyo si national figure, kwa sababu hajielewi. Mtu ambaye anashinda kila siku akikuwa central akiongea mambo ya mlima. Na nilishangaa jana sana na hawa lawyers wa DP. So nataka kusema tu ya kwamba senators, please mtusaidie sisi kama raia, Gachagua akuwe nyumbani.
Ni kauli za wakazi wa kaunti hii ambao wameendelea kusema kwamba kuna wale ambao wameunga mkono kutimuliwa kwa Rigathi na kuna wale ambao wameendelea kupinga wakisema kwamba lazima serikali ya kitaifa iweze kuishi ama kukaa na viongozi wake kwa njia ya amani. Kutoka kaunti ya Pokot Magharibi, jina langu ni Andrew Juma na kwako studio.
Asante sana Andrew Juma kutoka Pokot Magharibi. Mtazamaji, tunazidi kuangazia hisia tofauti kutoka kwa wakazi wa kaunti 47 za humu nchini kuhusiana na hoja ya kubanduliwa kwake afisini naibu wa rais Rigathi Gachagua. Ni hoja ambayo imeingia siku yake ya pili na ya mwisho katika bunge la Seneti. Sasa tuelekee Kisumu tupate kusikia hisia ni zipi.
Naam, bila shaka nipo ndani ya Kisumu, eneo la Kawosh hapa, eneo la Kondele, na nina mkazi hapa ambaye ana maoni tofauti kuhusiana na kubanduliwa kwa Rigathi Gachagua. Ndugu yangu, kwanza tuanze kwamba leo ikiwa ni siku ya mwisho katika bunge la Seneti ambapo mswada wa kumbandua naibu wa rais Rigathi Gachagua unakuwa unajadiliwa siku ya leo. Je, iwapo Rigathi Gachagua atang'atuka mamlakani, unahisi ni nani ambaye anaafiki vigezo vya kuwa naibu wa rais wa Kenya?
Naam, basi asante. Kwa majina naitwa Lucas Wachara na nina maoni tofauti kwa nani anaweza kuwa naibu wa rais kutokana na maoni yangu. Mimi na wa kwanza ni Gladys Wanga ama Irungu Kang'ata, ndo mimi naweza chagua kuwa kama naibu wa rais iwapo Gachagua ataenda nyumbani. Na ombi langu si Gachagua aende nyumbani, juu wote wanaweza enda. Mimi Ruto na Gachagua aende. Hakuna ati mmoja abaki, mmoja aende. Dereva akianguka anaanguka na conductor na passengers, sisi ndio tunabaki. Asante.
Mbona umesema kwamba umechagua hao watu wawili? Je, ni vigezo vipi ambavyo unaona kwamba wanavyo ambavyo wanaweza kurithi nafasi ya naibu wa rais?
Ukiangalia sababu za naibu wa rais kutimuliwa ofisini ni mingi. Ukiangalia katika kiwango tofauti ni wote Gachagua na ubaguzi ama ana kimila kiasi, lakini ukiangalia Gladys Wanga kwa maongezi yake hata katika kampeni zake hakuna siku aliwahi ongea kimila ama kusema watu wa huku ama watu wa milima ama watu wa wapi. Naye Irungu Kang'ata pia ana sifa kedekede za kuwa naibu wa rais, kwa sababu nikimwangalia anakaa kuwa vice president compared to hao watu wengine. Ndindi Nyoro au wengine wote lazima wataimba tu milima, lakini ukiangalia Irungu Kang'ata hajaimba milima siku hata mmoja, lakini anatoka milimani. Asante.
Naam, bila shaka haya ndiyo maoni yake mkazi katika eneo hili la Kawosh ndani ya Kisumu. Mimi ni Laban Shikokoti, kwako studioni.
Shukrani sana Shikokoti. Mtazamaji, kauli za wakazi wa kaunti ya Kisumu, sijui maoni yako ni gani? Sema nasi kupitia mitandao yetu yote ya kijamii na vilevile kupitia nambari yetu ya simu ambayo inatokea kwenye kiwambo chako upande wa chini, au pia utuandikie ujumbe mfupi tueleze hisia zako ni zipi kuhusiana na hoja hii ya kumbandua mamlakani naibu wa rais Rigathi Gachagua. Tuelekee Kericho pia tupate kusikia wakazi wana maoni gani kuhusiana na hoja hiyo ya kumbandua ofisini naibu rais Rigathi Gachagua.
Naam, shukran sana Andrin Kilemi. Kwa sasa nimekita kambi katika mji mwa Kericho, katikati mwa mji mwa Kericho, na leo ikiwa ni siku ya mwisho ya kusikizwa kwa kesi ya Gachagua katika bunge la Seneti, na hapa ninaye tu baadhi ya wakazi ambao wameweza kunisingira kwa sasa wakiwa na maoni tofauti na matarajio tofauti katika eneo hili, na ningependa tu niweze kuwapa nafasi waweze kutuambia, je, wanatarajia nini kuhusiana na hatima ya Gachagua. Ukianza tu kwa majina, utueleze, je, unatarajia nini kutoka bunge la Seneti kuhusiana na hatima ya Gachagua?
Okay, kwa majina naitwa Walter Wasonga. Mimi ni chairman wa Wish Kericho hapa Kericho. So yangu kabisa ni naongea kuhusu hii mjadala inaendelea ambaye ni ya kuondoa naibu wa rais. Yangu kubwa, naomba senator wamalize hii kitu, tuanze celebrate hii kitu. Juu huyu jamaa alikosea sana mdozi yake ambaye ni president. Ni hayo tu.
Na asante sana kwa wakati wako. Uweze utueleze, ukianza kwa majina, je, unaonaje bunge la Seneti? Matarajio yako ni yapi kuhusiana na jambo hili?
Majina yangu naitwa Zablon Obwayo, mimi ni mkaaji wa hapa Kericho. Okay, mimi kitu yenye naweza sema, mimi sina kitu kingine ya kusema, ambapo ni sherehe tunaongojea tu na president atupee naibu wake mwingine mgeni, sababu hauwezi kaa na mwanamke mwenye anakuonesha madharau ama nini. Unafukuza, unaleta ingine. So mimi kitu ninaweza sema, Gachagua alisema mlima isiguzwe. Nifikiri mlima inafaa iguzwe na ichimbwe kabisa, ikuwe flat. Hao ndo maoni yangu.
Naam, asante sana. Naam, iwapo naibu rais Gachagua atatimuliwa katika ofisini, unaonaje nchi? Utakuwa na utulivu wa kisiasa na vile kiuchumi?
Kwa majina naitwa Douglas Jumason Moranga, ni mwanabiashara hapa Kericho. Kwanza kabisa ningependa kushukuru Mlimani Court kwa kutuma hii swada la kumwimpeach naibu wa rais na iende kwa Senate iweze kujadiliwa. Langu kabisa ningependa kuomba hao wabunge wa Senate wafuatilie constitution. Bia sisi wananchi tunawatazama mahali hapa jinsi mnavyofuatilia hiyo swala. Iwapo amekula pesa ya serikali, anafaa kuimpeachiwa, ama amekuwa mentally addicted ama amekufa, anafaa kuimpeachiwa. Lakini iwapo mnasema ati kwamba amechukua mali kwa kuliti ndugu yake, hapo ningeomba serikali mnakosea. Manake hata mnaleta swala lingine ambayo aliko kwa serikali kwamba huyu mtu ako na zaidi ya hizo kampuni 22. Ni haki yake kuwa na hizo kampuni na ni kumiliki hiyo, kwa binadamu wa kawaida ni haki. Lakini kama iwapo atapata afueni, tafadhali huyu jamaa, hata hivyo alipoanza kwa Mlimani, pia hao ni wananchi wa Kenya, pia akwe na manifesto zingine, angalie na hao watu hapa chini Nyanza. Na iwapo angetoka kwa serikali, ninaomba serikali iweze kuwa na utulivu, alafu atupatie mtu mwingine na tuelekeze mtu mwingine atoke sehemu ya chini hapa, hata tusiongee kuhusu Mlimani Kenya peke yake. Asanteni.
Naam, asante sana. Ukianza kwa majina, utueleze tu hatua ambayo imechukuliwa na bunge la Seneti ni ya haki?
Kwa majina anaitwa Wolinya Seme. Pande wangu naona kama ni haki, kwa sababu si kila ambacho tunangojea tu. Inchi iko na utulivu, hakuna kila ambacho hata Gachagua aende, hakuna kila ambacho itafanyika mbaya. So kila ambacho tulikuwa naomba tu rais atupe deputy mwingine tuanze kusele. Hiyo tu ndio kila ambacho imebaki. Asanteni.
Na sijui kama una jambo lolote la kusema kuongezea kuhusiana na swala hili?
Kwa majina naitwa Rams Morgan.
Ukitazama kwenye kamera.
Kwa majina naitwa Rams Morgan. Kwa hii maneno naibu rais, naona hii maneno sio mbaya. Vile koti taamua, ndio tunaongoja kusherehekea tujue ni nini inaendelea. Asante.
Na asante sana. Kama umeweza kusikia Andrin Kilemi, hayo tu ni maoni na matarajio makuu kutoka hapa Kericho, kutoka kwa wakazi hapa mjini Kericho, na wengi wanasidi kutegea kuona ni yapi yatatokea katika bunge la Seneti. Kutoka eneo hili la Kericho sina la ziada ila kurejesha usukani kwako Andrin Kilemi. Jina ni Kiplagat Collins.
Shukran sana Kiplagat Collins. Mtazamaji, ni hisia tu tofauti za wakazi wa Kericho kuhusiana na kubanduliwa kwake afisini naibu wa rais Rigathi Gachagua. Kumbuka leo ni siku ya naibu wa rais Rigathi Gachagua kujitetea. Atakuwa akifika mbele ya wabunge, atakuwa akifika mbele ya maseneta katika bunge la seneti, na baada ya udadisi kukamilika, basi maseneta watakuwa wakipiga kura ya kumbandua au kusalia kwake ofisini. Tusikie Naivasha wanasemaje.
Asante sana mwenzangu Paul Kirobi. Bila shaka tunazidi kufuatilia linaloendelea katika bunge la seneti hivi sasa, tukiwa tumejumuika na wakazi wa eneo hili ambao vile vile wanaendelea kusikiza ni yapi yanaendelea katika jumba hilo la seneti, na bila shaka wako nayo maoni tofauti. Ndugu, karibia hapa, tueleze endapo seneti wataamua hivi ama vile, maoni yako ni gani? Soka mbele. Jaribu kusema huko nje, hatuna msingi wote tunatumia. Na endapo ataenda nyumbani ama atasalia mwelekeo wa nchi, maoni yako ukiwa kazi. Maoni yangu naona hata kama hawezi kufanya kazi tu, hiyo kazi kwenye watafanya hata kwa nasi sana. Mtu hajatoa yote. Kufikia sasa utaongea.
Naam, mtazamaji, utatuia radhi kidogo kwa mushkili wa sauti kutoka eneo hilo la Naivasha, ambako mwanahabari mwenza Willy Dennis Njiro anajaribu kuzungumza na wakazi kuhusiana na maoni yao kuhusu kubanduliwa kwake afisini naibu wa rais Rigathi Gachagua. Kumbuka ni siku ya pili ambapo hoja hii imeingia katika bunge la seneti, na ambapo naibu rais Rigathi Gachagua atakuwa akifika mbele ya maseneta kuweza kujitetea, na baadaye hoja itakuwa ikipigiwa kura na maseneta hao, na baadaye tutakuwa tunapata kujua iwapo naibu wa rais Rigathi Gachagua atabakia kuwa naibu wa rais wa hapa nchini Kenya au atakuwa anatimuliwa mamlakani. Yote hayo mtazamaji ni ya baadaye. Zidi kutegea runinga hii ya TV47 kwa vipindi, burudani na taarifa zaidi watakaporejea vikao hivyo vya pale katika bunge la seneti. Bila shaka runinga hii ya TV47 itakuwa inakuletea matukio hayo ya moja kwa moja. Nimekuwa wako Andrin Kilemi, ninahitimisha taarifa zetu kwa sasa. Tupatane wakati mwingine, Mola akiridhia. Kwa heri kwa sasa.
Hey there friends, welcome to Kids on the Block, where fun and imagination come alive. We dive into magical world filled with exciting adventures and awesome friends.
What position were you in? I was number 2. What position were you? Number 1.
He decided to cross the bridge, buy his house and look for food on the other side.
We're going to do half cup of chocolate chips, and the other one, we're going to do half cup of the blueberries.
So, grab your imagination hats and get ready to explore with us. Join us every Saturday at 9 a.m. for new friends, amazing stories, and tons of laughter.
Join us as we explore the journeys of those who defy the odds and break barriers. We dive deep into the stories of triumph.
Sometimes when parenting a child with a special need or whatever disability, family life becomes a bit complicated and you may end up raising the child on your own.
Here, we inspire.
I have a farm which one we showcase with other dyslexic youths and autism, how to farm.
Motivate.
It's never easy, but what we do, the best thing is to work with another parent who has an elder child than yours.
And break through the barriers one story at a time. Push your boundaries beyond the limit. Saturdays at 8 p.m. The Grind, where business meets brilliance. It's not just about the ideas.
I was working as a shampoo boy. I used to wash clients' hair on the sink.
It's about making them happen. From big wins.
In primary school, when we would be asked what people want to be, I was categorical that I want to be a nurse.
To hard lessons.
The consoles change, the gaming equipment keep changing.
We cover it all. Tune in to The Grind, where every episode is packed with insights.
The person who is serving customers, always be a customer-centric.
Strategies.
When you pay attention to detail, you get luxury items.
And stories to fuel your ambition. Don't just dream it, grind it. Mondays at 7:30 p.m.
Jiunge nasi tunapoangazia safari za viongozi bora. Kutoka kwa ushindi mkubwa hadi masomo magumu.
Wakati wetu kwamba wasichana si wa kusoma, ni wa kuolewa, ng'ombe ipatikane, wazazi wakuwa watajiri.
Tunashughulikia yote.
I wish I were a better investor.
My parents taught me how to look for things for myself.
Tazama Mfahamu Kiongozi, ambapo kila kipindi kimejaa maarifa, mikakati na hadithi za kukuza azma yako.
For me to succeed, I have to fight.
Kila Alhamisi saa 1:30.
Hey there, friends. Welcome to Kids on the Block, where fun and imagination come alive. We dive into magical world filled with exciting adventures and awesome friends.
What position were you in? I was number 2. What position were you? Number 1.
He decided to cross the bridge by his house and look for food on the other side.
We're going to do half cup of chocolate chips, and the other one, we're going to do half cup of the blueberries.
So, grab your imagination hats and get ready to explore with us. Join us every Saturday at 9 a.m. for new friends, amazing stories, and tons of laughter.
Join us as we explore the journeys of those who defy the odds and break barriers. We dive deep into the stories of triumph.
Sometimes when parenting a child with a special need or whatever disability, family life becomes a bit complicated and you may end up raising the child on your own.
Here, we inspire.
I have a farm which one we showcase with other dyslexic youths and autism, how to farm.
Motivate.
It's never easy, but what we do, the best thing is to work with another parent who has an elder child than yours.
And break through the barriers one story at a time. Push your boundaries beyond the limit. Saturdays at 8 p.m. The Grind, where business meets brilliance. It's not just about the ideas.
I was working as a shampoo boy. I used to wash clients' hair on the sink.
It's about making them happen. From big wins.
In primary school, when we would be asked what people want to be, I was categorical that I want to be a nurse.
To hard lessons.
The consoles change, the gaming equipment keep changing.
We cover it all. Tune in to The Grind, where every episode is packed with insights.
The person who is serving customers, always be a customer-centric.
Strategies.
When you pay attention to detail, you get luxury items.
And stories to fuel your ambition. Don't just dream it, grind it. Mondays at 7:30 p.m.
Jiunge nasi tunapoangazia safari za viongozi bora. Kutoka kwa ushindi mkubwa hadi masomo magumu.
Wakati wetu kwamba wasichana si wa kusoma, ni wa kuolewa, ng'ombe ipatikane, wazazi wakuwe watajiri.
Tunashughulikia yote.
I wish I were a better investor.
My parents taught me how to look for things for myself.
Tazama Mfahamu Kiongozi, ambapo kila kipindi kimejaa maarifa, mikakati na hadithi za kukuza azma yako.
For me to succeed, I have to fight.
Kila Alhamisi saa 1:30.
Hey there, friends. Welcome to Kids on the Block, where fun and imagination come alive. We dive into magical world filled with exciting adventures and awesome friends.
What position were you in? I was number 2.
What position were you?
Number 1.
He decided to cross the bridge by his house and look for food on the other side.
We're going to do half cup of chocolate chips, and the other one, we're going to do half cup of the blueberries.
So, grab your imagination hats and get ready to explore with us. Join us every Saturday at 9 a.m. for new friends, amazing stories, and tons of laughter.
Join us as we explore the journeys of those who defy the odds and break barriers. We dive deep into the stories of triumph.
Sometimes when parenting a child with a special need or whatever disability, family life becomes a bit complicated and you may end up raising the child on your own.
Here, we inspire.
I have a farm which one we showcase with other dyslexic youths and autism, how to farm.
Motivate.
It's never easy, but what we do, the best thing is to work with another parent who has an elder child than yours.
And break through the barriers one story at a time. Push your boundaries beyond the limit. Saturdays at 8 p.m. The Grind, where business meets brilliance. It's not just about the ideas.
I was working as a shampoo boy. I used to wash clients' hair on the sink.
It's about making them happen. From big wins.
In primary school, when we would be asked what people want to be, I was categorical that I want to be a nurse.
To hard lessons.
The consoles change, the gaming equipment keep changing.
We cover it all. Tune in to The Grind, where every episode is packed with insights.
The person who is serving customers, always be a customer-centric.
Strategies.
When you pay attention to detail, you get luxury items.
And stories to fuel your ambition. Don't just dream it, grind it. Mondays at 7:30 p.m.
Jiunge nasi tunapoangazia safari za viongozi bora. Kutoka kwa ushindi mkubwa hadi masomo magumu.
Wakati wetu kwamba wasichana si wa kusoma, ni wa kuolewa, ng'ombe ipatikane, wazazi wakuwe watajiri.
Tunashughulikia yote.
I wish I were a better investor.
My parents taught me how to look for things for myself.
Tazama Mfahamu Kiongozi, ambapo kila kipindi kimejaa maarifa, mikakati na hadithi za kukuza azma yako.
For me to succeed, I have to fight.
Kila Alhamisi saa 1:30.
Hey there, friends. Welcome to Kids on the Block, where fun and imagination come alive. We dive into magical world filled with exciting adventures and awesome friends.
What position were you in? I was number 2.
What position were you?
Number 1.
He decided to cross the bridge by his house and look for food on the other side.
We're going to do half cup of chocolate chips, and the other one, we're going to do half cup of the blueberries.
So, grab your imagination hats and get ready to explore with us. Join us every Saturday at 9 a.m. for new friends, amazing stories, and tons of laughter.
Join us as we explore the journeys of those who defy the odds and break barriers. We dive deep into the stories of triumph.
Sometimes when parenting a child with a special need or whatever disability, family life becomes a bit complicated and you may end up raising the child on your own.
Here, we inspire.
I have a farm which one we showcase with other dyslexic youths and autism, how to farm.
Motivate.
It's never easy, but what we do, the best thing is to work with another parent who has an elder child than yours.
And break through the barriers one story at a time. Push your boundaries beyond the limit. Saturdays at 8 p.m. The Grind, where business meets brilliance. It's not just about the ideas.
I was working as a shampoo boy. I used to wash clients' hair on the sink.
It's about making them happen. From big wins.
In primary school, when we would be asked what people want to be, I was categorical that I want to be a nurse.
To hard lessons.
The consoles change, the gaming equipment keep changing.
We cover it all. Tune in to The Grind, where every episode is packed with insights.
The person who is serving customers, always be a customer-centric.
Strategies.
When you pay attention to detail, you get luxury items.
And stories to fuel your ambition. Don't just dream it, grind it. Mondays at 7:30 p.m.
Jiunge nasi tunapoangazia safari za viongozi bora. Kutoka kwa ushindi mkubwa hadi masomo magumu.
Wakati wetu kwamba wasichana si wa kusoma, ni wa kuolewa, ng'ombe ipatikane, wazazi wakuwe watajiri.
Tunashughulikia yote.
I wish I were a better investor.
My parents taught me how to look for things for myself.
Tazama Mfahamu Kiongozi, ambapo kila kipindi kimejaa maarifa, mikakati na hadithi za kukuza azma yako.
For me to succeed, I have to fight.
Kila Alhamisi saa 1:30.
Hey there, friends. Welcome to Kids on the Block, where fun and imagination come alive. We dive into magical world filled with exciting adventures and awesome friends.
What position were you in? I was number 2.
What position were you?
Number 1.
He decided to cross the bridge by his house and look for food on the other side.
We're going to do half cup of chocolate chips, and the other one, we're going to do half cup of the blueberries.
So, grab your imagination hats and get ready to explore with us. Join us every Saturday at 9 a.m. for new friends, amazing stories, and tons of laughter.
Join us as we explore the journeys of those who defy the odds and break barriers. We dive deep into the stories of triumph.
Sometimes when parenting a child with a special need or whatever disability, family life becomes a bit complicated and you may end up raising the child on your own.
Here, we inspire.
I have a farm which one we showcase with other dyslexic youths and autism, how to farm.
Motivate.
It's never easy, but what we do, the best thing is to work with another parent who has an elder child than yours.
And break through the barriers one story at a time. Push your boundaries beyond the limit. Saturdays at 8 p.m. The Grind, where business meets brilliance. It's not just about the ideas.
I was working as a shampoo boy. I used to wash clients' hair in the sink.
It's about making them happen. From big wins.
In primary school, when we would be asked what people want to be, I was categorical that I want to be a nurse.
To hard lessons.
The consoles change, the gaming equipment keep changing.
We cover it all. Tune in to The Grind, where every episode is packed with insights.
The person who is serving customers, always be a customer-centric.
Strategies.
When you pay attention to detail, you get luxury items.
And stories to fuel your ambition. Don't just dream it, grind it. Mondays at 7:30 p.m.
Jiunge nasi tunapoangazia safari za viongozi bora. Kutoka kwa ushindi mkubwa hadi masomo magumu.
Wakati wetu kwamba wasichana si wa kusoma, ni wa kuolewa, ng'ombe ipatikane, wazazi wakuwe watajiri.
Tunashughulikia yote.
I wish I were a better investor.
My parents taught me how to look for things for myself.
Tazama Mfahamu Kiongozi, ambapo kila kipindi kimejaa maarifa, mikakati na hadithi za kukuza azma yako.
For me to succeed, I have to fight.
Kila Alhamisi saa 1:30.
Clerk, do you have quorum? So, honorable senators, please take your seats. We do have quorum, so we'll straight away go to this afternoon's business. Clerk, you may now call the first order.
Order number 1, communication from the chair. Order number 2, hearing and determination on the proposed removal from office by impeachment of His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua, EGH, Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya.
We'll give time to ample time to parties so that they can adequately present their cases. Now, as of yesterday, the Deputy President had been allocated 3 hours. 1 hour was taken away for other businesses of yesterday and today. That is pursuant to a request by counsel for the Deputy President. And therefore, as we speak, the Deputy President will have 2 hours to present his case, and thereafter the National Assembly will have 1.5 hours because they've also consumed half an hour of the 2 hours that had been granted to them yesterday. So you had borrowed 10 minutes, you ended up consuming 20 more minutes, as per our record. Council, this is not a matter to debate.
Mr. Speaker, so I just wanted to clarify that we had borrowed 10 minutes.
Yes, you borrowed 10 minutes, yes, but you ended up consuming 20 more.
We did get that indication, Mr. Speaker. In fact,
now you're getting the indication.
Yes. We had budgeted our time knowing that we have 1
Just
hour, 50 minutes.
Consume the 1 hour and a half, and then let's see where that takes you, and I will be able to engage when you consume the 1.5 hours.
We are most obliged, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Thank you. Senior Counsel Paul Mwite, if you're ready, you may usher in your witness.
Mheshimiwa Speaker, just to get clarification, I was under the impression that the National Assembly will proceed and close their case, and that then counsel for the Deputy President will now present the Deputy President, who is the only one that we are calling as a witness. And that thereafter, the National Assembly will make their closing speech, and we will have the opportunity at that time to also make our closing speech. So I would like to have clarification.
Very well, Senior Counsel. Maybe I'll read the whole program all the way to the end.
Thank you.
You will proceed. Of course, for the record, I will ask the National Assembly to officially rest their matter to allow you usher in your witness. Once your witness takes to the stand, you have 2 hours to present your case. The National Assembly has 1.5 hours for purposes of cross-examination. Thereafter, the senators will have 1 hour to seek clarifications or ask questions. Once that is done, the counsel for the National Assembly will have 1 hour to make closing remarks. Likewise, the team of the Deputy President will be given 1 hour to make its closing remarks. Once that is done, the Senate will move into a closed session as per our rules of procedure. So that is the program for this afternoon.
I'm now very clear, Mheshimiwa Speaker, and I thank you. The situation is now clear. But just before my colleagues on the other side close their case, can I, through Mheshimiwa Speaker, ask whether the National Assembly still wishes to call a witness whose affidavit was filed, the governor of the county government of Nairobi, Johnson Sakaja. We have a copy of his affidavit. Is he going to be called or not called? Because if the National Assembly is not calling that affidavit, whose affidavit is part of the record and was availed to us, that affidavit, Mheshimiwa Speaker, contains allegations that are extremely injurious to the Deputy President. So if he is not going to be called, we will be making an application for that affidavit to be expunged from the records of this Honorable Senate. Thank you.
Counsel for the National Assembly, you had listed quite a number of witnesses. Are you going to call all of them, or are you going to, for the record, are you going to close your case where we are?
Mr. Speaker, sir, on behalf of the National Assembly, we shall close our case where we are. Mr. Speaker, sir, if you are, with your permission, I could respond to the submissions by my learned senior, Mr. Paul Mwite.
Please do.
Mr. Speaker, sir, at the beginning of the proceedings that we are currently going through, this House did invite parties to give indications as to the witnesses they wanted to call. Mr. Speaker, sir, we gave the list of the witnesses whom we thought were relevant for purposes of clarifying what we needed to have clarified. If counsel for His Excellency the Deputy President did not do as much or did not take advantage of that window that was open, surely they cannot blame us for it. But secondly, and more importantly, Mr. Speaker, sir, yesterday, in the course of the deliberations in relation to one of the preliminary questions that had been raised, you gave a very clear ruling on the intendment of Rule 20 of the rules of this House. In particular, the understanding was that every material that was forwarded by the Speaker of the National Assembly to this House constituted evidence in support of the allegations that are the subject of inquiry by this House. It then follows that if the application that learned senior counsel, Mr. Paul Muita, is making were to be looked at in its totality, he is actually making an application to amend or to remove certain aspects of the evidence from the record. Mr. Speaker, sir, that is an issue that you settled and rested yesterday. I don't think it's an issue that is open for re-intervention. Mr. Speaker, sir, it should also suffice to note that even on our side, there are affidavits that form part of the record that came from the National Assembly. In particular, there is an affidavit sworn and which is in favor of His Excellency the Deputy President, an affidavit sworn by the joint executors of the will, that is Mr. Njoroge Rigeru, together with the other executors. It is part of this record. We have not made an application to have it expand. We have an opportunity to deal with it when the time comes. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, sir, the nature of the sittings that this House currently is undertaking is quasi-judicial. It is inquisitorial in nature. If that is to be the correct position, Mr. Speaker, sir, then the rules of evidence as we know it in the court would not necessarily bind the proceedings, because what has been presented is the subject of what the honorable senators are going to investigate. At the end of it, it is not a judgment that they will be giving, it will be a vote. I rest my case, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Senior Counsel Paul Muita.
Mheshimiwa Speaker, first and foremost, the affidavits that my colleague, my learned friend, referred to were sworn by the executors of the will of the late brother to the Deputy President. They were filed in the National Assembly, in the proceedings in the National Assemblies. They were never filed here as affidavits of witnesses that we proposed to call. With regard to the affidavit of Governor Sakaja Johnston, it was specifically filed in the Senate, an affidavit of a witness that they intended to call. That affidavit has material injurious to the Deputy President. Mheshimiwa Speaker, we were looking forward to cross-examining Governor Sakaja so as to bring out the truth to assist this Honorable Senate to make a decision. If he is not being called, and in fairness to the Deputy Governor, all that we are asking is that affidavit be expunged, together with the affidavit of Peterson Jomo, who they are not calling now, and also the affidavit of Mercy Wajau, who is not being called. It is not fair to file affidavits containing information allegations injurious to the other party, then ask that those affidavits to remain as part of the record without calling them and availing them for cross-examination. So my application is that the 3 affidavits be struck out. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, sir, just for clarity, there's absolutely no new material that was presented after the material that was sent to this House from the National Assembly. For instance, the affidavit by His Excellency Johnson Sakaja is to be found at volume 1 of the documents that have been filed.
Maybe counsel for the National Assembly. Let me get it clear.
Yes,
the affidavit by the Nairobi governor, was it filed after the proceedings of the National Assembly, or it forms part and parcel of the proceedings that came from the National Assembly?
It forms part and parcel of the proceedings that came from the National Assembly. In particular, Mr. Speaker, sir, all those affidavits form what constituted part of what came into through public participation.
So just hold in there so that we make progress. Senior counsel, you have indicated that the affidavit by the Honorable Governor for Nairobi did not form part of the documents that emanated from the National Assembly. Now, the position as held by the Council of the National Assembly is to the contrary. These are things we can settle now. Did it come with a bundle of documents from the National Assembly, or it was filed after the Senate was seized of those documents?
Mheshimiwa Speaker, I have been corrected by my colleagues. The affidavits where the affidavit by Governor Johnson Sakaja was actually part of the public participation. So it was part of the record of the National
So now, let's move to the two.
Yes.
Let's move to the two. Now, have a seat, Senior Counsel. Counsel for the National Assembly.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Yeah, respond to the 2 more affidavits, because the contention from the Council of the Deputy President is that they were filed after the record was received from the National Assembly by the Senate.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I reiterate the position that we earlier on gave, that there's not any single document other than the document that was admitted yesterday pursuant to our application that came in after the record had been presented before this House.
So the affidavits were not filed after the Senate received the bundle of documents from the National Assembly?
Absolutely not.
Can you lead us to the volume and the page containing these affidavits from the National Assembly?
Mr. Speaker, sir, just give me 1 minute to consult with my colleagues here. I identify it, then I bring it. It's not an issue that we had anticipated.
Yeah, so that we settle this matter.
Most of that.
Yeah, let's settle it.
It is not, Mheshimiwa Speaker, it's only the affidavit of Peterson Jomo that was filed in the Senate. It did not form any part
Very well,
of the National
Counsel.
Assembly.
So then let's settle that one and we make progress. We need not argue on this matter.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I think what happened is that we skipped the opportunity to identify the documents from both sides of what had been filed. The documents that we filed yesterday has a volume 8. That is the document that contains the affidavit of Peterson Jomo.
So it is that affidavit, if you go to the Senior Counsel, it is that affidavit that they're looking forward to cross-examining the deponent. Now that you've closed your case, the argument from the Council of the Deputy President is, how then are we going to test the truth of those averments? What say you on that?
Mr. Speaker, sir, I did give an indication that, number one, at the commencement of these proceedings, any party who wanted to cross-examine any of the deponents of any of the documents had an opportunity, upon your invitation, to invite such parties to appear before them. If our counterparts appearing for His Excellency the Deputy President did not find it appropriate to call that witness at that point in time, they cannot now hold us to say that you had said you'd call this person, you will not call them. Because the person we were to call was for purposes of clarifying what we thought was important for us. Now, This being an inquisitorial proceeding, a quasi-judicial proceeding, Mr. Speaker, sir, I think it would be a stretch to expect that if we didn't call or if we didn't avail any of the witnesses that were mentioned in any of the affidavits, then as of necessity that follows that record or that affidavit needs to be expunged. That's what I was saying. Pursuant to your ruling yesterday, that is evidence and material that was presented yesterday. It forms part of your record.
Now, before I give my way forward, Senator for Nairobi City.
Honorable Speaker, the counsel that are appearing in this case are people that I hold in extremely high regard. Senior Counsel Paul Muite appears to not have the confidence of the judges sitting here that we know how to treat evidence contained in an affidavit that is not tested at cross-examination. Even the judges you appear before in the courts that you practice in know what to do with evidence of a person who is not availing themselves for cross-examination. So, Honorable Speaker, I really don't understand what the contention is, because we sitting here as judges know how to treat that evidence, and I wanted to take this opportunity to calm the anxiety of Senior Counsel Paul Muite, that indeed we do know what to do with such evidence.
Now, so that we make progress, Senior Counsel has raised an important matter, which matter has been responded to by the Counsel for the National Assembly. Now, honorable senators, there is an affidavit sworn by one Jomo Mushira, who had been listed to appear as a witness for and on behalf of the National Assembly. The National Assembly has closed its case without calling that particular witness, and yet there's an affidavit that the counsel for the Deputy President will not have an opportunity to cross-examine. The question, as you retire at the end of this hearing, is to look at the probative value of that particular document. Senior Counsel Paul Muite, your point is valid. The senators have noted.
Because this is an important, very important institution with a judicial function, court of record, permit me to put on record that there is a slight distinction between counsel and the client. I have absolute full faith in honorable senators, including my friend, the senator for Nairobi, but I am carrying out instructions of my client.
Yeah, so I've given direction on this particular matter. Let us move forward. Having said that, Senior Counsel Paul Muite, if you're ready, you may now usher in your witness.
Mheshimiwa Speaker, we are anxiously waiting for the Deputy President. My colleagues can stand here, can stand in. For me, let me make inquiries and find out where he's held up. We certainly wish to call him as a witness.
Very well. Yes, what is the point of procedure, Senator Boni?
Unprecedented, to the extent that when we stand down business in this House, it normally arises from a communication from the chair that you're temporarily, for a specific time, suspending the proceedings. You have not done this, and we are seated in the chamber. The mess is in place. I do not know whether we want this to be the new standard, Mr. Speaker. Could you guide us? We have no idea how long we're going to wait. And time is running, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Senators, at the rise of the House at 1:15, I made it clear that upon resumption, the Deputy President was going to take the stand. We came in here, I communicated the program for the afternoon, and I said we're going to execute it with military precision, owing to the fact that we need to conclude business today. Senior Counsel Paul Mwite indicated that he cannot get hold of his client. That is not the concern of this House. So time is running. Order, order, honorable senators, order. The floor is available to the Deputy President and no other senator or no other enemy.
Well, the Speaker of the Senate, Honorable Amason Kingi, currently presiding over the business of the Senate this afternoon, has just directed that the floor at this particular juncture is not available to any other senator owing to the...
Enoch, I used very basic English. I know you. You have such a wonderful grasp of the language. You need not to get any clarification.
It is exactly 15:04 p.m. this afternoon, being the 17th day of October 2024. The afternoon sitting of the Senate this afternoon was to kick off with the Deputy President taking the stand, bearing in mind the DP, His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua, is the sole witness in the case where the National Assembly, through the move of the motion, Honorable Mwengi Mutuse has leveled 11 grounds for impeachment of the Deputy President from office. We have already dispensed with the prosecution side, and during this afternoon sitting, immediately after the commencement of business, the counsel representing the National Assembly have confirmed to the House that they do not intend to call more witness in regards to this case. The counsel for the Deputy President had requested the House through the Speaker that any evidence where the witnesses are not appearing be expunged from the record. It is a moment of waiting at the Senate this afternoon as the House awaits the arrival of the Deputy President, Rigathi Gachagua, who is set to take this stand at the Senate this afternoon and prosecute his case through himself as well as his defense and convince senators why the 11 grounds listed for impeachment should be quashed by the House. Our dear viewers, the motion for the removal by impeachment of His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua EGH, the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, has 11 grounds where the National Assembly is seeking to have the Senate uphold the charges, or at least one of them, to have the Deputy President cease to hold office today. The mover of this motion, Honorable Mwengi Mutuse, who also serves as Kibwezi West lawmaker, has told senators for the better part of yesterday and today that his desire through this motion is that the House finds the Deputy President to have committed the offenses listed in this motion. And this afternoon, the defense of the Deputy President, led by Senior Counsel, Lawyer Paul Muite, will be seeking to water down those charges by the evidence that they will be presenting before the Senate this afternoon. And to just take you through probably some of the charges that the Deputy President will be seeking to counter this afternoon is charge number 1 on the gross violation of the Constitution and any other law. This is pursuant to Articles 150, subsection 1BI of the Constitution. Charge number 2 in the impeachment motion by Honorable Member for Kibwezi West. The Honorable Member alleges in his motion that there is gross violation of Articles 147 subsection 1 and 152 subsection 1 of the Constitution, where the Deputy President is being accused of undermining the presidency. Under Article 147 subsection 1 of the Constitution, the Deputy President is the principal assistant of the President and shall deputize the President in the execution of President's function. In this motion, the Honorable Deputy President is accused of going in contravention with cabinet resolutions on matters evacuation of people residing along Nairobi River, and that shortly after His Excellency, shortly after being in contravention with the cabinet resolution, the Deputy President made public a statement opposing the Nairobi River riparian execution orders. According to the mover of the motion, this is undermining the resolutions by the cabinet. Under charge number 3, again on gross violation of Article 6, subsection 2, Articles 10, subsection 2A, Article 174, and Article 188, and the 4th schedule of the Constitution, where the Deputy President is accused of undermining devolution. The mover of the motion in his motion states that on the 20th of September 2024, His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua, recklessly and mindful of the high calling and dignified status of the office of the Deputy President, unlawfully interfered with the running of the Nairobi County government by holding a public rally in which he incited citizens against lawful directives by the Nairobi City County government on the planning and relocation of markets. This is just some of the grounds listed or some of the annexes under charge number 3, where the Deputy President is set to defend himself on these charges, among others.
Senior Counsel Paul Mwita, your time started running.
Mheshimiwa Speaker, may I...
Let me just conclude, Senior. Your time started running at the time I requested you to usher in your witness. You indicated that you're getting hold of your witness. We'll give you all the time you need to get hold of your witness, but to let you know that the clock is running, and it's running on your client. You can take all the time, but his time is running out. After 2 hours, he's not appeared, the chair will make a ruling pursuant to the rules of procedure.
Mheshimiwa Speaker, may I start first and foremost by expressing apologies and regrets that the Deputy President is not here, and by not being here, the inconvenience and delay caused to Mheshimiwa Speaker and to honorable senators. The position, Mheshimiwa Speaker, is that during that period that I went to try to find out why he wasn't here, because as Mheshimiwa Speaker knows, the Deputy President has been coming here absolutely punctually every day. The sad reality is that the Deputy President, the Republic of Kenya, has been taken sick, very sick, and as I address Mr. Speaker in this honorable House, senators, he is in hospital, Mheshimiwa Speaker. That is a sad reality.
Order, honorable senators. Order, honorable senators. Senator Kajwang. Now, counsel for the National Assembly, you have had Senior Counsel Paul Mwita for and on behalf of the Deputy President. Considering that this is a time-bound process, what is your reaction?
Mr. Speaker, sir, this is a House governed by the rule of law. We truly empathize with the difficulty that His Excellency, the Deputy President, has found himself in. But, Mr. Speaker, sir, pursuant to Rule 11 of the rules governing this process, if I may, with your permission,
maybe counsel for the National Assembly.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Just take a seat before you make your rejoinder. Senior Counsel Paul Muite, having said whatever you've said, what is your proposed way forward so that a reaction can be put from the National Assembly? Are you telling us we wait until your client gets here? What is your proposed way forward?
Mheshimiwa Speaker, I have just received this information. My proposal is that you give me at least the rest of the day. I would like to go and have an assessment of his situation and maybe even come back here by 5 p.m. Right now, I would like to make an informed sort of situation after I see the Deputy President and I see the doctor, Mheshimiwa Speaker, at least an hour or two. Yes, thank you.
Very well. Counsel for the National Assembly.
Mr. Speaker, sir, having very keenly listened to my learned senior colleague, Paul Muite, Senior Counsel, it puts us in a bit of a difficulty because whereas we may want to empathize with the situation, there appears to be no indication from their end as to a specific proposal. Mr. Speaker, sir, this being a House governed by rules, and this process being a time-bound process, I will draw your attention to Rule 11 of the rules of this House. If I may read, Mr. Speaker, sir, that where the National Assembly or the President chooses not to appear before the Senate, that fact shall be put on record and the Senate shall proceed with its investigation without further reference to the National Assembly or the President. But the Senate may, for exceptional reasons to be recorded, permit a later appearance before the Senate by the National Assembly or the President. Mr. Speaker, sir, I think this rule would give us guidance we may proceed. If it becomes necessary, then any additional material may then be availed. This is a time-bound constitutional process, Mr. Speaker, sir. I'm most obliged.
Let me pick the wisdom of my wonderful senators before I make my decision on the way forward. Now, I understand that all of you are wise men and women.
Speaker, can I just say a word?
Yes.
I've heard what Senior Counsel Paul Muite has said. And, Mr. Speaker, you have made it quite clear that these proceedings are time-bound. It's not so much about the situation in which His Excellency the Vice President finds himself. It's about the Senate complying with the provisions of the Constitution. That within that time frame, you must make a decision. Reading the standing orders that my learned friend, Mr. Rick Gumbo, has referred to, it would be useful to this House if Senior Counsel Paul Muite could probably give us a way forward in terms of the time limitation that the Senate has. I'm saying this because we don't want somebody to say that the Deputy President was not given an opportunity to be heard. I think the Senate will want him to be heard. But knowing the time limitation, what suggestions does the Senior Counsel have to ensure that we keep within the time parameters? At the same time, the Deputy President is given his space to defend himself.
So we have two sides. We have the minority side and the majority side. I will only allow the two leaders to speak. If you need to consult in the next 1 minute. Now, honorable senators, our standing orders have not been suspended yet. It is only Senator Mazayo and the majority leader who. The rest, take your seat. The rest, please take your seat. Order, honorable senators. Okay, order, honorable senators. Order, honorable senators. Senator Sigei, please take your seat. Now, honorable senators, we are facing a very unprecedented situation. At the rise of this House at 1:15, I indicated that upon resumption, we were going to hear the Deputy President. Upon resumption, Senior Counsel Paul Mwite, for and on behalf of the Deputy President, when I asked him to usher in the Deputy President for purposes of presenting him to give his evidence in chief, the Senior Counsel indicated that even him, he was unaware of the whereabouts of his client, and he asked for a few minutes to go fetch him, wherever he was. After a few minutes, Senior Counsel Paul Mwite came back to the chamber and indicated that he had gotten information which he was yet to verify, that his client had fallen sick, and indicated that he needed time to go look for him in whichever hospital he is, and that he should be given up to 5 p.m. today. The Counsel for the National Assembly, in response, indicated that this is a time-bound process. He referred to the Senate to Rule 11 of our Rules of Procedure, that where the Deputy President fails to appear, the Senate can actually proceed, or for exceptional reasons to be recorded, permit a later appearance before the Senate of the Deputy President. Having considered the two sides, my directions are as follows: that we will suspend this sitting and resume at exactly 5. So the Deputy President, we expect the Deputy President then to take the witness stand at 5. This is a time-bound process, unfortunately. It is so ordered.
The Speaker of the Senate has directed that the sitting be adjourned for about a couple of hours to allow the counsel for the Deputy President to get hold of him. As it is, our dear viewers, at this particular juncture, the lead counsel for the Deputy President has just told the House that they could not get hold of their client, requesting for more time to get in touch with the client. Senior counsel lawyer Paul Moite has told the House the information he has is that the Deputy President has been taken ill. And so for this juncture, we will be taking you back to the broadcasting house, KBC. We will be resuming these normal proceedings again at 5 p.m. My name is Gladys Mungai, and on behalf of the broadcasting team that made this possible, we will be back with this live broadcast at 5 p.m. this evening.